Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
We're punching the air. You're watching Marvel live at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
And I am Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher. We have had an epic weekend so far. We're on day 4. It's Sunday. You still feeling pumped?
I feel great.
Good, excellent. You guys, we have a big day still coming up for you. We have some panels today. We have Axel in Charge. We have Women of Narvel. We
Narvel?
have Marvel.
Narvel.
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 Like an orange.
Yeah.
A Narvel
A
orange.
Narvel orange. A Narvel orange.
And Ben Morris has just joined us.
Hey everybody, welcome to New York Comic Con 2014. We're doing Marvel Live, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I'm Ben Morse, editor of Marvel.com.
We did this part. And we're going to have some awesome panels today. We have Axel in Charge. We have the Women of Narvel panel. And we also have...
Did you say Women of Narvel?
You missed it.
You missed it.
Oh.
You're...
I like that he still appreciated it, though. And we have the Spider-Verse panel coming up today.
For sure.
For sure.
For sure. And my Marvel Unlimited Plus panel, which is going to be...
No one can go to unless they're Marvel Unlimited Plus.
I know.
Yeah.
It's great.
But if
there are
you...
no strings on me.
Oh, that's a fun one. If you guys join Marvel Unlimited Plus 2, you get to go to cool events that Mr. Agent M over here hosts all the time at cool cons. So look that up on the Marvel.coms.
By the way, speaking of Marvel.com, if you go to marvel.com/comics right now, I just posted all the news from yesterday. That includes Black Vortex, that includes the return of the Juggernaut, that includes Return of the Living Deadpool, and that includes Wolverines, plus the Star Wars and Operation Sin news we posted yesterday. Stories, interviews, art, that's all up now on marvel.com/comics.
Yes. You guys tweet us your questions, your comments, all that good stuff. We got a couple already in. Alan Wilkinson says, nice to see technical difficulties. And he capitalized the T and the D in technical difficulties.
TD.
Haven't defeated you. Yeah, TD is not going to take us down this
No.
time.
No way, Jose.
Take
No.
those TDs and turn them into a TD like a touchdown.
That's a sport.
Sports,
Sophia,
yay.
Sunday. It's Sunday.
Sophia says, back again, thank you. She says, this time, no problems with the streaming. Good morning. Hooray!
Yay! Yay for the stream working.
And wait for
And
Sophia.
wait, one more. Nirvana, who is at Mercedes121212. For some reason, I really like that name.
I do
I
too.
just like
I do
it. She says, I believe maybe he or she says, tune in to watch Marvel Live all day. I am definitely going to watch.
Yay!
Cool.
Thank you for
Welcome.
joining us. We have a lot of guests coming up today. We have G. Willow Wilson, writer of Miss Marvel. She's also going to be on that Women of Narvel panel I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Robbie Rodriguez.
Marvel Cormix.
Marvel Comics. I like to add R's. Robbie Rodriguez, who was the artist on Edge of Spider-Verse #2, is going to be here, very popular with the kids these days. Russell Dodderman, the artist on Thor, will be here. We have the cast of Sleepy Hollow. We have folks from Marvel's Contest of Champions, the new fighting game. We have Peter David from Spider-Man 2099. We have Jerry Springer and Steve Wilkos
From
from
the
Jerry Springer.
show and the upcoming Steve Wilkos show.
They
That's
have
right.
a booth. I like.
Oh, do they?
Like
Very
I
popular
walked
booth.
past it. I was like,
Yeah.
really? Yeah. Yeah. And then, so they had a booth, and it was interesting. We've got more coming in.
That is interesting,
Ethan
Ryan.
Hugh says, what would be the most likely female character to make their first Marvel Cinematic Universe movie? Well, we've had Black Widow in movies for years.
Feels like
Yeah.
that makes the most sense, yeah.
There you go. Comic Book Bros says, the Comic Book Bros are back again for a great day.
What a relief.
A person says, I won't be able to tweet later, so I say thank you.
Aw.
You are welcome.
Thank you, A-Person. Thank you all of you who have stuck with us through all 4 days.
Yeah.
Sophia and everybody else, not to diminish everybody else.
No,
but
you're
I just-
diminishing them.
I'm diminishing them, but,
But
Like,
Sophia is the
Sophia's
star.
Sophia's been front and center.
Like our man Raghu Sitharaman says, no issues with the streaming. Very cool, very cool. Let's show this guy off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Upside
This
down, buddy.
is, what? No, it's
Yep.
good.
Okay.
Nope. It
Just
might look right to you,
Own
maybe,
it.
but
Just own it.
keep
This?
keep
Is
going.
this better?
Keep going.
Should we do it this way?
Back
A
the
little
other
more.
way. Back
no,
the other
no,
way.
no.
There you
That
go.
was.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Christ.
So this is the first concept
Yeah.
art for Daredevil, or Marvel's Daredevil, exclusively on Netflix. And it is art by Marvel Chief Creative Officer Joe Quesada. And it is gorgeous.
Heavily influenced, of course, by the Man Without Fear limited series
Indeed.
by Frank Miller and John Romita Jr., which you can read on Marvel Unlimited, and you can also listen to the podcast Ryan and I did on it not too long ago. It was one of
Yeah.
our This Week in Marvel Reading Club
Oh,
selections.
show.
And you can watch interviews with the cast from Marvel's Daredevil that we did last night on our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Marvel.
Along with
Oh,
a lot of
show.
other
Oh,
videos.
show.
A whole lot of celebos.
Yep.
A ton of celebos.
Oh, we're making celebos happen today?
We're making celebos
Okay.
happen.
Speaking of celebos, we have more guests.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
We
Totally
also have
drilled it.
more folks from Thrilling Adventure Hour. We have Frank
How
Thierry,
many people
star
are
of
on
Marvel.
Thrilling Adventure Hour?
Approximately 8,000.
1
Okay.
billion.
Seriously.
Jack Antonoff from the band Fun, period.
Yeah. And Bleachers, his new band.
And his new band, Bleachers.
Yep.
We have Kyle Stevens of Kirby Crackle, great nerd rock band. We have Katie Cosplay in a new costume. We have Aleshcott.
Alshcott.
Nope.
Aleshcott.
Alshcott.
Alshcott.
Alsh.
Alsh.
Like
Like
Alf,
Alf?
but Alsh.
Damn it, Benjamin.
I'm in there.
I've been saying
In
his
your
name wrong
brain.
for about a year.
We know.
Yeah.
Secret Event.
He
He's the
knows.
writer of
He
Secret
knows, too.
Adventures and Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. And we have Carrie Yules.
Carrie Ells.
Yules. I looked it up on the internet.
No, it's
Yules.
Yules.
Like
Internet's
the
wrong.
season, the Yuletide season.
Guys, we're going to be showing panel footage, interviews, all sorts of stuff during the stream today. So you'll see us here live, but you will also be able to see everything from the last 3 days. You can also check out our YouTube page. Is it youtube.com/Marvel, I believe?
Yeah, what did we have yesterday?
YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube.
last night.
YouTube.nyc is
You guys-
happening.
You guys-
YouTube.com/Narvel.
You guys all remember YouTube?
Yes.
That was a whole
We
thing.
got more stuff coming in. Karting says, "What's up, guys?"
What
Hello,
up?
Karting.
What
Lots of stuff
up?
going up as we're talking
Just
about.
try to raise the roof.
I did a little bit.
A person says, even though school has gotten in the way this time, I still thank you for making everyone else happy. School is important. School
Yes.
is awesome.
And education
Study
is
hard.
fundamental.
Yes.
Good luck to you.
Reading.
Arithmetic.
Sophia says, I'm going to miss you. Last day of New York Comic Con, and also I have a camera exam tomorrow.
What?
A camera
A
exam.
camera exam? Like they're examining your camera or you're taking a test on cameras? Either way, good luck.
Who knows?
How do they work? Tell us.
Comic Book Bros asks
No?
if this poster, this concept art poster for Marvel's Daredevil exclusively on Netflix, is exclusive to this convention. I don't know if that necessarily will be exclusive to this convention, but it's not like we're going to
Yeah.
put this in Hot Topics or whatever. This is just going to be
Although,
available right now. I mean, we should. Look
maybe.
at black and red. That's the jam
Yeah,
right there.
that's what the kids like.
Yeah. A person says, also, I had a pizza party yesterday, which
Oh,
is
good for you.
awesome.
That is awesome.
Pizza
Congratulations.
parties are the best parties.
I can't eat pizza.
Was that
Yeah.
from Book It? Did you guys ever have Book It?
What?
Pizza parties?
No.
You read books and they give you free pizza. The end.
Oh, Lorraine,
Huh.
you were so cool.
Yeah.
I was great.
are.
At
Sophia
reading.
also says, nice work with Spidey and Hulk. They
very
they were like
creative
this when we
today.
got here. This
Yeah, I
morning.
didn't. Who did that?
Hulk is doing some hardcore push-ups with Rhino, helping him out
Yeah.
Also
with a little
only
resistance.
one foot off the ground, so he's working his lower body as well as
His
upper body.
glutes,
Yeah,
which
toning
is your
those
butt.
toning those glutes.
Yeah,
To quote DDP, that means your butt.
your butt. That's it. That's all we got right now.
That's all we got for now. Lorraine, you went through all the guests.
I went
and
through the
we
guests.
talked about everything. Well, I guess we're done here.
Yeah.
No,
Have
no.
a great night,
No.
guys. Stay tuned to television
Yeah.
for
Yeah, what's
programs
coming
to
up?
watch.
What's coming up on TV tonight?
What's Sunday?
It's Sunday. I'm gonna watch Once Upon a Time on ABC.
Is that
It's with the show.
with the
Oh,
Frozen?
yeah,
No,
yeah.
we're not talking about that.
No.
That's not something we
No.
would ever talk
I'm
about
trying
on
to.
here.
No, I'm
But-
yeah. Once Upon a Time's been great. They got
Yeah.
Frozen
Frozen?
characters on there.
It's
That's
just like
cool.
watching Frozen, but
Do
different.
they sing?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
But
fingers crossed.
and they had rock trolls, which was cool.
They did have rock trolls. One was voiced by one of your Lord of the Rings guys, the little dwarf,
Your ones.
the dwarf guy
One of
with
yours.
the beard.
Um,
with the beard.
From Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Reese.
John Rhys Davies.
Reese
John Rhys Davies. John Rhys
Witherspoon.
Davies. John Rhys Davies.
John Reese Witherspoon Davies was on Once
Yeah.
Upon a Time. So send us all your Once Upon a Time questions.
Yeah, we'll answer
using
all
the
of them.
hashtag This Week in Marvel and pick up the original graphic novel we did like a year and a half ago. I know Revenge is on tonight. That's another one of ours. Emily Van Camp's hosting Pulp to Pop.
Marvel 75 years from
Yep.
Pulp to Pop.
That's gonna be
Yeah.
big. What date's that coming up, John Sterling?
November 4th,
November
9 p.m.
November 4th, 9 p.m. in the usual Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. time slot.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Segway Mania right now.
I know, and we have a new episode of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Tuesday at 9 p.m. We got to talk to Clark Gregg this week,
Yep.
which was really awesome. He gave us some gentle hints at what is to come. So that's really exciting
Well,
as well.
the-
And you can see that on our YouTube as well, our
Well-
YouTube.
Will there be a new episode of Marvel's The Watcher this week?
There will not be a
Wow,
new
what
episode
a
on
disappointment.
Wednesday.
What a letdown.
Wow.
Oh, I totally didn't know that when I asked you the question.
Oh.
I like to disappoint
Yep.
with gusto.
There will be a new Marvel Superheroes What The Filling the Void.
Oh,
That
well,
you
that's
left.
And a
good.
2-hour-long episode of This Week in Marvel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Get ready for that tomorrow.
Yeah. Sophia clarifies. She says that her camera thing is a video camera handling test, and also
Ooh.
knowing all the buttons and stuff.
Ooh, cool.
Ooh.
Right.
Yeah.
We can use her next year.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
we could
Come be
badly
an
use
intern.
Yep. Karting wants to know where we got this Iron Man helmet. It was purchased at Marvel.
you. Yep.
Has
I'm
no
sure
one-
someone else can buy it somewhere.
I have a question for you, Internet. Has no one noticed that Ryan has been brandishing a sword for like the last 10 minutes?
I think at this point, society's used to it.
Yeah.
Seems-
If I'm not having a sword, then
Seems-
no one's having
it
a sword.
seems natural. Ryan, how many years in a row have you bought swords at New York Comic Con?
3.
3 years and running.
Yeah.
True or false? Didn't you buy like brass knuckles with knives attached
Yeah,
last
No,
year?
no.
Was that what it was?
It is
It's
a
a
knife
within a knife.
with spikes on the handle in
Yeah.
a brass knuckle fashion with another smaller knife,
Yeah.
like a baby inside of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Like
that
a
seem...
knife baby.
If you get disarmed by one of your knives, you've still got the backup knife, so you can, get the guy on the rebound.
I don't
Yeah.
want to be critical, but isn't that gilding the lily just a little bit?
Yeah, well, you know what? It's fine.
I mean, who could have enough knives on one's fist?
I don't know.
Not me.
I don't know.
Knives aplenty.
But
yeah.
seriously,
No.
guys, swords are no laughing matter.
True, true.
Do not play with them like Ryan is.
We've got more stuff coming in. Ginny Balfour says, "Hi guys, any secrets
Hey.
today?"
Where's Ginny Balfour been?
I know, right? Well, she
Aw.
says my Wi-Fi is finally fixed.
Hey,
Yay!
welcome back.
Back.
We still got plenty for you today, Ginny.
Yeah. What else we got? Comic Book Bro says, "Go give the peeps over on Marvel Live some questions. They will answer them all," and then gives a
Aw,
little
thanks.
shout out to us. Comic Book Bros. The URL is marvel.com/NYCC2014 if
Yes.
you want to spread that around, and we
Yeah,
thank you
that's where
very
you
much.
can find not only this feed, but all of our live blogs, all
Yep.
of our photos, the schedule for today, all that good stuff. So if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on ABC News, continue watching there, but also pop over to marvel.com/NYCC2014 to get some additional info.
Oh, and you can also watch those live blogs happen in text form live on that site as well. Old school dot style, like
Yep.
Morse code,
Yep.
like Ben Morse code.
That's right. That my Uncle Samuel Morse invented.
Oh, you know what? We had another announcement earlier in the week that we haven't mentioned, which was Marvel Unlimited is adding original graphic novels. We have some new graphic novels coming
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
on that app right now.
Ant-Man Season 1, Daredevil Season 1, and also Doctor Strange Season 1 are now available on Marvel Unlimited.
Ant-Man and what was the other one?
Daredevil.
Daredevil.
And Doctor
And
Strange.
Doctor
Doctor
season one.
Strange. It's almost like we chose these three very
Yeah,
specifically.
well, TV, movie, and
Just
ma-
cool
And just
cool
fun.
guy
And
with a great
magic.
mustache.
And magic.
Yeah.
Guys, also, we have a webcam going on at the booth that you can check out.
That's
John,
on
where can they check that out?
abc.com.
That's exclusive on ABC. It's exclusively on abcnews.com. So that is another. If you're watching on our site, or if you're watching on YouTube, if you want to get another angle of the con,
You can listen to us
Yeah.
and see what's going on at the booth.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Pretty great.
Pretty cool.
Jason Latour says, "Great costumes.
Jason Latour.
You look just like the host of Good Morning Comic Con, but funnier."
Oh! I didn't get it.
Fired.
I didn't get it.
I don't
Adam
know.
McDonald says, "If I was in New York, I would love to go to this," and tunes into our feed. So
Oh,
thanks, Adam. We wish
thanks.
you were here.
It's way better just watching us.
Yeah. Anxious Mango, this is my favorite comment, says, in all caps, "I love this feed, perfectly awkward, heart symbol."
Yeah.
Yeah, we
We
are
like to
wonderfully
bring it.
awkward together.
We are what we are.
Hey guys, I have a question for you.
For us.
Yeah, for you guys.
Okay.
What has been your favorite moment so far of New York Comic Con if you had to pick? Because we usually do this recap
Oh, yeah,
where we
yeah, yeah.
say
My
what our favorite moment
contest
is.
of champions moment of the convention.
Yes.
Yeah. Pick your darlings.
Ooh, that's-
Well, I
that-
really liked, you know what it was. It was interviewing Fabian Nicieza and Kurt Busiek. That
Yep.
was so cool for me. I really, really enjoyed that. And also being on the House of Ideas panel that Ryan moderated. He did such a good job moderating. I really enjoyed being on that.
I think mine might be from yesterday. Mark Bagley and I were talking about the death of Ultimate Spider-Man and when he drew that and how he used his granddaughter as the reference for the little
Right.
girl in the crowd. that's like asks Aunt May if she wants a
Yeah.
hug, and she was smiling like a goof, and they couldn't get her to not smile and to look solemn, so her mom said, "We're going to cancel your birthday," and she went, and that became the picture reference.
Amazing.
Parenting 101.
Yeah. I don't know. I forget everything we've done.
Yeah.
And
So it's
every-
got to be
everyone-
something from this morning.
Friends asked me last night, so who'd you talk to today? I was like,
Amnesia.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I honestly, not even being a goof, I don't remember anything. Like, I remember walking around a little bit, being in a couple panels. It's been a blast. The whole thing is my moment.
Maybe you should see someone about that?
We'll agree to disagree.
Okay. Well,
I-
I can
I
remember
do
this
think
anyways.
there's a lot of visual stimuli happening at New York
Right.
Comic Con, and when you have so many people coming in rapid fire,
Oh,
it
yeah.
really does just fly by.
Just the
It's
visual
a little
stimuli
crazy.
standing right in front of me. I mean, come on, look at that
I mean,
stimuli.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh,
Cameraman
oh my-
Rich Herrera, everyone. He's dancing. You can't see it.
It's a gentle dance.
Check out our webcam.
Alvaro,
Not that.
Alvaro Nuno Munoz asks a question about some movie stuff. Again, we ain't talking about no
Yeah,
movie
let's
stuff.
get this started early.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys missed it. We actually talked about all that movie stuff.
Oh, right,
Oh, right,
after.
right, right.
After.
After
That-
we went off the air last
That was
night.
on the
fun.
special Marvel Live Plus feed that you can only have access to if you have gold access. So,
Yeah.
Access to actual gold.
yeah.
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 Would send us
Contact John.
ingots.
Contact John Cirilli. Send him
bar of
$1,000
gold.
in doubloons.
That's
and,
not that much. You need to up it up.
You find some doubloons.
No, just get a-
You find
like a brick
doubloons
of
in this
gold.
day and age.
Yeah, but gold is pretty expensive
I don't know.
per ounce.
I don't have any gold.
That stuff is, like a
It's on
little.
the rise.
It's
Uh,
like you're talking to a horse.
Ethan Q asks, "Are we Shield or Hydra?"
AIM.
Ooh.
Playing both sides.
Ryan Edwards wants to know what Hulk and Spider-Man are doing. The less you know, the better off you
Oh
are.
yeah, just make it up. It's like, remember Create Your Own Story? Right? Or
yeah.
What was it? Create Your Own Adventure?
choose your own adventure. You got
Choose your
there.
own- Create Your Own Story. That's my off-brand version of Choose Your Own Adventure that I'll be writing. do that with the Hulk and Spider-Man.
A person asked, "Whatever happened to Tamara?" So
Oh,
Tamara
she was
Krinsky,
so nice.
Krinsky,
Yeah.
is our amazing host. She does our red carpets for us. She does some special events, but she's based in LA.
Right.
We're in New York. We
We
don't
see-
have a private jet.
Yeah.
She
So
just did Shield interviews that they can see on YouTube.
Just did
watch
Shield
on the
interviews.
YouTube
Yeah.
and see Shield interviews by Tamara.
She's roaming the floor right now, getting us interviews. We should have plenty
Who asked
by the
that,
end of the
Tamara?
interview.
Yeah. No, one of our regular viewers.
Aw.
Excellent.
Jenna's Avocado
That's
asks if we're excited for Agent Carter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You
Oh, I'm
kidding me?
so
Yeah.
Love
excited.
that character, love that cast. It's gonna be rad.
We showed the first footage this weekend with Howard Stark in it. The
Oh.
first appearance of Edwin Jarvis, the actual Stark butler.
Cool.
who
How nice for you
inspired-
that you got to see that.
Yeah, I may actually be seeing it twice today.
That's cool.
Twice and once today.
Science
cool.
Lorraine and I'll be here.
Yeah. So ha 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 ha. What else?
But
do we get?
it was really exciting out on the floor. I did see quite a few Peggy Carters
Mm-hmm.
dressed up. So I know that people are going to be really excited for the show.
Yes.
Guys, coming up, we got interviews, we got panels, we got all sorts of stuff. And our first guest coming up at about 11 Eastern Time is going to be G. Willow Wilson, the writer of Miss Marvel. Start sending us your questions now using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. Actually, you know what? Probably wait, because we won't see them. I don't know why I always say that. I'm not going to scroll that far down. Just wait.
Karting.
This has all been a lie.
Karting wants to see an Iron Man, Spider-Man Choose Your Own Adventure comic. So
Yeah.
Create
Yeah.
your
Create
own
your own story.
Create your own story comic. Thank you, please.
Please.
Comic
Rights
Book
reserved.
Bros was so excited about Daredevil yesterday. Started
Aw.
reading Man Without Fear.
Oh, cool. It's so good.
So good.
One of my, probably my, no. It's
Yeah.
one of my favorite Daredevil stories.
Robert, RCS_T, asks, what are you looking for in the upcoming Daredevil show? Is there something from the books you really want to see? That's a question that is very cleverly done
Very
to
clever.
try to pull
Very
information
clever.
out from us, but you ain't getting nothing.
I'm
Yeah.
excited to see the show.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
excited to
I'm
see.
going to watch it on Netflix.
I'm excited,
tomorrow.
I'm excited to see the acting and the action
Mm-hmm.
and the visuals and the dialogue.
First
And-
interviews with the cast up on Marvel's YouTube.
Yeah.
The first interviews with the cast are up on our Marvel YouTube right now.
Yeah.
Our Marvel YouTube.
Narvel
YouTube.
Yotub.
Yup tub.
Also, something that's going to be fun about Netflix is that we all know Netflix releases shows so you can watch them all in one awesome,
Yes,
gluttonous
it's called binge watching.
binge watch. Yeah,
Yes,
so I'm
it's a
really
term.
looking forward to that.
Guys, we got 1 minute left before we take you to some cool footage of other stuff we've been doing throughout the weekend. Reminder, we'll be coming back with G. Willow Wilson, the writer of Miss Marvel, and of course, you can keep interacting with us using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. I was just kidding before. We do read everything.
And we do love you.
Yeah,
We couldn't do this without you guys. You guys are the best.
Yeah.
it's true. We'd have a lot of dead air, and it would be terrible.
It'd be really weird.
Yeah,
Or
or weirder than this.
Alvaro Nuno Munoz
This is not
like
going to
is
go well.
just
Yep.
hammering this point home, asking about things that we're not going to be able to talk about.
Mhm.
Wants to know of certain actors cameo in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know, man. Chill. Who knows? We'll see.
Chill, baby.
Maybe not. Probably not. I
15
don't know.
seconds.
Yeah.
You guys will be back really soon. Stick around for more panels and awesome footage exclusively here at Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014. Brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. See you soon, you guys. Hey, Marvelites, it's Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, and I'm here at New York Comic Con 2014 at Diamond Select with Zach Oat. How is the con going for you?
It's going great. It's been real busy, but a lot of people coming out of the booth looking at our stuff, so I'm just I'm thrilled to be here and thrilled to talk to everybody.
Awesome. Well, we have some really awesome toys that some are out now, some are coming in 2015. Can you tell us a little bit about these guys? They look familiar.
Yeah, we're about to roll out our classic retro style figures, which are based on the 1970s Mego figures. So the first set coming out is going to be Spider-Man, but and then Captain America, and we just unveiled the next set, which is going to be Wolverine. Here you can see our two different Wolverines. We're going to have a more classic 70s style Wolverine with kind of a removable mask, and then he'll come with an additional head and costumes to make a more realistic brown costume Wolverine. And then there will also be a costume for Logan. You can see right here with his leather jacket. So that's going to be next, and then after Wolverine, it's going to be Thor. This is all starting this fall and then moving into 2015. Spider-Man will come first, though.
And I'm really excited. I love Mini-Mates, and you guys have a ton. Can you tell me about these new Mini-Mates?
We just put out Series 59, which is, we've been doing this for a long time. All new X-Men. It's all the new classic, the old teenage X-Men team in the present day with their new jumpsuits.
Which you guys might know from Brian Michael Bendis' run on All New X-Men.
Yes, Brian Michael Bendis series. So those are out now. They're 2-packs, all the different X-Men plus the Sentinel. And we just unveiled Series 60, which is the classic X-Men team from around Uncanny X-Men number 275, the Strike Force team when they were traveling through space. So you got Storm and Wolverine and Banshee and Jubilee, but each of them come with interchangeable parts so you can create a different look or a different X-Men altogether. So Wolverine can become Forge, Storm can become Psylocke, and Banshee can become Gambit, and then Psylocke has interchangeable hair. And each one of them comes in a 2-pack with a member of the Brotherhood. So you have Blob, Avalanche, Pyro, and Destiny. And each of them have some different parts, so you can do different looks as well.
Wow. I have to say the sculpting on the villains in particular are that's really fantastic.
The designers do a great job, like trying to translate a realistic human form to a 2-inch scale, and then our sculptors manage to knock it out of the park every time. So we're pretty happy about that. We're putting out a really cool set with our Infinity box set. This is going to be exclusively at Toys R Us. This was voted on by the fans. They decided who was going to be in this set from a series of choices. And the two guys who didn't make it in, Ronan and Iron Man, will be in a 2-pack down the road. But this set will have Thanos, his son Thane, a spacesuit Captain America, and Armored Hulk, just like you saw in the Infinity miniseries. So this will be out this fall, just within a month or so at Toys R Us exclusively.
And of course, that was out, I believe, last spring, the Infinity series through Marvel Comics. So if you were a fan of that series, definitely pick up those Mini-Mates. And we also have some other cool toys, some larger figures. If we could check those out.
These are our Marvel Select action figures, the 7-inch scale. This is our Carnage. You may remember our classic Venom figure that we put out. This is by the same sculptor, Gene St. Jean. He's going to come with a lot of interchangeable parts, a couple interchangeable heads, Cletus Cassidy, and then a head from the Carnage vs. Venom series. And you'll be able to switch out these axe and spear hands for clawed hands. And also some of these tendrils will be actually wire posable, so you can actually have them wrapping around things and whipping around in different directions. And he's going to be coming out in early 2015, around the same time if you want to come down here.
The painting on that is also really clean and really fantastic. And actually, we were on Marvel Live yesterday, and we had a ton of people asking questions about this Cable, and we weren't able to see him then, but I'm excited that we can check him out now.
Yeah, we're very excited about the response to Cable. Has been fantastic. He's just one of those characters that everybody loves. He's ever since he debuted in the '90s, he's been such a fan favorite. And that's just
Thank you. Oh, it's a prototype, so we're going to be very careful. We'll look forward to this guy coming out in 2015. See if we can just grab a hold of him.
You can see him here. He's got all the pouches, all the guns, all the bullets. He has a couple different pistols. He's got one in the small of his back here that you can see. And this gun here mounts onto his shoulder, or he can hold it in his hand. And he also comes with a big rifle that is sitting on a shelf down there. But we wanted to very much capture everything that was cool about him from the 90s, but also make him just as cool as he is nowadays. He's always got those big shoulder pads on, so we just had to make him like that. And his base, you can see a little bit of strife armor down there, which is pretty cool.
That's a really beautiful figure. I know people are going to be really excited about that. And you guys do all kinds of really cool other stuff as well. I know you guys are making a foray into gel molds, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, we've been doing these silicone trays for ice cubes or chocolate. This is Deadpool. You got 6 different Deadpool faces and 2 Deadpool logos, and then 6 different Avengers logos on the Avengers tray. And this is our first marble gelatin mold, which is the Spider-Man. You can see it's a nice big gelatin mold with these. I'll hold it a little bit like that in the fridge, fill it up, instant jiggly Spider-Man head.
I love this Deadpool mold because not only do you get his normal Merc mask, but you also get his kind of jacked up regular face.
Lumpy face Deadpool and mask.
Good old lumpy face. Oh, that's awesome. I can't wait.
I have a couple other things I wanted to show you actually that actually aren't even ours, but Diamond Comic Distributors is going to be sending them to comic shops and specialty stores later on this year. They're just a pair of vinyl banks. This one's obviously the Infinity Gauntlet. You can see it's got an opening on the bottom and a coin slot in the top there, and a Rocket Raccoon. You can see here again, coin slot on the back and an opening in the bottom. And these are just early paint samples, but these are going to be out in stores, I believe, later this year, early 2015. These are by Monogram, but they're going to be distributed by Diamond Comics, 2 comic shops. So keep an eye out for these. These are 2 of the cooler banks I've seen.
I'm just going to borrow this Infinity Gauntlet because it makes me feel very powerful. Where can they find Diamond Select online and beyond?
DiamondSelectToys.com is our main site. We also have a shop there if you have trouble finding stuff. Facebook, we're Diamond Select Toys. Twitter and Instagram, we're CollectDST. And you can find our stuff at any comic shop. Just go to comicshoplocator.com and you can find a place that's able to get in our product for sale.
Go over and check out Diamond Select. You guys have tons of toys that aren't even here, and they're really so high quality and really great. We love you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back on Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. Stick around, guys.
Welcome. My name's Bill Roseman.
Thank you very much.
I was lucky enough about, 7 years ago. I was working in DC at the time, and Joe Quesada called me up, said, "Hey, Bill, you want to come back over?" And so I did. I came back, and at our meeting, I asked, "Well, what books do you want me to edit?" And a big smile got on his face, and he said, "I want you to edit the cosmic books." And at the time, when I was at DC, I was reading the Marvel books still. And one of my favorite series that was coming out at the time was Annihilation. And I loved what they did in Annihilation. Because they reminded people just how awesome all of the cosmic characters are. They didn't really change them. They just gave them a good platform, put the best talent on it, and let the creators cut loose. And I was lucky enough to work with Mr. Andy Lanning and Dan Abnett for, a good 5 years on both Nova and Guardians of the Galaxy. And and the events like Conquest and War of Kings and the Thanos Imperative. And they were awesome. And when we saw our first bit of concept art for the Guardians of the Galaxy movie, all of us were expecting, the original Guardians. And when we saw it and we said, "There's our raccoon in our tree." And we said, "Yes, now the world will know how awesome these characters are. So, I am honored and very happy to be here to moderate this panel. We're going to take you through the history of Marvel Cosmic. And we have a stellar panel. So let me introduce some of them. Let's see. Well, Andy Lanning, I've worked with for over 5 years.
At least, yeah.
And came to know him not just as an awesome writer, but as a friend. And we went through the cosmic trenches together. And he delivered again and again and again. And a lot of what you saw up there on the screen, I believe, was inspired very much by a lot of the work that Andy did on Guardians.
Thank you, Bill. The check's in the post.
That's right. So next, and we've never met.
Doug.
Doug,
Doug,
Bill.
all right.
Yeah.
Wow. Such a fan of Doug Moench's work. A lot of my favorite books and a lot of my favorite characters came from his pencil. Doug is a notable writer, most known for his Batman work. And he was the creator of such characters as Black Mask and Bane and Moon Knight and a sort of cosmic character, Deathlock. And we'll talk about his run also on Captain Marvel and a cosmic-y book, Fantastic Four, and as well as his work in Marvel Premiere, including Seeker 3000. Hunt that down. It was a cool book, and Star-Lord. So, Doug Moench. Next, we have Mr. Jerry Duggan, known for his work on Deadpool and new writer of Hulk, and of course, current writer of the new Nova series.
Hi, guys.
And last but certainly not least, a writer and artist with a career dating back, wow, to the early 70s. I think he, what's that?
Old man.
No way. Classic, a classic man. Best known perhaps for his Cosmic Tales, revamping some such characters as Captain Marvel and Adam Warlock, and either creating or co-creating characters like Shang-Chi, Drax the Destroyer, Gamora, and a little guy called Thanos. So, well, hello, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us.
I guess to start things going, I guess we can, if you'd like, we can go down the line and kind of talk about some of your favorite memories working on Cosmic. And now we have the legendary Al Milgrom.
Hi.
Al has been a writer, penciler, inker, and editor. He had a 10-year run as an editor of Marvel Fanfare. And he was a writer, penciler, and inker on Peter Parker, The Spectacular Spider-Man. He had a long stint as the inker on X Factor. But the Cosmic fans may know him as from his run as penciler on Captain Marvel. And he penciled Guardians of the Galaxy stories that were in Marvel Presents, which were written by Steve Gerber and Roger Stern. Al Milgrom. So we basically have here assembled luminaries through which I think most of the cosmic characters that we all know and love came directly from them. So I think this is, as a cosmic fan myself, it's just what a rare and awesome opportunity to share some stories. And I think maybe once we go down the line and we'll talk briefly about some of our favorite cosmic memories and the books you've worked on, then we'll open it up to Q&A, and you'll have a chance to ask whatever you want about any of the Marvel cosmic characters or books throughout the year. And especially we can talk about Guardians, Nova, Surfer, Warlock, Thanos, you name it.
You should start with Starlin, because he created the cosmic character.
Actually,
He started it, he invented it.
I agree.
I think Al Milgrom was his inker at the time.
I think Jack Kirby had a little something to do with it.
Well, you know
Stan and
what
Jack.
I mean. The modern version of the cosmic stuff was pretty much you, with Warlock.
I brought an acid tinge to it.
Exactly.
What's interesting about cosmic, I think, with any genre, is as each decade goes by, the creators approach it from their point of view. You know, they look at the stories that they've enjoyed, but you know, each creator wants to put their own stamp and, you know, use any genre to talk about their experiences, to talk about the world, and to look ahead at what they think the world can be. So Jim, when you were approaching and or inventing characters such as Warlock and Thanos and Gamora, what was your intention? What was your goal with these characters and stories?
On just about every one of those things you mentioned, the motivation was to try and bring a book that was dying back to life. Captain Marvel they gave to me with the warning that I might not get through the first issue before it's canceled. Warlock got canceled very quickly in its first run, and everybody fought me not to do that one, but I said, this is the guy I think I'd like to draw. You know, a nice Gil Kane outfit and all that.
Right.
And then the Silver Surfer, which led into the Infinity Gauntlet and all the other ones, that was on its last legs also, and they just sort of brought me in and said, would you like to try and save this book too? So I don't usually come back to do anything at Marvel but Thanos stories. They may look like Captain Marvel or Warlock or Silver Surfer, but they're really just Thanos stories, and everything just sort of springs off from him.
And what intrigues you the most or fascinates you with Thanos? Why do you like to come back again and again, and what compels you to tell these Thanos stories? What is it about him, do you think?
He does the things that I wouldn't dare do because my cat would be horrified by the way I treat it. He's just a vent for all the darkness that everybody, if they are honest with themselves, has in it. He relishes it, and he dives into it feet first.
Al, can you talk a bit about your run on Captain Marvel and your Guardians of the Galaxy stories? What were some of your favorite moments of those runs?
Well, I mean, I had actually inked Jim, obviously, on a few issues of Captain Marvel. Not as many as people seem to remember.
We had a different inker every month.
Yeah, you did kind of. Well, I think I did maybe 4.5 issues of Captain Marvel over you. I think something like that. But, at the time I was really just starting out. Jim and I more or less grew up together. I mean, we went to middle school and high school together. And it was very humbling for me because I'd always been considered like kind of one of the good artists of my group. And then I met Jim, and his stuff was so far ahead of mine, I just said, well, maybe I can ink him. So, and I did, ultimately. But,
And
Jim...
ink him wonderfully.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. And, Jim was already sort of ensconced at Marvel and doing some work. I was doing backgrounds for Murphy Anderson, who was a long-time, really fine old professional. Not old, he was 45. He's young now, that I think of it. So Jim came over and did a story for DC. It was the Grey Mouser, I believe, for their briefly, short-lived swords and sorcery thing. And he said, look, I set it up so you can ink it. And I said, great. And so I inked that, and then he apparently took copies back over to Marvel and showed it around. And the next thing I know, he said, do you want to ink Captain Marvel over me? I said, great. So I thought it was very funny at the time because Marvel's production guy, John Verpoorten, he had to be the most harried guy in the world because nobody was making their deadlines at Marvel at the time. They kept expanding and expanding. They didn't have enough writers or artists to go around. So Jim drags me into his office. He says, John, this is Al Milgrom. He's going to be inking Captain Marvel from now on. And John kind of looked up at me. He was a big, heavy guy, had a pipe, and he looks at me and he goes, And I said, apparently I have the job, Appreciate the interview. So I started inking Jim, and then, I started getting some other work, inking other guys. And then when Jim decided to leave Captain Marvel, I had just brought in some samples to show Roy Thomas, and he said, well, Jim's leaving the book. Do you want to take it over? And I said, sure, great. And it was a good start for me because it was a bi-monthly, which meant I didn't have to produce, as many pages and I might have a chance of making a deadline. And they hooked me up with Steve Englehart as the writer, who, we were all buddies. We used to hang around together. We used to misbehave together. And Steve had a very unique point of view. He was a good writer, and he did interesting stuff of his own. So, and I'm not much of a writer, so I was glad that part of the job wasn't something I had to deal with. And so I started in drawing the first plot that Steve gave me, and I immediately missed the deadline, and they put in a reprint. So much for the bi-monthly helping.
And I had to draw one page of that reprint.
Did you really? Yeah. You had to do a framing sequence or some framing page.
Well, you talked me into it.
Oh, did I? Well, I'm glad, son. Yeah, good. So anyway, but after that, I was actually fairly reliable, and I got more reliable as I got faster, older, better, whatever. But I just had a great time doing that book. I mean, listen, with most of us in comics, maybe all of us, it's not something you fall into. It's something we grew up loving and really wanting to do. So getting to do your own book for Marvel Comics or DC Comics, it's just a tremendous thrill. And so, but unfortunately you don't have much time to sit there and go, wow, isn't this swell? I feel great. No, you got to bend over the drawing board and start producing stuff. So, Steve came up with some really interesting and wacky ideas. I think we did that. What was that? We did one issue that was a space western, and we did this, that, and the other thing. And I decided at some point that there was Marvel Comics, which was all the mainstream Marvel stuff like FF and the Avengers, Iron Man, Cap, Thor, and then there was a bunch of stuff being done by a lot of the newer, younger guys, usually not selling as well as the major books. And, they all seem to have a somewhat weird or cosmic bent to them, Captain Marvel, cosmically aware, flying around the space waves, Silver Surfer, the Guardians, Doctor Strange was cosmic in a different way. So I got it into my head to, one day I got, one of the covers of one of my books that was going out. I took the little Comics Code box, stamp that we used to be on the covers back in those days. And I very carefully took an X-Acto and I cut out the M and the S. So instead of reading Comics Code Authority, it read Cosmic Code Authority. And I thought that was a great joke, except for the fact that the production department caught it and switched it back. However, Frank Brunner then did the same thing on an issue, I think, of Doctor Strange, and it got through. So
No,
it was somebody.
Warlock.
Well, was it Warlock?
Tom Orzechowski, the letterer, did it.
Oh, he did it? Yeah. My cut and paste job was too obvious.
I never knew about you.
Oh yeah, no, it was me.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, so that was fun. And then they certainly one of the weirdest and most cosmic writers at the time was Steve Gerber, whose stuff was just totally out there. Yeah, no longer with us, unfortunately, but did some interesting, great, and bizarre things. Howard the Duck, which, better comic than a movie. But who knows, maybe he's going to be making a comeback, one of these days soon. But, we're doing The Guardians, and it starts out as it was originally created, I think, by Arnold Drake and Gene Colan, who did a one-issue thing. And then they showed up in Marvel Team Up, I think.
Team Up and 2-in-1 and Avengers.
Yeah, they were getting sprinkled around the Marvel universe, and then they decided, well, let's give them their own series, and so they tapped Steve to write it and me to draw it, and we took so long to get the first issue done that there were 2 issues of. It appeared in Marvel Presents. They didn't appear until they were supposed to be in the first issue. They appeared in issue number 3. So once again, Mr. Deadline, here I am. But Steve wasn't much better. And at one point, he's got like a cosmic frog with its tongue grabbing their ship, and there's the planet of juvenile delinquents. It looks like a scene from Grease, or I guess in those days it would have been West Side Story. And it's, and everything, it's always ending in a cliffhanger. And I said, Steve, do you have any idea where this storyline's going? And he goes, oh, no. He said, no, I never do. He says, you know what, I write it and I just have faith that, I'll come up with an ending eventually. But in the meantime, I'm stalling and I'm putting out, fun stuff. I said, okay. And I never did find out where he was going with any of the storylines because he ended up getting bogged down with other deadlines. They took him off the book and put Roger Stern on it. And Roger could write a very good, solid, concise story, and we knew where we were going, and he knew what he was doing. But even then, I was overcommitted. Jim laid out one issue for me, I believe. You don't remember that? You did. Bob Wyacek inked it. And I think Howard Chaykin laid out another issue for me, although I think he told me later that he actually had Alan Kupperberg lay it out for him. So, it was like a Russian, nesting doll. Wait, it's Milgram. No, it's Chaykin. No, Kupperberg. Okay. But I was tightening up the pencils to make it look a little consistent. And we had, a plethora of inkers. Terry Austin inked some. Pablo Marcos, I think, inked some. Bob Wyacek inked some. I would pitch in because I felt so guilty about being late with the pencils that I had to make it up in the inks, which just made the next issue's pencils later. So, but I just figured that it was this whole little area of Marvel where we weren't the big shots, but we were the new upstarts and we were doing these weird little, cosmic things. So I just had a great time doing that stuff.
Thanks for, that was fascinating to take us through the years and the creators, and it's amazing how many, creators that we would consider all-stars, Hall of Fame creators all across the line, from writers to pencilers to inkers to colorists and the editors involved. And I can tell when you pick them up, like you said, it was an opportunity for a lot of these people to do their thing, and that's what happens often. Whenever you'll see a seismic shift, whether it's Simonson on Thor or Frank Miller on Daredevil, a lot of the times they're jumping on books, or Neil Adams on X-Men, they're jumping on books that aren't selling, and they may be canceled. And so the creators say, well, hey, if it fails, that's okay, but if I have the opportunity to lift it up and to cut loose, and sometimes it's those smaller books that the creators get the opportunity to go crazy. And it's just impressive, a lot of the names you listed just then. Doug, can I ask you, you're so known for sort of your street level work. So when you make that jump to writing science fiction, how are the science fiction stories different? How are maybe the themes different, or what you're trying to say different from maybe some of your urban crime stories?
Well, I was a great reader of science fiction, so we all get typecast basically by the first books we start to do, and that doesn't mean we don't have interest in anything else. But with Star-Lord, I think it was created by Chris Claremont and John Byrne. Mm-hmm. And Chris told me once that his goal was to do a Robert Heinlein hard science Marvel character, as opposed to the more acid-tinged cosmic characters. And so when I did Star-Lord, I tried to do it in that vein. But I remember one story, and I think it sticks out in my mind because Gil Kane complimented me. He drew it. It was called Planet Story. And the planet, it was like Gaia. The planet was cosmically conscious, living entity. And but most of the other ones I tried to do a little more hard science, not like Heinlein, but closer. That's what Chris was trying to do. He understood it's still Marvel Comics. But science fiction was always a big love. I hardly read it at all anymore, and I don't understand why, but back then it was almost all I read.
Interesting. Andy, when I remember why I enjoyed working with you and Dan so much is the world you came from, kind of the 2000 AD, if you will, the UK. What I found fascinating about that is the science fiction that I was reading coming from overseas, the Judge Dredd's, it was much more grounded. Even though it had, amazing over-the-top characters like a Judge Dredd, the sci-fi was a darker sci-fi. It was a sci-fi that kind of appealed to what I liked about Blade Runner or the first two Alien movies. And also your humor. I think you brought it wasn't just all dark, it was dark punched by humor. So what were your goals? Your intentions and what were, I guess, some of your favorite moments of the run?
Well, I think one thing that's standing out here is that we're all fans of the medium we work in, and so that really, to me is what drove my interest in everything. Is I grew up reading all your stories, and it's brilliant to get to write something you actually are a fan of. It just imbues the whole thing with an extra layer of, you feel so respectful about not dropping the ball, and you realise that you're actually just playing with other people's characters, and you're trying to, be as respectful as possible to the continuity that's gone before. Particularly with what we were doing with Jim's stuff, the fact that we were able to tell a Thanos story was, to me, was the absolute high point. And I think being able to get to tell a Thanos story, like I say, is just one of the joyful things for me. But what was really, and again, with you guys, is like, with Jim saying picking up books that were dying, and it gave you a freedom to do stuff, because you didn't feel like someone was watching and micromanaging you, because it was like, oh yeah, do what you can, and it gives you that really, great creative freedom there. Right. And we know as well, because through we were asking for stuff, thinking we're never going to get that. So we'd say, can we have the Shia? And people would say, yeah, no one's doing anything with it. Yeah. We're like, okay, great.
They're on the shelf right now, yeah.
Take them down. And when we did that thing of actually getting.
Hi, welcome to World Outside Your Window, where we're celebrating 75 years of diversity at Marvel Comics. I am Daniel Ketchum. I am currently an editor in the X-Men office at Marvel. I work on books like Storm, Magneto, Uncanny Avengers, X-Men. And ever since I started at Marvel, one of the mantras that I've heard over and over is that Marvel Comics should reflect the world outside your window. Meaning that we aim to capture real-life experiences in the adventures we present on the page, as well as showing that in the makeup of our diverse cast of characters. We want our cast of characters to match the diversity of our audience. So now, obviously, with Marvel Studios getting huge and the big blockbuster films that are shown across the globe, that audience is expanding quickly. And so it seems like a perfect time to discuss diversity in comics. As I mentioned, I've only been here for a small portion of those 75 years, though. So I've got a wonderful cast of characters here to help talk about how Marvel has talked about and focused on diversity over time. So I'd love to just go down the line real quick and have each of these folks introduce themselves and maybe talk a little bit about their contributions to Marvel. Take it away, Anne.
Hello. How you doing?
I didn't know you're here.
I'm Ann Nocenti, and I was the editor of the X-Men 30 years ago. Oh my God. In case you haven't figured out, that makes me very old. Either that or I started when I was really tiny. And, well, back then we had Storm. Storm was our African-American goddess, character. And I must admit that spending many, many, many lunches, lots of lunches, Chris Claremont, you had to feed him a lot of food. So we went out to lunch constantly, and I do remember that gender, color, really, he was very easy with not really, they were all the same to him. They were all his Barbie dolls, and a few Ken dolls, but basically diversity, male, female, that kind of thing, it just happened very naturally with working with Chris because he just seemed to be a little bit gender blind, and I mean that in a good way. So, anyway, I'll move on to the next person. He was here, he was at Marvel before I was.
Well, I'd like to quickly say that Ann created Typhoid Mary and followed up Frank Miller's Daredevil run, which I think that's pretty amazing that you forgot to mention a really big thing that you did, which is very impressive. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. This is back in the day when not only were there many female creators, female editors, there were not many female creators, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, Typhoid Mary was created because I wanted to explode the idea of gender and have one female who was virginal and, kind of a man killer, and literally a man killer. So I did this thing where she had 4 different personalities, and then she had this kind of like crime board where all the different girls would write down what they had done, which sometimes was, did you screw anyone last night? Did you kill anyone last night? And so it was a very wide range of females in one female, and that was kind of my way of dealing with how at Marvel at the time you had Mrs. Fantastic, who was a really, really good lady, and then you had really evil women, and there wasn't all that much in between. So.
You're next.
I'm Don McGregor, and nobody's more surprised that I'm up here than probably you guys out there. I was at Marvel Comics during the 1970s, and I wish that I could say, as Daniel does, that Marvel was quite as open ethnically and in sexual orientation. I did a series called The Black Panther, Panther's Rage, which had the first all-black cast at Marvel Comics. I don't think I wasn't called into the office all the time on that. Where are the white people, Don? Where are the white people? And so after 2.5 years, I brought them to America and brought in the Ku Klux Klan.
There's some white people.
And then, see, and so then I was called into the editor's office again, and they said, Don, and I said, but you asked for white people. I gave you some, but there's just no satisfying people. And I also did the first interracial kiss at Marvel Comics. I don't think that wasn't a big deal. And if anybody has questions about it, we'll talk about it later. And then later on, because when I went off on my own after arguing with Marvel quite strenuously, I created Saber, and that everybody thought I was crazy because nobody thought comic book stores could support a comic book. And I thought, yeah, if you have a writer and artist that the people know and you give them something they can't get anywhere else. I never intended for it like to take over the marketplace. That wasn't, I just hoped the book would sell and be able to do something, different with it. But my experiences, Daniel, coming back in the 80s at Marvel, working with somebody like Terry Kavanagh, working with Jim Salicrup, were a completely different situation. I was able to do a story with the Panther in South Africa that was done at a time when no medium was dealing with South Africa. So there's that. Thank you.
I'm Sana Amanat. I'm an editor and Ms. Marvel, Captain Marvel, yeah. And Rocket Raccoon. I'm naming my 3 diverse titles. I have more than that. Rocket Raccoon being the most diverse, Elektra. I think. Elektra! Duh, of course. I forget how many titles I work on. But I guess, what am I supposed to say? That's it, right? Sure. I'm an editor. Guys, I make those comics. And this year has been pretty amazing and eventful, particularly because of the creation of Ms. Marvel and so much of the sort of fan feedback we've had, and the fact that the series is actually successful. Like what? That there's a Muslim American superhero that's a woman and people are actually buying the comics. 20 years ago, I don't think we thought that was possible. Hell, 10 years ago, we didn't think that was possible. So it is, and it's a lot because of you guys.
It's a very good comic.
Oh, it's also good, yes. Willow, yes, it's a good comic.
And most importantly, it's led Sana to achieve her dream of being in a Rembrandt toothpaste commercial.
Oh, yeah. I was in a commercial. Thanks for calling that out. I appreciate it. It was for being weird. I was like, I don't have perfect teeth. And then they're like, yeah, that's what we want. So, yeah, it's pretty nerdy. Sorry, guys. know.
Perfect to me.
Oh, thanks.
I'm Kurt Busiek. For Marvel, I've written The Avengers, Iron Man. I co-created the Thunderbolts. I did a series called Marvels, various other stuff over the years. When I started writing at Marvel in 1982, and my first regular assignment was Power Man and Iron Fist, so that was the diversity at Marvel at the time. There was a story around then. Actually, there were a couple of stories almost back to back where a villain came through Washington, D.C. and put a serum in the water that turned everybody into serpent people. And then shortly thereafter, some other villain put a serum in the water that turned everybody in Washington, D.C. into werewolves. And I joked to people that the week before that, somebody had obviously come through Washington, D.C., put a serum in the water that turned everybody into white people, because Marvel's Washington, D.C. did not look like Washington, D.C. But since then, since the 80s, things have changed in a pretty big way. When I was working on the various books I've done, if I had to create a new character, kind of the operating rule was, this character doesn't need to be a white guy, does he? Because the Marvel Universe has been overpopulated with white guys since 1939. If you want to tell a story about a white guy, there are so many opportunities already existing, but building up a cast of women, of minorities, of different viewpoints, that's something that's been being done probably from about 1966 and the creation of the Black Panther, very slowly building more and more, and nowadays you see a much more diverse Marvel Universe than you did back when I was a kid.
Okay. So I'm Marie Javins, and right now I write the art of books and co-edit the prose novels at Marvel and some other things. But most recently I was the editor-in-chief of the 99 in Kuwait, which is a multinational superhero team. But at Marvel, back in the day, from 1988 to 2000, I was an editor and a colorist. As an editor, I worked on things like Akira and Mobius, the sort of international branding, and also Typhoid.
Typhoid!
And as a colorist, wow, we could talk about that for hours, because that was a transitional time. And now you can use any colors, but back when I first started, you guys probably remember from old comics some pretty embarrassing representations of Asians, Native Americans, African Americans. And that was because we had only, maybe 50 colors we could choose from. So you probably remember orange people, It was really embarrassing looking back at it now, but it wasn't because we didn't know that people were not orange. So,
and now we've got John Boehner.
And now we do have orange people, so there you go. That's it.
I'm Kelly Sue DeConnick. I write Captain Marvel, bringing the diversity of tall, blonde, blue-eyed white women into... yeah. Hi.
That was great.
I'm Kieran Gillen. I've been working at Marvel since 2009, I think. I think that's right. Maybe 2008. I've written a bunch of stuff relevant. Generation Hope, Uncanny X-Men. Probably most relevant would be Young Avengers, which is all queer super team with a token straight member. And that's kind of probably what the most is. That's probably the most of everything, I think. And I'm running out of sentences to speak, so I'll be quiet for a while. Thank you.
He's here representing British people.
I'm here. I'm here representing my notes. I'm here representing mumbly people. So you cannot enunciate clearly.
Angela.
Oh, I don't know. Did he say it? So hi. I think for me, the most exciting thing about this panel is that it doesn't just have to be us talking at you, because there are a lot of things that I actually don't know myself. I mean, I've never met some of these panelists before, and I'm super excited to hear about the fact that, as I mentioned, right now, diversity is such a huge topic in comics. This question of not just the inclusion of women in comics, but all sorts of other groups of people. So I guess my question would be, to start off, looking back, and we've sort of touched upon this already, so maybe, Dom or Kurt could speak to this. What have the attitudes been toward trying to include more than just white folks in comics? Has there always been an aim to do so? Has there ever been an editorial mandate one way or the other? I'd just like to get some context and some history.
Do you want to start?
I don't think there was ever, I don't remember an editorial mandate, but I do think that, you do write what you know. And for me, it was just easier to write white females, white Italian females. So, it's sometimes I think some of this comes from how comfortable are you writing something that isn't yourself. It's much easier to speak from who you are. So I think that to a certain amount of this, some of this is just kind of natural. At the time we had Ron Wilson, who was an African-American writer that did a thing for me called Super Boxers, and it just, that's what his world was, that's what he knew, he was a boxer, and I think some of this just comes out naturally. It's not like there's a meeting where we say, we have to have more diversity. So I think it's actually happening quite naturally. And it's not just gender and race, but it's also politics. I remember I did a story once where, this is maybe going to sound really controversial, but I did a Daredevil story once where there was this nasty, military guy who kept calling this little kid a faggot. And then I got so many letters saying that I was homophobic. And I had to write all these letters explaining, no, that dude was. So, there's it's race, it's politics, it's gender, it's a lot of stuff, but I think that what's happening now is happening kind of naturally because more voices are being brought into comics, which I think is better than trying to force it, and have writers writing about something that they don't really know. So, I don't know, maybe that was stupid. You say something smarter now.
Thanks a lot, Anne. I'm not noted for that. In the 70s, it was definitely a different mindset and attitude. Black artists were normally only given black titles. Women writers were normally only given characters that were like when they experimented with doing female characters, then they would use women writers, but for some reason they thought that women couldn't write anything else. When I started doing the Black Panther and doing Panther's Rage, I had two characters set up, Wakabi and Taku, to be gay. And if anybody has looked at those books and the works, they know that with Killraven, I did the same thing with Mashula and Camilla Frost. Every issue there was a scene where they got to talk to each other. They just had a moment that was intimate between the two of them. I had Nardis threaten, go to the editor. Didn't come to me, went to the editor and threatened to quit the book if I was going to do an interracial relationship between these two. I knew it was way too early for me to even try it. And then if in 1974 you do try something like that and you're told you can't do it, and the editors tell you can't do it, then it's an act of defiance if you try it, and it's not going to reach reality anyhow. They will stop it before it can get out to you. So then I had to figure out a way to do it. Later on, with Saber, I was able to introduce the first male gay supporting cast characters in mass-produced comics. Why did I do it? I had gay friends. Craig Russell is gay. My friends, a lot of my friends were gay. When I first came to New York City, I was living in Harlem, in Spanish Harlem. These are the places where I met people who knew what I loved and what I was passionate about. And that was comics, and that was movies, and that was television. All the entertainment things that we had. later on, that meant I could take, once I was on my own, I could take Detectives Incorporated. We could do, I did the first lesbian characters, and I had a woman actually write and say that she decided not to kill herself because of that book. That's what a writer lives for. Another person with the South Africa stuff said, you know, I'm a racist, but I decided maybe I'm wrong. I should rethink this. And in '85, I was going to do a story about the bombing of abortion clinics. But I got a chance to do a film version. I said, well, I'm not going to have the money to go around blowing up buildings, so what do I want to write about? And then I saw statistics on domestic violence in this country. And I know it's all just coming to the fore now, but everything that I wrote in that book was, I researched it endlessly to make sure that I had all the statistics and just talking with men and women who had been through these kind of situations, and then to try to get it into comics. Because I think comics is a great medium to tell any kind of story with any kind of character. And every time they told me no, my thought was, if you're saying your bottom line is green, and I'm sorry, the company's bottom line is green, then why would you want to alienate all these other people who love comics and want to read comics and not include them in the books?
It's true.
But I'm calmer about it these days.
Don was talking about how in the 70s, if you tried to do this sort of thing, you would be told not to. In the 80s, if you tried to do this sort of thing, you were told it wouldn't sell. You know, the person who was telling you not to do it wouldn't be saying, no, this is wrong, this is bad. They'd be saying, oh, everybody would like to see that, but it won't, you know, it won't succeed. You know, there was common accepted wisdom that comics about women didn't sell, comics about minorities didn't sell. They had to be about white guys because otherwise they just wouldn't sell. This is while comics were experiencing a sales boom and going up every month, and were selling phenomenally better than they had been 10 years ago. But still, if you try to do that, well, it won't sell. You know, look at Power Man. Power Man never sold very well, and now it's canceled. So clearly you can't do another one. It's just, well, what about this series featuring a white guy that got canceled? You know, does that mean you can't do any more white guys? No, of course not.
They still make Aquaman comics.
Yes,
you know?
yes. Right. And the next time Aquaman is canceled, they'll start another one. But
Sorry, fish people don't sell. I don't know what that is.
I was like, leave Namor out of this. Yeah.
Wait, does Namor have his own book?
No.
Yeah, see? My point.
Yeah.
So all of your fish friends, I want you to bring them to a comic shop.
Up Atlantis. You know, and certainly, I don't know if I did things any favors. You know, when I did over at DC, I created a series called The Power Company, and I just created these characters because I thought they were interesting, and discovered after I'd written 4 issues of it, somebody pointed out that the only straight white guy in the book was the one character I didn't create. And the series lasted 18 issues and died. So is that because the leader of the team was black and gay? Was it because I had more women on the team than I had men on the team? It's hard to tell, but this is the sort of thing where, as we've seen outside of the comics field, the country is changing, the culture is changing, and you've just got to keep changing with it. The latest issue of Astro City I had come out has a story in it that it's actually based on a script I wrote in 1982, but there's no way I could have published this in 1982 because the lead character is a trans woman. And in 1982, anybody else would say, well, you know, this character's a freak. And today, DC Comics is publishing, you know, we haven't come far enough. And the two things that I think we're not seeing enough of is we're not seeing enough representation of diverse characters. We're seeing much more than we used to, but we're still not seeing enough. And we're not seeing enough participation. We're not seeing, I mean, Don said that back in the 70s, women would only be given female characters to write, and black artists would only draw the black books. That hasn't changed a lot. If you look around at what's out there, you'll see that this is a pattern that still exists. It's not completely the same, and in fact, it wasn't completely the same in the 70s. Keith Pollard drew Fantastic Four for a while. But it's an underlying pattern, and what needs to change isn't just, I mean, it's great that we've had guys in...
I'm certain there were exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there was never a case where they let an artist do something else, but,
Yeah,
you know,
but
and
it
I'm
was-
being general sometimes. I mean, I actually had an editor say to me, because I was doing a story that had a white guy with a black woman, and he said, you don't really want to tape that Nordic blood with those Mongols, do you, Don? That's the kind of stuff I was
Yeah.
being told. I'm sorry, Kurt, it's just history. That's what it
Oh,
was.
no, I'm
And
not
you had to deal
arguing with
with it
you. I
because,
believe you.
you know, you had to live through it and still try to tell the best story that you possibly could, because that's what we owe you, all of you.
But, you know, I think what Don was doing in the 70s was pushing comics forward and was a very good thing to happen. And what we need beyond that is we need
I
people...
just wanted to tell the story. I wasn't trying to push anything forward, though, Kurt. I was just trying to tell
And yet,
the best story I could.
you were doing it. It was very much worth doing. But, you know, diversity doesn't just come from making the characters more diverse. We need a diversity of voices. That's why the new Ms. Marvel book is a good thing. That's why, I don't know, I'm blanking on names. I want to name names of people who've been coming into the comic industry, and my mind has turned completely blank. But, you know, the comic book industry used to be 99% white and male, and now it's probably, what, 70%? So it's an improvement, but there's a long way to go.
You know, I just want to say that there is a tendency to overlook the editorial staff in these statistics. There always has been. And maybe this is just me being sour grapes, right? But there's always been like, oh, there's only one writer in comics who's a woman. But then in the meantime, you've got, you know, a tremendous number of people on the editorial staffs who are female. And as far as diversity, I don't know what this is about, but maybe it's because there's very few jobs at the top and there's a lot in the mid-range, but the bullpen in the 90s was as representative of all cultures in New York, you know, as going on the subway. I don't know how many of you...
It had changed a
went to-
lot by the 80s.
Three of you guys can remember that, you know. We had people...
Yeah, we had Marie Severin, we had Louise Simonson, we had Joe Duffy, we had you, me.
Pat Redding.
Bobby Chase. I mean,
Yeah,
there
Polly
were
Watson.
Virginia Romita.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons,
a lot
but
of girls.
people are often, because they're just the little tiny names in the indicia, you know, you don't really think about them as much. But there's plenty of other people around
And
who are
Marie,
not
there were
in the
a lot of
headlines.
women colorists who were just, you know, I got to work with Glynis Oliver
And Christy
a lot,
Shield.
and Glynis was
Petra
terrific.
Scotese.
Petra, and I always felt sorry for Petra because she was coloring Killraven, and she had Don McGregor and Craig Russell to contend with, both who've had very definite ideas.
And we had women
and
who were
Petra would
letterers,
just say,
too.
as long as I can use purple, guys. Use all the purple you want, Petra.
And Janice,
and they were great.
We had Janice Chang lettering, and Diana Albers, and was that her name?
Lois
Diana?
Bahalis.
Lois Bahalis.
Alexander.
And in a way, it might be, in the past, people were growing up on comics. There was more of a young white male crowd buying comics as kids, and that's just completely blown out of the water at this point in time. But women would come in a little later at that point, and that's why we would end up being editors, colorists, letterers, whereas the other guys had sort of, their whole lives had been, you know, working towards drawing. You know, I mean, there's a few, certainly Marie Severin. But if you went into the bullpen
But
for
Marie,
me, that was like New York City in a nutshell.
Marie Severin used to paint when I was working on staff, she used to paint a hair on my chest every morning. I would go to her office. She said, Don, why you have your shirts unbuttoned? You have no hair on your chest. I said, well, you should paint one, Marie. And so every morning I would go to her office. And then when I was an editor, because I really didn't want to have to write the editorials, I would say to Marie, draw any kind of cartoon you want. And she always do ones where she's beating me up, doing something to me. And some people really thought that Marie and I had a feud going on. And I said, Marie, you're going to say, I only have to write 200 words now. And it was great. I still have all of them.
Oh, I have a good Marie Severin story. So Marie Severin and I decided that, this is like in the late 80s or something, we decided that we didn't like the way women were represented in comics. And so we did an issue of something called Toxic Crusaders. It was like a trauma comic. And we took the lead, like Toxic, what was his name? We took his girlfriend and had her break the fourth wall in the comic and say, I'm being drawn like a stereotype. I'm being drawn like a bimbo. And, and she's like hanging and she's like got her ironing board and her, like she took her spaghetti strainers and she made them chest plates and she took all the stuff in her kitchen and she made herself like a kitchen superhero outfit. And basically when I look back on it, I realize what Marie and I did in breaking the fourth wall and taking her and having her say, I'm being drawn like a stereotype, but all we really did was make her super bimbo, Anyway.
Good story.
That was, so we did that comic together.
This is sort of probably saying the opposite of what everyone has kind of said here, but the strange thing, I'd also first like to note that I am 3 minorities in 1. Thank you very much. And I work at Marvel, so I think I count as 2 people. Yeah, the tri-minority. But the thing for me, at least, I found really interesting about just sort of being a comics fan was that while it is true that sort of representation in comics, has sort of come about quite slowly, at the same time, I always felt like my connectivity with Marvel content in particular was because of the fact that I felt that these characters at the core were sort of these misfits and weirdos. The X-Men, I fell in love with the X-Men and I connected with the X-Men because I really felt like these people were struggling with certain things that I struggled with as sort of a brown Muslim, like short person, whatever. I felt a connection because of that. So, while I think absolutely, that's where Ms. Marvel came from was that desire for representation, I still feel like, at the core of it, these characters are talking about sort of diversity, being a hero, having these powers come upon you, and kind of living with them is such an obvious metaphor for being a minority and for just all the struggles that you have. So, at the same time, I think, as much as there still needs to be more, there is still that sort of draw for me. I feel like diverse audience, people of all faiths and genders and races, I feel like can be interested in our content because of what they stand for.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, where I'm like a threefer as an adopted gay Asian, and trying to find a character who is also an adopted gay Asian in any mainstream fiction, frankly, is like an impossible task.
Absolutely.
But exactly, you find those characters that resonate with something, and even though you might think, oh, like Superman's also like adopted or whatever, no, instead I would turn to like Storm, she's like my spirit animal or whatever. And you find those characters that have some common experience with you. Or in the case of Kieran Gillen, you don't. As we've said before, so he is a white British dude. Let's review, though, the characters in the cast of Young Avengers, shall we? We have a gay Jewish magician, a half-Cree, half-Skrull gay prince, a bisexual black mutant, a Latina powerhouse, and whatever Marvel Boy is. You wrote, like, everything but a white British dude in that book. How'd that happen?
I wouldn't say I find it easy, but it's like, I look at my social group, especially the year I was writing Young Avengers, and it's no less diverse than Young Avengers. I was writing about people I knew, my friends and mothers and all these kind of things, and people I've known ever. That's kind of like, it's weird, it's a book about teenagers, but I don't think I could have written it as a teenager, because I come from Stafford, which is the whitest place on earth. I know it needed like 20 years of life and actually knowing people to do that, I guess. Not that I'll say, not that I would make any claim of being, all it being right, but I was more comfortable with doing it then, I guess, if it makes any sense. And a lot of it just came from the fact that we are building, I stand on the shoulders of giants. If you work in work for hire, there's so much stuff that has been done in the Marvel Universe before. So the fact that I was asked to do Young Avengers, and for me, the most interesting thing about Young Avengers, that you had this love story at the heart of the book, and it happened between 2 gay teenagers. that was already on the table allowed me to sort of go further, as in the fact that that was already the core of the book, then all the rest of the stuff would be pushed into it, if you know what I mean. And that was, for me, that was the spirit of the book, as in a sort of a commitment to that. So me and Jamie, we just went for it in that way. And everyone was very encouraging, which is always... This is something I generally say in these sort of panels, in that... people, was it hard to get some of the stuff we did in the book past Marvel? And the answer is no. Everything was fine. Everything was basically okay. And it's like, my urge to creators is you can go farther than you think you can. And the worst thing to do is say no. And, if you never ask, it's not going to happen. And I was on a panel last night with Phil Jimenez, and he was saying, like, maybe 10 years ago that wasn't true. Like, that's kind of, there was some more editorial pushback. And I think the synergy, which is a horrible word, but the fact that the editorial staff at Marvel very much like this stuff, and the writers like this stuff, and it's kind of a wonderful sort of feedback loop, you see. And it's very natural, and I think it makes the books better. Because, diversity isn't just about reaching different audiences. Diversity is about art, because the world is diverse, and a more diverse art form is a better art form. So there's both strong aesthetic and practical reasons, I think. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, and Kelly Sue, I want to get to you because you're like a champion not just in your work, but online. You're like prolific online for championing having all sorts of voices in comics. I guess, when did you first get interested in comics, and what was it where you found this, I guess, lacking that you decided needed to be addressed?
So I mean, we have this myth that women have recently found comics. That this is like this is a new thing. Ladies are like, oh hey, look, there's comics, and that is some bullshit. Look, there were.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2014, sponsored by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I am Ben Morse, editor of Marvel.com.
And I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, and we are here with G. Willow Wilson, Marvel Live First. I'm so excited to have you on.
Thank you so much.
Fought her way through traffic to get here.
That's right.
It was a war. We thank you for overcoming this and joining us.
Thank
you. Excited to have you.
Happy to be here. Happy to be alive.
So how has the con been treating you? We were talking earlier, I know you just got in, but how has it been thus far, being out on the floor and with the fans?
It's been really amazing. I think the fan response to Ms. Marvel just continues to blow me away. Mm-hmm. It's been great to see all the cosplayers who are just incredibly talented, including some very, very tiny little Ms. Marvels.
I saw
some. That's pretty adorable, and that's a new thing for me. So it's been a lot of fun.
When you took on this book, it's definitely, like you said, it is kind of a new thing for you. Not only taking on a mainstream Marvel superhero book, but also taking on a book that already had kind of the cult following built in. I remember when we announced it, before even an issue came out, there was already like rabid fandom. What did you expect? What did you think it was going to be like, and how have those expectations been defied?
You know, I thought we were going to do a really good book that would run for like maybe 7 issues, and then we'd be asked to wrap it up. Yeah. I thought that, you know, I really didn't realize how much the landscape has changed and how interested people were going to be and new and different. And so just to see the book find this audience and find this new group of fans has been just amazing for me. And it's totally beyond anything that I could have expected going into the project.
I think something that's been so cool about the book is that Kamala is such an awesomely relatable character. She's got this like real fangirl side of her, and like she's just a really authentic, I think, teenage girl. When you were writing her, what kind of were you like, oh, I want to make sure to bring this to her?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wanted her, and so did Sana and Adrian, who are very much a part of the creative process as well, to feel like a real girl. We didn't want to make her sort of a model minority and tell some sort of cardboard cutout story where everybody kind of is confined to type. We wanted to show her with all of her flaws, all of her quirks. We were also thinking about what it would be like if you were growing up in the Marvel U. So if you were looking across the river from Jersey City to Manhattan and seeing, you know, Captain Marvel save the city and Thor, and you would see these guys on the cover of Time magazine. So we wanted to really integrate that into the series and show what it would be like if these were real people in your world. So she is a bit of a fangirl. She does relate in that way to the reader. And that, I think, brought something very special, not just fun for us as the creative team, but also to the readers who can identify with how she's feeling.
Speaking of readers, you guys, if you have questions, you can tweet us using the hashtag MarvelNYCC, and we have already gotten a few. From Sophia, who's been watching us this whole time, said, Willow, you're an inspiration to all. What do you like the most about Ms. Marvel?
Wow. Well, thank you, first of all. You know, the thing I like most about writing Ms. Marvel is getting to tell a different kind of story. It's very down to earth. She's very grounded in Jersey City. That's her home turf. So getting to add those little details. We use variations on real locations in JC whenever we can. You know, I went to Jersey City shortly after the book launched and did an event at Word Bookstore, and the response was awesome. So getting to tell a story that combines the things that I love about genre storytelling and about superheroes with real life locations and people and experiences has just been really fun.
Love that. What has it been like? You started out, you did an original graphic novel. What is it like coming over and being part of the Marvel U and that process?
You know, it's fun. It's like getting to play in somebody else's sandbox or with somebody else's toys.
Yeah.
You know, I grew up reading X-Men and watching the Fox Kids cartoon as a kid in the early 90s, which I'm sure a lot of people know exactly what I'm talking about. So to me, to be able to be in that world and use those characters and interact in that space that is at once very familiar to me as a fan, but not so familiar as a writer, has been one of the coolest experiences of my career thus far. So it's something I'm really excited about.
We have from Comic Book Bros, what is your overall goal for Kamala to be through your writing and great book?
Oh, wow. What a good question. I think what makes Kamala stand out is that she's very much kind of a paladin-esque personality. She likes to do good. You know, she's one of these people who helps simply because she sees something that needs fixing and she wants to fix it. And so I think the challenge and also the goal for that is to have her reconcile those ideals with the fact that the world doesn't always fit neatly into this black and white, good, bad kind of, you know, duality, that sometimes you have to make those tough choices. And how do you, as a 16-year-old girl, navigate that world that's increasingly complicated? So I think if we can mirror that, because everybody's had that struggle, everybody's grown up, we don't all have superpowers, but everybody knows what that's like. So I think if we can reflect that in a compelling way that feels real and also fun, then we've done our job.
I really do love that book because it reminds me so much of when I was a teenager, and you're like, you're trying to do the right thing, but you don't always know what the right thing is.
Exactly.
I really love that. I also really love, we keep seeing Kamala team up with people. We've seen her with Wolverine, we've seen her with Lockjaw, we've seen her cross over into Amazing Spider-Man. Is there anyone else that you're like, I really want to see Kamala with this character?
Oh gosh. Well, everybody's been talking about when is there going to be a Ms. Marvel, Captain Marvel team up. You know, every time I see Kelly Sue, we're like, somehow we've got to make this happen, but it's got to be exactly the right story. So I'm sure that'll be on the horizon at some point. We are constantly putting our heads together to figure out how to make that as awesome as possible.
You're so busy actually making the book. Have you gotten to read the Amazing Spider-Man issue yet that Ms. Marvel was in?
You know, I was so lucky. I actually got to see the script that Dan wrote before there was even any art, so I got to see his thought process. You know, it's usually just that private conversation between the writer and the artist I got to see, and it was just so cool. It was so cool to see how he interpreted her character, what he was using her powers, and all of that stuff, you know, really before anybody else did. So that was a real treat for me.
You mentioned Adrian earlier, who is so famous for working on Runaways. What was it like getting to work with him? And did you want some of that Runaways influence?
I think that's something that both Sana and I were really, really drawn to. He does such a good job with teen characters, with getting the mannerisms and the body language and all of that stuff. So we thought, both of us, that he would be perfect for the series. And it was just really a mind meld from day one. He gave the best description of Kamala that I think I've heard so far. He said she's an off-kilter girl with off-kilter powers, and just knew, you know, like how that, you know, the way that she morphs into different shapes and gets bigger and smaller would sort of impact how she looked on the page, how she interacted with people, all of the visual puns and like weird little things that are worked into the background. That is 99% Adrian. People will tweet me and say like, oh, Marty McFly, or like, oh, there's this reference or that reference, and half of the time I don't see it until somebody points it out, and I have to go back and look and say, oh my God, because Adrian, he's just always in this other dimension, bringing this whole other layer of just visually interesting things into this series.
I love that so much. We're just about to wrap up here, but please tell everybody where they can find you online, follow you, websites, etc.
I'm on Twitter quite a bit at gwillowwilson. You can also find me on my website, gwillowwilson.com.
There you go.
Awesome.
Well, thank you very much for stopping by. Guys, we're going to take a
Thank
very
you.
quick break, and then we're going to be right back with Robbie Rodriguez from Edge of Spider-Verse. So keep sending those questions in. Keep using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. We are brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. We thank G. Willow Wilson for joining us. This was
Thank you,
great.
guys. It was
First
fun.
time, but hopefully not the last.
Absolutely.
Cool. Guys, we'll be back in just a sec. Lorraine, say something.
See you later. See you in a few. We'll have more footage coming up next.
And the name is escaping me right now, but there was a book in the 30s and 40s, a girls' magazine. There was a comics magazine that had a distribution of 300,000 copies a month. Women have always read comics.
Yeah, back in 1947, there was a survey done, and more girls read comics than boys.
Yes. So a thing happened called target marketing, and I won't bore you with it, but it sucks. It is bad for us as humans, as a culture, as a community, as a living organism. It's bad, but it's good for the bottom line. And so target marketing happened, and because women and minorities are lower status, they're actively discouraged from reading books because no one wants to identify down. Right? Everybody following me here? So women and minorities will identify up culturally because we have the lowest status in culture. So we will happily cross-identify with someone who has higher status. But anyone who has higher status is actively discouraged from cross-identifying down because you don't want to do that. You want to aspire, right? But what this teaches us is a lack of empathy. And it marginalizes, it literally marginalizes. It puts human beings onto the fringes of society. It teaches us to believe that we are supporting characters in other stories. It's bad. As an artist, you have a responsibility to push against it. Let the suits take care of the bottom line. That's their job. Your job is to call them on it.
There was this one... There was one review of Generation Hope I always remember, and this just stuck in me. It wasn't like a particularly good review or anything. In fact, it was terrible. But it was Generation Hope had a cast of like 6 members, and it was 50-50 boy-girl. And it is probably I really have trouble understanding this comic because all the good characters are girls, and I can't understand who I'm meant to empathise with. As in, kind of like all the interesting characters are girls. Yeah, and it's like, that's what I always remember. And you see less of them now. So I'm trying to say, that's awful, and that's kind of how it's been. I think we're making progress.
Yes.
That's the thing. I was like, it's very easy to be depressing here. But the stuff that the audience is more receptive to this now, I think. But that's still horrible.
And yet I'm still pissed off.
Yeah, you should be. It's like,
yeah.
Speaking of the artist's job being to call people on it, a panel like this shouldn't go by without a mention of Dwayne McDuffie.
Yes.
Clearly, I don't have to explain who he was.
Can
But
I mention one thing about Dwayne?
Will, can I finish the anecdote and then you?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Dwayne was carrying I don't know the right word, a list around the Marvel office trying to get people to add to it. This was when New Warriors was about to come out, and Night Thrasher's original name was Black Thrasher, and Dwayne was trying to get support for telling the editors, no, don't do that. And he was making a list of all of the African American all the male African American characters in Marvel Comics and breaking it down into what percentage of them were criminals, what percentage of them rode skateboards, and what percentage of them dressed like chickens. I'm not kidding. It was a high percentage. We had the Black Talon, the voodoo priest dressed like a chicken. We had the battling bantam.
Oh my God.
There were, yes, and
I'm very sad I never got the opportunity to meet him.
he was making a very nice, very clear point, and he did it very, very well. So Don, please.
When Marvel, did the Marvel Masterworks on Panther's Rage, and Dwayne had written.
Hey guys, welcome back once again to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I'm Marvel.com editor Ben Morse.
I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of The Watcher, and we are here with the illustrious Robbie Rodriguez, artist of Edge of Spider-Verse #2. How is the con treating you?
It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
It's so weird by the excitement of this book, and I had no idea. I knew we ran to the first run and whatnot. I had no idea how much of an impact we made on fans right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's tremendous. It's overwhelming at this point.
It was one of those things, just in case people don't know, that was the issue that had Gwen Stacy Spider-Woman. I think there was a lot of anticipation going in, but once the issue hit, it's something we haven't seen a lot, where there was a good amount of anticipation going in, but just the minute it hit, it had a crazy impact.
Yeah, that was that was the scariest part. All three of us had, just like myself, Jason, and Rico has, like, I hope we don't, like, I hope it's not just all sizzle and we did not screw this up.
Yeah.
People just like, oh, this is just garbage, just throw it away. It's like, but we're like, the fact that it was so, I've seen about 7 cosplay already.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one scared the holy hell out of me when I was smoking. When I was like putting a cigarette out and I turned left and I see my drawing staring right at me. It was so surreal at that point. I had no idea what reality I was in at that point.
Yeah.
That was actually one of the first things. As soon as I saw that image of the band, I was like, where are the girls?
Yeah.
I need all of my girlfriends so that we can cosplay this right now.
Yeah, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for like a full-on Mary Jane's band, pretty much, at this point.
Now, are people spotting you because you are very electric right now? In your dynamic purple shirt.
Oh, right now, this is just me in life.
I love it so much.
Yeah, I get a spot here and there. That's kind of weird now because I've been such on the fringes for the longest time. You know, I've done X-Men issues here and there.
You did X-Force.
X-Force for Remender. Jason and I have done like Wolverine X-Men one-shots here and there. But the fact something like this has happened, it's like, and someone recognized me. It's like someone like, oh, you're Robert Rodriguez. I'm like, yeah, do I owe you money? What's wrong? I have no idea. It's so surreal to me. I have no idea how to take that at this point.
How collaborative was the creation of Gwen Stacy Spider-Woman? Like, you and Jason obviously have worked together before, you've worked together a little bit, and this whole Spider-Verse thing, coming up with the new characters.
Yeah.
I know some ideas were thrown out by editorial, some by the creators. Where did this version of Gwen Stacy come from?
Well, this is what made the issues so easy. Me and Jason have been friends for at least about 12 years before this. I mean, there are days, I remember back in days, I was talking to him earlier, like, there were days where we was like, all of like the little broken comic book community, we was like sleeping in someone's garage, and like, we were like going to the restroom in buckets, and like we're brushing teeth with watering hoses the entire time. So we've had that connection with each other, so it's much easier where Jason would be like, oh man, I got this crazy idea, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. And all of a sudden, and it's like, all right, dude, I think it is. I'm thinking we might be able to do this, this, and this, and this. So we like, most throughout the night, we'll like, I'm either texting or on the phone, we're going back and forth, back and forth. It was very collaborative. This is one thing about this issue, I think that's what connects people, is it is very organic, and it's very much a collaboration between all three of us. Like, not just Jason, I would say Rico to say too in this. It's basically, and Rico is, and we are like a band, pretty much. We are a band. Like Rico is the rhythm section, while me and Jason are kind of battling out for the solo part the entire time. But we each know when we need to, like, one guy's going to solo out, and when one guy needs to, like, all right, I'm going to step back and play rhythm for a bit. So.
Yeah, the color palette, speaking of Rico, is really vivid, and it's really fun. Did you guys collaborate on sort of what you wanted it to feel like color-wise?
I don't know if you can tell, like, me and Rico have the same
aesthetic.
color aesthetic, essentially. So, there's certain things, like, there'll be one scene where, especially the scene on the page where Gwen's on the rooftop about to dial the phone. Spoilers if you never read the book.
Yeah.
I know.
You should read it, by the way.
You should. It's so great.
I know, it's hard to find right now.
Yeah.
I'll make specific little cuts for him. But for the most part, I like Rico, like, just go at it. I trust you. Just go at it. Just go crazy. And that's the best part. Like, That's the best part of this. Like, again, part of the collaborative nature of this thing is we all trust each other. We know each other's talents. So there's a case where we can like just throw the baton at each other, like just go crazy right now.
That's so ideal.
I keep looking down at the screen because we do have a lot of questions coming in for Robbie. If you guys want to ask questions, you can use the hashtag MarvelNYCC. A person, one of my favorite Twitter names, asked, what was it like drawing something as special as Spider-Verse?
It was, I knew it was special. I had no idea how amazing it was going to be. It was such a, when we got the initial go-ahead green light from Nick Lowe to just do Spider-Gwen and just go, it was a case like, all right, we got one shot, let's go big or go home. And now it's like, now it's a case where like, all right, we went too big now. We're just too overwhelming. So, I mean, it was special. I knew it was gonna be part. Nick told us about the initial game plan of Spider-Verse, and like, that's great. It's cool. So now, and since we put so much of ourselves into this this issue, when we see Spider-Gwen and other aspects of the Spider-Verse, we're like, oh my God, don't touch her. Yeah.
Something I love so much too about Gwen is her Spider-Woman costume. It's really cool. It uses a lot of negative space. What was your idea with her costume?
That was a case of part of making something cool, and also essentially part of my own laziness, because I knew I was going to draw this for 20 pages. So part of me was like, as much as I love Ditko's design of Spider-Man,
so many webs.
That's what it is. Because like doing all that webbing, even just doing that commissions, drives me nuts. Drives me nuts at the wall. So I figured like, all right, let me just keep it simple, keep the aesthetics as simple as I can. We went through at least about 10 different versions of it already. Like I was just trading stuff between me, Jason, and Nick, and Enrico too. To the point there's, I was sitting at the bar one night, and I got to a point where like, oh, I'm not getting it. And then one day I just drew that the diamond and with the hooks on the sides, like, and it started slowly started to develop. And then, as soon as I got to the point with the hoodie and the color palette, I started going to every girl at the bar. It's like, hey, I'm not drunk. But here's the case: if you were a superhero, would you wear this? Would you wear this? Would you wear this? When I got overwhelmed, yes, I'm like, all right, I got it. I immediately took a picture of it to Jason, like, I think we have this right here.
That's so cool, because that's actually the first thing I thought. I was like, that's an awesome costume. Like, that's so wearable. And I was like, I want that hoodie to be made by someone so I can have it.
Marvel license, here you go.
Yeah, seriously, if you're watching.
Her universe, Ashley Eckstein, get on it. Go make it.
Now, you talked about how much, you just said, I love Steve Ditko's Spider-Man, but Gwen Stacy, of course, is a classic character. This is a new take on Gwen Stacy, but a lot of classic elements involving her father, involving the relationship with Mary Jane. How much were you guys influenced by the original character, and how much of it was your own thing?
Most of it, like, Jason is far more influenced because he's a bigger Spider-Man fan growing up as a kid. Again, I grew up as like essentially knowing most about the Gwen Stacy, but to me, Gwen Stacy was a plot point to me.
She was the girl who died.
She's the girl who died. But there's like, so when we had the opportunity to do this, I'm like, we're gonna do our own. We're gonna make her a character. We're gonna make her a character and whatnot. And I basically started thinking about every relationship in my life, and I was telling Jason, like, Jason, Gwen is every ex-girlfriend I would love to have. That's what she is. So like, but also like, deconstruction, like why we broke up, because she's like this conflict. She's conflict like in this way, or she's strong in this way, or she has this aspect this way, type of thing. So that's when we started developing that. Like, and after that, that's when we kind of developed like, oh, holy crap, we have our own Gwen. It's a new take. It's not just the old take. So I think it was pretty cool that we got to be able to do that.
Guys, those of you who are following us all day here at marvel.com/NYCC 2014, this is the last we have Robbie on the stream, but we will have more news involving him later today, so please do stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
After a very quick break coming up now, we're going to have Russell Dauterman from Thor. Very excited about that. Another great interview, and we'll learn it out. And before we go, I have to read this from Sophia, who just said, haha, the key of drawing an awesome costume is laziness? Haha. So that was a great way to end it.
That's most comic artists. They're very lazy.
Where can people find you online?
Online, you can find me on Twitter at Robbie Rodriguez. You can find my Instagram stream, or you can find the entire production art of Spider-Gwen on there.
Very cool.
And also, you can find me at RobbieRodriguez.com.
Very cool.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Stick around for more announcements coming up. I'm at the Spider-Verse panel, is that right?
Yes.
At the Spider-Verse
Hint,
panel
hint.
today.
Nudge,
later.
nudge, wink,
Yeah,
wink.
wink, wink,
Just
deep
saying,
nudge.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying, but I'm just saying, stick around. And we'll have more here on Marvel Live, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions.
This panel is the shifting face of mutant times, and we're celebrating the X-Men and all things mutants. My name is Mike Martz. I'm an executive editor at Marvel. This is my second tour of duty as X-Men group editor. I just couldn't get enough. And up on the stage here, we've got some great X-Men creators from the past and present. Starting down at the far end, he has drawn dozens of X-Men issues, many during Mutant Massacre of Fall of the Mutants era. I know him as one of the nicest artists in comics. You know him as Rick Leonardi. He's written Deadpool, he's written Cable, he's written Cable and Deadpool. He's written X-Force, he's written X-Men. I think he's written just about anything with an X in front of it, right? I know him as one of my best bosses I ever had and a great mentor. You know him as Davey DiCiesa. We wouldn't have Archangel, we wouldn't have Apocalypse the way he is now, if not for this next artist. He had a long run on X Factor. I know him as my favorite artist in all comics. You know him as Walt Simonson. Longtime X-Men editor during the glory years at Claremont, Byrne, Cockrum, Paul Smith, and long memorable stints on both New Mutants and X Factor. I know her as the X-Men editor that I hope I could one day become. You know her as Louise Simonson. Next up, we have some guy. The list is endless. Emma Frost, Rogue, Kitty Pryde, Gambit, the Shi'ar, many, many, many others.
No list?
Did you want me to get out the list? Close to 200 uninterrupted issues on Uncanny X-Men, and that's not to mention all of his work on Excalibur, New Mutants, Extreme X-Men, and many other titles. Chris Claremont. One-time Marvel editor-in-chief, responsible for Giant Size X-Men #1, co-creator of Nightcrawler, Storm, Colossus, and a guy named Wolverine. I know him as the guy who kinda gave me his blessing to kill Wolverine. You know him as Len Wein. It's possible we may have a few other guests come up during the panel. But to kick things off, why don't we go down the row and maybe each of you could say a little something about how you first got started in the world of X. Glenn?
Well, theoretically it starts with Wolverine, which started in the Hulk. I was asked by then editor-in-chief Roy Thomas to create a Canadian character with the name Wolverine. And so I did, I put him I looked at people ask, how did you create Wolverine? It's actually the easiest character I ever created. I went and I researched Wolverine, which is what I always do with any new character I create. Discovered Wolverines were short, hairy, and nasty little creatures with razor-sharp claws who would take on creatures 10 times their size.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2014. We're fast and furious this morning. That's the way we like it. Brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Caban. We have another first-time guest with us. We're really excited. I am Marvel.com editor Ben Morse.
I am Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, and we're here with Russell Dodderman, artist of Thor. How's the whole con been treating you?
It's been a little crazy, but it's been treating me really well. You know, seeing all the Thor cosplayers and everything. It's been a little overwhelming, but in a really great way.
There are so many cosplayers. We actually had somebody on who made your
Was
original
it
design like
Sarah?
perfectly. Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
She
Very
actually has been messaging me for a couple months. What's the cape made out of? What's the skirt
Yeah.
made out of? And so I was
Oh.
really excited.
So
to
you
meet
were
her.
a part of making that costume. So you were
very,
you were
very small
advising.
part. She
You were
did-
advising.
She did all the hard work and looked incredible.
It's been a whirlwind for you because even a few months ago, before Cyclops launched, that was your first Marvel gig, right?
Yeah.
So you came in, you did Cyclops, you did a couple issues of Cyclops, and then boom, out of nowhere, you're working on Thor, this huge high-profile launch. But I love, you and I spoke before, we did an interview for Marvel.com, and you told me kind of the time frame of when you found out you were doing Thor, which I love. I was wondering if you could repeat that story.
Well, I was getting married over
Yeah.
the summer, and I had worked out with the ex-office editors that I would get like 2 weeks off to get married and go on a little honeymoon. And so I'm like, okay, I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. And I came back, and the day I came back, I emailed them, and I was like, I'm ready to get back to work. Where's Cyclops #4? And they said, we don't want you on Cyclops anymore.
Yeah.
We'd like you to draw this new Thor series.
Yeah.
It's going to be written by Jason Aaron. It's going to be an all-new female Thor. How do you like doing that?
Yeah.
And then my head just exploded.
What a nice wedding present.
Yeah,
for
it
them
was
to get for you.
quite a gift. Yeah, it was awesome. And I was thrilled about it. I was very surprised, but very, very thrilled to be a part of it.
And what has it been like working with Jason Aaron, who's so wonderfully talented?
He's brilliant. I mean, I read the first script, and I won't spoil anything, but there's something very smart that he does at the end with some wording that I read that in the script, and wow, like I was so blown away. Everything he's turning in is just fantastic, and he's the sweetest, like most down-to-earth
nice.
guy.
And the best
Terrifying
beard.
looking.
Yeah, I've never met him, but I
No.
hear the beard is pretty epic.
He's terrifying looking, very handsome.
Okay.
But terrifying
Terrifyingly
looking,
handsome.
and then incredibly nice.
He seems very chill.
He's very, very chill. The reason I keep looking at the screen is not because I'm ignoring you guys, it's because we have questions coming in from the people watching us, and we thank you guys. Use the hashtag MarvelNYCC. Ranker Comics says, Yo, Russell,
Yo.
which would be your dream Marvel book to work on?
Well, I gotta say that right now Thor is a
Thor's
pretty
pretty
big
up there, right?
dream,
Yeah.
but if I had to pick something other than that, it would be the X-Men.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up on 90s X-Men, the cartoon series.
You're not the first person to say that
I'm
today.
sure I'm not. I'm in that age range
Oh, I'm there
where
too, man.
that
Right there
hit
with you, brother.
at the exact right time. But a book like with the classic characters, Storm, Rogue,
Yeah.
like I'd be all over that.
I've always said it's a crime that we don't have an ongoing X-Men 90s animated series comic.
I know.
We should just have set in that continuity with those characters, with those costumes. Bring in a new creative team every month because there's enough people who would want to do it.
Look
If
at
you
Ben
push
is
that
pitching
through.
right now.
Yeah, if you push that through,
I will let you
make
know.
sure they call me.
You're on my short list.
Okay, good.
You are the only name on my short list.
That's
so there you
I'd
go.
like to hear that. That's great.
Speaking of classics, I saw you at the 75th anniversary signing.
yeah.
I saw you from afar, and I was like, there he is. What was it like at that signing? Did you get to meet some legends?
Yeah, at my table was Alan Bellman.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He was telling us about drawing Captain America in the 40s, and it was just unbelievable to hear the sort of stuff he was saying. I met Chris Claremont, the
cool.
grandfather of the X-Men, and it was a wonderful thing. I actually met Walt Simonson, and he wished me luck on the new Thor.
Oh, that's so cool.
It was a pretty incredible signing. That was such an amazing event that you guys set up.
It was. We didn't
This
work
guy.
on it. It was that
That guy.
Yeah.
John
You can,
Cirilli.
you can thank him after
Well,
the
thank
show.
you.
We have
Some
more.
people have asked me for an hour and a half back of their lives, but
Well,
that's
not
another
me.
thing.
We got to explain to John that he's not mic'd, so when he does these drop-ins, it's just dead air.
Whatever,
But,
keep
Sophia says, I haven't had the chance to read Thor yet because the Spanish thing, she's in Spain, it hasn't
Okay.
released there yet, but I just want to say that the costume is so badass, love it.
That's awesome. That was designed by Asad Ribic before I came on board, and I thought it was brilliant. Really practical, but still cool, and really awesome.
But you also designed some of the other characters. What were some of the characters you redesigned, and what were your thoughts behind them?
I did, the two big ones in the first issue are Freya, Thor's, Dude Thor's mom.
Dude Thor.
Dude
Yes.
Thor.
Let's
That's
do
what I've
that.
been calling
I
him.
like that.
Dude
Let's make that a
hyphen
thing.
Thor.
Exactly, it's Thor and Dude Thor. Freya, I kind of did a redesign on. I went with some of the Valkyrie imagery, and I gave her some really giant Asgardian hair to put her at a similar height to Odin to try to make them look like equals.
yeah.
I love that.
That's smart.
And give her as much weight and power as he had.
Yeah.
And the other one was Malekith.
Yeah, I love this design. It's so cool.
Oh, thanks so much.
Yeah.
I was looking a lot at the Walt Simonson design,
Mhm.
and you know that hair. I guess I'm all about hair in this Thor issue.
It's
But-
working, man. It's
Okay.
working.
But he uses it almost like a cape, and at one point he leans over a terrified guy and like drapes his hair over it as he's looking at him.
Yeah.
I tried
I
to
like
make
that
him
panel.
just super creepy. Thanks.
Yeah, I kind of like that he has almost kind of a glam, like almost like a glam rocky kind of feel, but like also that very classic Walt Simonson feel as well. I think it's
Glam
so
Rocky,
cool.
like Rocky the
Because
movie done glam.
Like, yeah, the movie Rocky done
That's my
glam.
next pitch. After the X-Men 90s, it's gonna be Glam Rocky.
It actually, Rocky is a Broadway show. This is
I
a different
know.
conversation.
I'm sorry, we'll tell.
But you're full of excellent ideas.
Thank you, thank you. You're the first person to ever tell me that.
true.
Ginny Balfour says, for Russell, what excites you most about Thor's future story arc?
You know, I'm really excited for issue 2 to hit. I don't know if you guys have seen any of it yet, but
I'm so excited.
No, they don't let us see anything.
it's all her.
Mhm.
Like you get to hear
Right.
her in her monologue, and she's
so excited.
she's on almost every page. She's fighting. It's her versus frost giants. It's really you're getting into it now, and it's going to really take off the story wise from
Nice.
there. I'm excited for people to see that.
She's gonna show Dude Thor how you fight frost giants because he
Yes.
didn't do so well. in
He
the
did
first
not.
issue.
He did not end well in that
No.
last panel we saw him in.
Now, I know the reaction from women has been so huge. Have you gotten a chance to kind of interact with some people out on the floor?
Yeah, I have. That's been probably my favorite part of the show so far. It's so many, girls and women coming up and saying how into it they are and how like awesome she is, but also parents coming and even showing pictures of their like 7, 8-year-old daughters with the comic and saying that, they really like the superheroes, but never, on Halloween they didn't have anyone to dress up as, and now they feel like they're so excited that they have one of these giant Marvel superheroes as somebody they can relate to. And I think you said it best on the Watcher episode. You were talking about representation and how representation really matters for those of us who don't see ourselves in the things we love very
Yeah.
often, to see ourselves in that. And that's really great.
Good job, Lorraine.
Oh,
Yeah.
that made my heart so warm.
Oh.
Because it really, truly has meant so much to me on a personal level. And I love the redesign. I think it's just so fantastic. And I love the issue. And I
Guys,
have
Thor
feelings.
number 1 is out on the stands right now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Thor number 2 is coming soon. Where can people find you online, Russell, if they want to interact, see what you're up to?
The best place is my Tumblr. It's russelldotterman.tumblr.com. I'm on Twitter too. I'm still dipping my toes into
Yeah?
Twitter, but that's our Dotterman, so feel free
You'll
to
get there.
tweet at me and I'll get more used to it.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for coming on the show. Guys, we're going to be coming back after a quick break with Taran Killam from Saturday Night Live. So send us those questions using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. We are Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Caban.
You guys
Yeah,
keep
you got
sending
it.
us your tweets, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. We're going to have a little bit more footage for you. We have tons of panels coming up and tons of new footage from yesterday that you guys haven't had a chance to see yet.
We sure do. And by Thor. Russell's
And,
awesome.
and by Thor, number 1 and 2. When is 2 coming out?
I think middle of November, November 12th, I want to say.
Check that out.
I had bad temperaments.
All get to a T.
And I made him a mutant because there had been discussions about reviving the X-Men as an international team of superheroes. And I figured whoever got the book, if they wanted a Canadian, he was what they could use. And then next year I found that I was the guy writing that book. So it made my life much easier. And when I discovered I was working with Dave Cockrum, who was a brilliant artist, Dave used to have notebooks full of character designs, and no characters go with them in many cases, just designs. And we sat down and went through his design books and sort of picked and chose. It was great. That would be one of those. And we put together the X-Men out there. And he and I developed the characters from his original sketches. And that's pretty much it. It's as simple as that. Wake up.
Well, actually, I started working on the X-Men in January of 1969, where I was working with Marvel as a gopher. They had invented the term intern yet. And one of the first things that happened was that the first issue by Roy Thomas and the Aladdins came in as make-ready, and then at the end of the week, the fourth issue came in as inks. And being the office cosmog, I had to sort it all out. And it was like, holy crummies, this stuff is cool. And a few weeks later, Roy was at a point where he had to.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. The guests and the hits just keep on coming. I am Marvel.com editor Ben Morse, over here manning the computer. Standing next to me, this handsome gentleman. What's your
Blake
name?
Garris. I was just taking a selfie with this man, good friend of Marvel, Taron Killam. How you doing today?
Hi guys, I'm very, very good. Very happy to be here. It's my first day at the con. I've been working this week, but I'm glad that I got an opportunity to come in and walk the floor and see the sights and hang with you guys.
We love this man so much we've given him 2 microphones.
We've never done that for any other guest.
Right. Well, I'm losing my voice from last night's show, so I thought
you
that
need 2
might
microphones?
amplify
That
the
helps?
volume.
That
Yeah.
helps?
Captain America just walked in.
Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
How was the show last night?
The show is very good. Bill Hader came back and hosted, and is, I just think, one of the best performers on the show of all time.
I
So
have it DVR'd. I am super excited.
Great.
I asked you before the show started. I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
How are you awake right now?
yeah, no, home at 4, up at 7:15 with the kid. So this is all just delirious fumes.
Yeah.
But the primary colors and bright costumes and
Have revived you.
and the geekdom, yeah, it's fueling me.
You've had a pretty Marvel-heavy SNL so far this year with Chris Pratt, first episode.
True.
Bill has written
Yes,
for Marvel.
yeah, the short Halloween,
Yes,
with
with, Seth
with
Meyers.
Seth, they
Yeah.
did that, yeah, the
Have you
one-off.
still not
And
written anything for us yet?
no,
was talking
no,
to him
please,
before.
I'd love
What's the
to.
deal,
I
man?
can I tell you who I want to write? I have
Please.
I have an answer for this.
Let's get this right
I'd
now.
love to write like a short arc, possibly ongoing Rick Jones series.
Oh my God, that would be great. I've always
I
said,
love that character.
I've
That
always
poor goddamn character. You know what I mean? He's just been like the little. I saw the PG-13 and realized I already
Thank
said
you,
GD,
thank
so
you.
I'm gonna say. But he's just been like the little B of every superhero. And yeah, and in the Kree Skrull War, I love that they're just like, man, it's your time.
Yeah.
You have all the powers. Wait, why? No, you just do. You can do anything.
Someone just asked the other day, they were asking one of the creators who's working on Hulk, they're like, you just took away Rick Jones' Hulk powers. What's he going to do now? Is he going to get new powers? And I said, his power is being Rick Jones.
Man, that is the funniest
power.
character.
Yeah.
He's just like a little whelp that every now and then you go like, all right, you're great now. Nah, you're not great anymore. You've lost your privilege.
now-
Are these functional? Am I doing this to any purpose or
Yeah.
no? Do you not need that
No,
at
you
all?
did. Yeah.
It's a real thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No,
Because you're loved,
Yeah.
and I am not.
So now,
Lavs are like clip mics. That's a business term.
Industry
Oh my
term.
god,
Yeah,
I just
we
got.
know it.
I just
It
came
is.
across so pompous.
That's all right, we'll edit
can-
that.
Okay,
We'll edit
great,
it in
great,
post.
yeah.
Here on Marvel Live.
Like dub over.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are individually mic'd.
Yeah.
Just like a fake mouth, like the old Conan O'Brien thing.
They'll have a mustache on it.
I'm here to like reveal secrets from the Age of Ultron script, right?
Well,
Like
that's
in
what people have
detail.
been asking for all weekend.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Is that no? What? I don't. Oh, conflicting opinions.
Yeah. Well,
You guys
people have
so
been
excited
asking
for
for
that?
that all weekend. So yeah, if you have
for
any,
reveals.
please
Did they
no.
reveal any footage, any clips? Is anything
No,
out?
yeah, just to
not in this
update
one.
you guys again, still no news on Age of Ultron and no news coming up.
Yeah, no, he's
Great.
about to say something.
Okay, I'll just list the people who die so that
Get it out of the way.
just the top 4 people that die. No, but I do know secrets, and I love the power.
Last year, you probably had the best video from Marvel at New York Comic Con. Kotaku picked up your great impressions of the X-Men characters.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make you do it this time.
Sure.
But,
He wants to though.
I mean, can you do other Marvel characters?
God. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Give me
I mean,
the
like we
secret
covered it
ones.
because we did the pilot, right?
Right.
We did the pilot, so I'm trying to think like what other arcs on that show that I was really into, and I feel like the Apocalypse Rogue
yeah.
getting her powers taken away, Rise of Angel was great, but like don't have the voices as much from that. I'm trying to think like what. Okay, okay. This is a nerdy thing. It's not Marvel, but come on, we're all cross-platform nerds. I begged my way into 4 lines in the newest TMNT movie.
Yep.
And so like I feel like I've got a good handle on like the like the 89 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series. So okay, so like I'll start with Michelangelo because he was like the party guy, and he was, you know, Mondo Tubuloso, dude, you guys. And what I particularly liked about this movie is that Vern.
Yeah.
There was a real character. Played Vern.
Yeah.
Who was always like, April, what are you doing to get out of here?
Will you come on, Vern?
And then there was Irma, who's like,
oh, you guys, we shouldn't be out here.
yeah, I agree with her. Like, you know, and then, okay, so back to the Turtles. Mondo Tubuloso, dude! And then
Donnie was always, you know, sort of like, you guys, I gotta reconfigure the flux capacitor or whatever.
And then Leo is super earnest. Cam Clark, who's done so many awesome things, Metal Gear Solid. Guys, no, we've got to go after him. Like he was just like just real solid Cam Clark. And then my favorite Rob Paulson was like,
glad to hear that.
Does anybody else find this super convenient?
He was sort of like Ferris Bueller-y and would always break the fourth wall, Raph. And then my favorites that I do, because I love me and hearing my voice, I do like a good rock steady bebop.
Nice.
Yeah, man, we gotta get them turtles. Come on, Shredder. Yeah, boss. We gotta get down there, take the Technodrome.
Krang?
I got a good Krang.
Shredder! Why have you not brought me the turtles?
That's the best one.
That's
right
the
there.
one. I'm sorry, Craig. You sent me these imbeciles. Sorry, boss. They slipped away from us.
I want to ask too. It's a big deal for you now. You have a trade out.
Yes.
Your comic.
Correct.
Tell the fans.
That I wrote.
I got to read the first issue last year, and then I was waiting for you to send me the other ones.
No, they're in the mail.
Oh, okay.
The Illegitimates, a series I wrote with Mark Andraco, illustrated by Kevin Sharp. The hardcover trade of the first 6 issues came out in beginning of September. And we have our introduction was written by Edgar Wright, which is super cool of him to do that. And Phil Jimenez did an original cover for us.
Really?
That is
I love Phil.
Beautiful. Yeah, so
Phil's a good
that's
buddy.
in stores now. And
I want to mention too. Last year we couldn't say this, but you're good buddies with Mike Martz because he was on the other team.
Oh, yeah, we did.
He's back
buddy
at
of the
Marvel,
year, right? Yeah.
So we have got to get you writing some Marvel comics.
Yeah, I would please.
Well, we got a pitch.
It.
Rick Jones. It's
Yeah,
Rick
I know,
Jones,
but
man.
this is actually supposed to happen. We
Rick
talked
Jones.
about it for years.
Yeah, please,
You know?
please. No, Mike was instrumental in the Illegitimates coming to fruition. It was an idea I had for a long time, and no like solid in. And then Mike and I met my first year on SNL on the subway, and just like geeked out on each other.
You've got so much going on all the time. Where do you find the time to write a comic? Because that's an intensive process. It's not something you can just sit down and do in an afternoon.
It is, yeah, and we're taking a little break from the first 6 before we get into the next arc because the first 6 I was able to get through just because I lived with it for so long and thought about it for so long, but it is and deserves to be a full-time job, and I have one of those already, so I'm waiting for a bit of a lull.
And you've been working on a film with Bobby.
Yeah.
Can you talk?
What? Yeah. Bobby Moynihan and I just shot a movie at the end of this summer called Brother-in-Laws.
Yeah.
And it was a blast. Super, super fun. Really great cast. It's me, Bobby, Gillian Jacobs, Sarah Burns, Kumail Nanjiani, Kenan Thompson, Rita Wilson, Bill Pullman. It was phenomenal.
Holy
Giancarlo
crap.
Esposito.
That sounds amazing.
It was a great, we really got lucky with the cast, and it was just a blast. It's like, guy who has everything going on and things put together, type A, is going to propose to his girlfriend at her family's lake house, and then he meets her sister's boyfriend who indirectly and unintentionally makes his life a living hell.
We have 30 seconds left. Anything else you want to pitch?
SNL season 40 on the air.
Guest
The
appearance.
Awesome season 2 just wrapped on Hulu.
Underdogs from the Weinstein Company comes out in January. Football season's back.
Cameos
Walking Dead tonight.
I was just trying to figure out, we're trying to figure out how to get rid of the Sentinels who were decimating the X-Men at that time. And this didn't work and that didn't work, and how do you get rid of Sentinels? And being too dumb to know any better, I said, well, it's scientific fact that mutant seed derives from radiation, which is solar radiation, i.e. the logical extension is they tried to burn the sun. I wonder what it means. Did I ask you? Ask you, sorry. And then you use it. I did the same thing with Len, so, by getting rid of
You tried to throw me into the sun, it didn't work out.
Yeah, we split the difference and got rid of Krakoa. Who's evidently back as a member of the school.
Of course.
But that was it. I was hooked, and when Len took over the book, unfortunately, he couldn't lock his office door, and I was sitting right outside the office door, and this is number 2, and I kept sneaking in to listen, and he was too polite to boot me out.
You learn your lessons the hard way.
And the rest, as they say, is history. And then I met her, the lady next to me, and became really good.
Maybe skip the whole part where he and John Byrne and Dave Cocker did fabulous, incredible issues of X-Men that I was lucky enough to be able to edit or take over after Jim Salicrup left. So yeah, okay. So I was hired from Martin Publishing to edit Marvel's licensed properties and also to be eventually head of the X-Men, which I was very excited about. And then there was a little bit of a kerfuffle with the death of Phoenix, and I got handed a little early. So that's really how I got into Marvel. I just was suddenly, I had this project dumped on me a little prematurely. It was fabulous. I was so excited and so happy to be working on it. And then eventually, I edited, X-Men and some other stuff for a while, and then I started writing. And I guess that's where Walter gets, I quit editing and started writing. That's where Walter comes into the project. Oh yeah, X-Titans, X-Titans. It was great. I hired Walter because he was my husband, and it was the one who got in at the time.
No nepotism here.
Well, you asked first.
I did.
He did. He came in and when he found out we were using Darkseid as the villain, he stuck his head in my office and said, "I'm drawing that." And I said, "Sure." Sounds like a good idea at the time. So now it's Walter's turn.
I had 3 cracks at getting to the X world. What was it 171? Was it with Rogue? Was that before or after X Titans?
It was before.
That was my first one. What happened?
Hey everybody, this is Blake with Marvel.com, back again with Sleepy Hollow. Please introduce yourselves, everyone.
I'm Mark Goffman. I'm Len Wiseman.
I'm Tom Meissen.
I'm Orlando Jones.
I'm Katrina.
It is Halloween.
Yeah.
I was serious. That was my name.
That's who I am. That's totally my
I've
name.
always wanted
Don't
to be
make it
Len
weird.
Wiseman, though. Maybe next time.
That was a run.
So you just got into the con immediately right now. So have you seen anything except for the hallways?
Literally, just what's behind us right now.
Yeah, the elevator.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I saw a really cute small Asian boy try and get into an elevator, and it was exciting. It was very exciting.
So you have a panel at 3 o'clock, you said, right?
Yeah.
What for fans who aren't going to make it, what are they going to miss?
Oh man, we are going to preview tomorrow's episode.
Ah.
So we're going to do the first couple acts of the show, which I think will be a lot of fun.
And season 2 is out right now. Tell fans what to expect. without getting in trouble.
There's a war going on. What do you mean? The second horseman of the apocalypse showed up at the end of last season. He's wrecking havoc on. What do you mean what's going on? There's a war going on.
This man, it was transferred to Terrytown Psychiatric, so he's in Crazy Town for a little while, which I think is a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
For me, it is.
Me too. And of course, I cut off my reverend's head apparently, so people don't like me, and killed 2 cops. And now the new sheriff is in town, the lovely Sakina Jaffrey lady.
I'm the official killjoy of the show. I'm here to take the buzz off everybody's partying and get some to end the chaos in the town, much to everyone's chagrin.
Yeah. And
Very well.
also putting Jenny in jail, which was
Yeah, again, when I read that script, I gotta admit, a little pissed. I was a little pissed.
And I know, Orlando, you've been to this con before. Is this the first time for the rest of you?
I've been a few times as well, yeah.
First time for me.
What's first con ever?
First con ever, and also new to this
Nice.
whole world of
The uninducted.
supernatural life. And
that's
I'm
fantastic.
obsessed now. I don't know. I can't believe how much I've been missing my whole life. Really, I just cannot believe it.
Yeah.
All new. So
No, I've been
excited.
coming to these for when I was down there before
He
I
was
would
a
ever be up
Malaysian
here.
boy. He was a Malaysian boy.
Yeah, when I was a
Running
Malaysian boy.
evidence.
When I was,
The good old
yeah,
days.
I've been coming for years.
Yeah, just as a fan.
As a fan, yeah.
What did you
in
go-
costume?
Really?
Boba Fett.
Boba.
No
Yeah.
way.
Wait a minute.
Sorry,
Cosplay, ladies
I
and
have.
You guys are cute. You
Yeah.
guys are cute.
So cosplayers can become somebody one day. That's a good.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely,
yeah.
by the way.
Wow.
So you're all. Absolutely.
I made my own costume. It was
Really?
yes, I did.
No way.
I did.
Are there photos of this?
Moving on.
One more. Did you make the mask as well?
I made the
helmet?
mask. I made the. My mother's gonna be so proud. She's digging it up right now. I'm sure. She says, "They're gonna want to."
You can put your
Yeah.
finger in it.
Your brother can tweet this. Yeah. Yeah, I was into stormtrooper costumes and Boba Fett and Luke Skywalker, both Star Wars and Empire. That was my life.
You know, Marvel's doing Star Wars comics now.
Yeah.
So I just want to pitch that. Would you all dress up as anybody at a con or what?
Yeah, I used to come with a lot of different people. I mean, I've done Lando Calrissian a couple of times. I did Buckwheat once and pissed a bunch of people off.
Oh,
I thought it
man.
was hilarious, though. I'm sorry. Come on. Buckwheat, yo. Come on. I think I did War Machine.
You did?
Really?
Yeah.
I was
So
trying
where
to
do you get a costume like what costume is that? You
Okay, so
renting one? Are
this
you
I
making
rented one. So
Okay.
this head is actually was made. They shot in
Yeah.
Wilmington.
Yeah.
So in Myrtle Beach, they have that in black, which is War Machine.
Yeah.
So I
Oh,
found
wow.
it, got it there, and they were like, "We can't get it to you in time." I was trying to get it.
Oh.
Yeah, mine was more cardboard and duct tape and things like that.
A good,
I did Storm once, but actually not at Comic Con. It was for Halloween, and I made my own costume, and it was the best.
And I'll do Gandhi, the action hero.
Action hero.
Later, I'll bring that out. in
Yeah,
my
that's
form.
awesome. I really want to start a trend. I want to start a trend with Benjamin Franklin this year,
Oh, you know
becoming
it.
part of the
It's gonna happen.
cosplay.
It's
The
gonna
Benjamin
happen.
Franklin
Next
stuff on the
year.
show is kind of awesome. Come on. Benjamin Franklin walking around half naked, being sexy Franklin is too good.
I know, Orlando, you've been to Dragon Con before, right? That's a experience in itself as far as cosplay goes.
Yeah, it really. Well, also because there's so much makeup there. You know what I
Right.
mean? You get to see sort of all of the actual monster makeup, like what Corey Castellano does on our show. So it's kind of awesome.
I actually begged him to show me how he does things on his computer. I was like, and what's the first step? And then what do you do? And it's just unbelievable what it creates. Yeah.
And then I know, Lindy, you go to some of the cons as well, and you kind of geek out over people. Can you tell your
I
experience?
mean, I actually haven't been to many cons.
What was the one that you
But
Warwick Davis, mate? I think you met him.
What's that?
Warwick Davis, you met him at a con?
I met, who did I meet? I met Fiona Staples recently, which I was like super excited about.
You got any
She's
pictures
like
of that?
one of my favorite artists.
Creepy con.
I met Jim Lee. He drew a
Ah.
sketch for me. And,
Nice.
yeah, that was awesome. But I haven't, I met Warwick Davis. Yeah, that's right. In Ireland. And I have a photo with him. His
Wait, you were
family
in
is
Ireland?
awesome. Yeah, I went to Dublin for a Comic-Con there.
Oh, that's awesome.
And, or was it Birmingham that we met? Anyway.
Birmingham.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have no idea where you've been.
Yeah.
We
I've
just put her
been
on a
all
plane,
over.
she shows up.
Some of this is in my mind, so I'm not really sure like what's fact.
Turn around, see where you are right now.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh.
This is actually my first New York Comic Con though, so I'm really excited to be here. Yeah.
Is it?
Me too.
Yeah.
I thought you were here last year. You were
I
working.
was actually working.
You
yes.
were working. That's right. We
The
missed
rest
you
of our
last
cast
year.
too. We're running 2 units right now, so we were shooting up until about 6 a.m. last night, and then we're starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So we've got a lot of production going on right now.
Wait, so
Busy
you
show.
film in North Carolina?
We
So
film in
flying
Wilmington.
back-
So I go back to Wilmington with the rest of these guys tonight.
Wow.
No, I wasn't invited, but that's
Coming up very soon.
Yeah.
So we only got about a minute left. How can fans reach you online? I know you both are active on social media. How about everyone else?
Well, actually, I think we all pretty
all
much
are.
are.
Yeah,
Everybody.
we live tweet during every show, and we try to keep a decent presence going. Dropping a few little hints and things that are going on during the week,
the
and
holograms are on.
stealing
Oh,
some
by the way,
production shots.
Mondays, 9 o'clock, Sleepy Hollow. Don't be stupid. Mondays at 9 o'clock. Come join the party.
Yeah. It was funny. I was at the press junket last year, and like all the press people were like geeking out over meeting you guys. I've never seen it happen before. Like they're saying, "Oh, can I get a picture with you?" To every cast member. I know you were there.
Yeah.
And it was awesome.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, the press has been kind of awesome, but our fans, we have the best fans ever. The Sleepyhead
yeah.
core is
Yeah,
incredible.
they're unbelievable.
We really are.
The fan art that is produced
Oh
is
my
unreal. So
That's
beautiful.
true.
Do you see any Sleepy Hollow cosplayers?
Yes.
Have you seen any this time yet? I guess since you
Have you seen the
con.
Sleepy Hollow comic book?
There's a comic.
There's a
There's a comic book.
comic
Yeah.
book that's coming.
Yeah,
It's pretty badass.
it just came out.
really
Literally,
great.
I
I've seen the
think
first
just
6
came out.
pages or something, right? Is
Well, I
that-
think it actually just
No, it's released. now.
released today, or
Yeah.
released
Today.
yesterday.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome. So I guess you
Yeah.
go to Fox and pick that up.
I actually went for a drink last night with a friend who was there with the creator and handed me the comic book.
Just hit me up
That's
at
awesome.
happyorlandojones.com and I'll send you to where the comic book is and where you can buy it. No problem.
Great, that's awesome.
I only have one, so
And he's not giving you his.
I'm not.
Thanks so much for joining us, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We got more coming up. This is Marvel, your universe.
All
right.
Paul Simpson's August is really beautiful. If Paul could do pencil with X-Men, he could really do 1 issue a month, and Weezy was the editor, and he got handed a double issue to do. So he was going to be behind a month. So Weezy got in touch with me and said, could you draw 1 issue of the X-Men for Chris? And Chris was working far ahead. It didn't have to be a fill-in issue, it was really an issue he had already planned out, if I understand it, as I remember it. So it was in continuity. So it was really just a crapshoot. I just got an issue that said, quick, draw this, we need it, tomorrow. So I drew an issue of the X-Men, it's the only issue I ever drew, 171. It's my most reprinted comic of anything I've ever done. Because it was the issue where Rogue went from being a bad girl to being a good girl. And so I don't know how it is now, this is a long time later. At the time, Rogue was such a popular character that for a long time, that story could come around in the jukebox every so often.
And it has the best punch ever.
Well, that's just some flack there. I believe comics are comics. I don't think comics should be just like, they're not like real life.
No.
So when she takes a punch, she gets blown to the moon because that's what the honeymoon is. Well, to the moon, Alice, to the moon! So she gets blown to the moon in 1 punch. She didn't really get blown to the moon. That would require a velocity of the moon. So apparently I'm really old, so I give it up now. The second thing that happened to me was I was walking by the office, Chris, and we were discussing the X-Men Teen Titans. The way those books worked was the Marvel and DC traded back and forth, the editorial job. DC did the first one, Superman, Spider-Man. Marvel did the second one, Superman, Spider-Man. DC did the third one, Batman and Hulk. Marvel got the fourth one, X-Men Teen Titans. And that meant that it was a Marvel editor, it was a Marvel creative team, Marvel editor, Marvel colorist, but Marvel did the running on that. And Len, and was the liaison guy on that book. And Mark Wilkin pitched in as well. So I've been walking by the office as they were discussing, and they were trying to find some good villain from DC to use in the book. And I heard them saying, Dark Side. I'm drawing that book. I don't care. That's me. I know you're my wife. I'm sorry, but I'm drawing that book. So I ended up drawing the book. Chris wrote a great story. We had a fabulous time. That worked out really well. And then finally, I was getting off. I was doing Thor. I guess I was working on Thor. About to get off as the artist. I was still writing it. And Weezy had just gotten on X Factor about 5 issues earlier. as the writer, and she was looking for a penciler, and I said, I would love to work with you. So it was about that simple. I ended up being the penciler on X Factor for a while. That was it.
I bought Giant Size X-Men #1 from a spinner rack and a Krausers, and I loved it because I loved Dave Cockrum and I loved what they were doing, so I bought it every single month until 1985 when I got a job at Marvel, and I got it for free. So that's basically it.
Thank you for supporting the book.
Yeah, really.
My first job on X-Men was as a role for the the obvious solution to it, we win that fight right there. Oh, I do. Then I got to do I also got to do the Wolverine fighting, what's it, Sabretooth issue in the middle of Young Davis. Then I got to do Shrew Crown.
That's right. That's a beautiful shot of Aurora and what's her face from the Hellfire Club? Yeah. No, not from Hellfire Club. From
Callisto.
Yeah, Callisto standing, just arguing in somebody's courtyard.
Angry, maybe.
Oh man.
And then I
Hey Marvelites, welcome back to Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm
Hey.
Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I am Marvel.com editor Ben Morse, and speaking of Contest of Champions, we've been fortunate all weekend long to have some of the folks who produced the game on, and today we have with us Gabriel Frazera and Cuz Perry. Guys, as we've been doing with everyone who's worked on Contest of Champions, can you give a quick overview of what you did on the game and kind of what your contributions were and what you're still doing as the game continues on?
Okay, I am art director in the game, and because we're a small team, I kind of do a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Whatever they need me to do, I did concepts for the characters, environments, work with Cuz and Sam with some aspects of the story, with Marvel, like exchanging ideas and then building them. So basically, yeah.
Because?
And I'm the creative director, so I don't do much.
Not too much, yeah. Sit back and watch it come together.
Money just being thrown at you.
Hope the art director does his job.
So yeah, we've been showing people footage all weekend. Everyone's seen the trailer. The consistent response we get is, how is this a mobile game? How is this not a console game? But you guys have been down at the booth. You've been down at the Marvel booth where people have been playing it for the first time. This is your first real chance outside of some of the smaller demos to get feedback. What's been the most common feedback you guys have been getting on the game?
It is not a console game.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's at least 95% of the people. First question, console game. Second question, how much is it going to cost? Free. Sam told me to censor myself because thanks, Sam.
Good
job, Shumfries.
They keep looking for the console, and then they see the iPad, and
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. So you were talking about working with Marvel, working with Sam to develop the story. What was the relationship like with you guys in Marvel? How often were you talking? How much were you going off on your own to do your own thing? How closely in contact were you with the people we work with?
Well, right from the beginning, they imprinted the DNA right on us, and we loved it because we're fans, and so it was easy. So they settled arguments for us where we were arguing amongst ourselves, like, hey, what do we want to put in? They're like working with us, giving us a vision for what we knew what we wanted to do. Here's some guidelines, here's sort of setup, and then after that, run with it. And then getting Sam on board right from the beginning, he flew up to Vancouver a couple days of just brainstorming together, and he's been part of the team from the beginning, so it's been amazing.
Yeah, on the art side, we're pretty much in contact all the time, and we're sending packages. So here's the new characters, here's the concept, here's the version we want to do. What do you guys think? And he said, oh, maybe we can push this guy because. And then we always have this. It's very. They foster ideas. That's the best thing to talk talk to Marvel too is they used to work with different artists, different
Yeah.
writers, so they want different versions and different visions.
Yeah.
As long as it's consistent with their universe, they're more than happy to see new things coming out. So yeah, we get to geek out all the time and get paid for it, so it's great.
No, I think that's pretty much like everyone at Marvel is like being able to geek out and get paid for it.
Right, that's what we do
It's
for a
the
living.
dream.
That's the dream. We're living it.
It's awesome. Can you? We have 25 characters in the game at launch. Was there a surprise in there that you guys went discussing with Marvel and figuring out who's going to be in, who can't, whatnot? Were there any surprises for you guys?
A few, right? Because a lot of characters have different versions, and everybody has their favorites, including the guys at Marvel, right? They say like, are we gonna do maybe Ms. Marvel or Captain Marvel? Which Captain Marvel? And so, we like this guy, and we don't know exactly sometimes what the reason they want to do. Maybe they want to push the character in the future, but
maybe
sometimes
they're just a fan.
sometimes
Yeah.
they're just fans. They like their uniform, they like their moves, and we always have our own game perspective. So we want to see who looks better on the screen, who has the best powers.
You need a mix, too.
Yeah, we need a good mix
Yeah.
of like all kind. We have like 5 different kinds of bodies. We have like big guys, medium guys. We want like a nice mix, but if they let us, we'll do everything, right?
Yeah.
So we want to have like every single Marvel hero plus all the different multiverse versions of them, right?
Sure.
The different costumes, because as he said, we're like big fans since kids. So yeah.
The one that I would say would be Black Bolt, and I know, and Sam, like some of the guys that we were working with, they're like, yeah, get Black Bolt in there. We're like, oh, okay, great, we love Black Bolt.
Yeah.
And then Sam writing for Black Bolt, very easy.
Very easy job. That's the kind of job Sam Humphries loves to take. Yeah.
We've got some coming here, some questions for you guys.
Yeah, if you guys want to ask questions, by the way, use the hashtag MarvelNYCC. These guys will answer anything you want to know. Maybe. I don't know. There might be stuff you can't.
Sophia, who's watching from Spain, who's seen every one of our segments about Contest of Champions. It's
true.
She wants to know, will we see the game worldwide, maybe next summer, any time frame or likelihood?
Worldwide, yeah, and December. As soon as we can get it out. From the response here, the sooner we can get it out, the better for us.
Yeah. So it's, to be clear, this is coming out in December, and it's going to be free for mobile,
Free to play
and it's
for
going to be around
Android,
the world.
iOS,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah.
Midgardian Mite wants to know, he totally understands. It's a touch play game. Is there any possibility for controller support? Do they make? I don't even know if that's possible. Can you like Bluetooth a controller to?
Absolutely, there's going to be Bluetooth controller support. That was a hard one for me to put together. Yeah,
Boom!
absolutely.
That is. I didn't realize that.
And the really good thing is, as you see down on the floor, it holds up if you put it to the TV. So if you play it on your TV, there's the Bluetooth. You got a console right there.
What?
I gotta say, you guys are like the most crowd-pleasing guests ever. It's just
Seriously.
like, when's it gonna be out in Spain? It's gonna be out worldwide.
Yeah.
Can we
You
go
want
with the
this?
controller?
Sure.
Why not? It's like,
That made my morning. too.
Ask for Deadpool. He's in there.
Let me ask a question. Could I borrow $500?
From Gabe, yeah. Gabe didn't spend all his
In
commission
December.
money.
Yeah, in December.
Nice.
Probably more in January. Wait a second.
We'll see.
Sophia, Sophia has a weird question because she wants to know. You've got all these heavy hitters. What's the balancing like? Because is there someone who's sort of like weaker, stronger? Do they make up for it in other ways? How do you guys deal with that?
That's an interesting question. Yeah. It's hard to balance. A fighting game is one of the hardest types of game to balance, and we're working really hard. In the beginning, we say like, so what kind of players will play better against each other? So we created this class system, and some classes play better against each other. And as you build your team, you can create synergies between the heroes too.
Right.
So it's a RPG.
Yeah.
With the fighting and questing elements. So you see, some guys will play much better against each other, but you have to figure it out. And if you know the Marvel Universe, you already have like a little bit of the lore.
Sure.
So that's how we balance.
Exactly. So for example, Wolverine has bleed and regeneration. So like he's a little OP. So you got to get Deadpool to take him on. So
You got a matchup. It's all about
exactly.
matchups.
They all have their different sort of RPG elements and skills and attributes that are pretty good perks, and that's what you want to look for is build the best team based on the quest that you're going on.
Sure.
Yeah,
a Deadpool Wolverine fight could just go on for hours.
Forever.
That would happen.
That's something we haven't really talked about a lot, actually, the team aspect. The fact that it is one-on-one, but you have to build a team. There is strategy involved. It's not just going to be mashing buttons and things like that.
Absolutely. So the story is that you're going out on these quests. It's your team versus Kang to start. And if you've seen the trailer, there's other people coming in.
Yep.
But it's a contest of champions. And so out ahead of you, you've got a quest. That's like a fight ladder. And if you get to the end with one of your heroes still alive, you get all the prizes, right? So you got to put together the best team to take out that quest.
Yeah. Cool. Do you guys, I gotta ask, you have personal favorite characters in the game? I know it's like picking kids, but gotta know.
Well, every time somebody asks me that, I have a different one.
Yeah? Who is it today?
Today I have to say MODOK.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This guy, that's his
MODOK's in the
favorite
game? Are we confirming it right now?
Maybe. Is it? Yeah, I love.
He's my favorite character, absolutely.
He's
by
amazing,
far.
and I think he's being mistreated in the past.
Yeah.
And we want him to be badass.
Yeah.
As he said, like, I am science, so he's like, he has to be badass and has like crazy moves.
Best Marvel game ever. All right, put it down.
This is the loudest you have been all week, and it is Sunday. This is incredible. Cuz, personal favorites?
I said one before, Vision. I'll get in trouble if I say that again because I probably say the other part of it. So I'll say Scarlet Witch.
Oh, yeah.
That's the other half of the team that I like.
I think Scarlet Witch is a really cool fit for this game just because she's unusual in terms of for a fighting game. It's not just straight fighting. It's, the magic. And
well, when you see her #3 special, her special attack, everybody, they lose it. It's a really good special attack. So that's
Chaos magic.
Yeah, it's a good magic attack.
I noticed, because I haven't had a chance to get my hands on the game too much.
No, me neither.
It's one-on-one, right? Or is it three? Because I saw it in the trailer, it's like you see a couple of characters line up together, 3 over here and 3 over there. That
was them building out their teams.
Okay, that's
but
what I
then
thought.
when you go into the fight, it's one-on-one. And then if you survive that fight, you take your team and go to the next fight, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Cool. Guys, we want to thank you so much, not just for coming on, for sponsoring us all weekend, for everyone who's come on. Where can people find out more about Contest of Champions as we're counting down to December? Of course, we're going to have lots on Marvel.com, but read the back of his shirt.
Play contestofchampions.com. I forgot last time I was here. So
We wrote it for you.
Thanks,
Yeah,
man.
that's pretty- that's
Play
awesome. Seriously, guys.
contestofchampions.com.
The game looks amazing. We're all super excited. We're going to have a lot more on Marvel.com. But
So
we'll
much
also
more.
be back here with the folks from KA, Cirque du Soleil, in just about a quick break.
And I'm going to give this away.
We're going to, what?
Of our top artists. So Carlos Pacheco is drawing the first issue, Humberto Ramos is drawing the second issue, the third issue is by Alan Davis, the fourth by Chris Sprouse. So each one, what we're going to do in the Shield comic is take all of the goodness, all of the essence of the characters that you've come to know and love in the TV series and put them in a place where they can interact with the larger Marvel Universe without needing an enormous budget and without having to get Robert Downey Jr. to come down to the TV set. So we have access to the full Marvel Universe, and we're going to take full advantage of that as we're dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D., the sort of insane and ridiculous Marvel Universe threats and mysteries and problems that they have to solve, being the best trained and the best qualified ordinary people within the superhuman Marvel Universe. And who did that kick-ass cover, Tom? That cover and the other covers are by Julian Totino Tedesco. Cool.
All right, I'm just going to show this piece, and I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let it sit there for a second and just let it live there. Okay. All right, we got one more. All right, Tom, go for it. Operation Sin.
Operation Sin.
I just want to chime in here real quick. As many of you may know, me and Joe are pretty involved on the television side, and it is. I'm sorry. What, is someone leaving? Yeah, Brian has to go. Everybody say bye to Brian. Say bye to Brian. Bye, Brian. Bye, Brian. I'm very sorry. I got double booked. If you don't love her. I'm done. I will be here in this room. As you can see, to show you the first look at the Powers TV show. That's the Powers. I'm very sorry. I love you guys. I'll be back here at 3:15. Thank you. Take care, Brian. And I just wanted to chime in before, like I was saying, Joe and I are pretty involved in the TV stuff, and just these 2 comic book releases alone, like a lot of the stuff we've been doing on television, none that lived anywhere else in the pantheon of Marvel Comics, and me and Joe being comic comic dorks that we are, we wanted to make sure that we got, legitimized and put some comic book stuff out there so we could, inspire some things. And we're very excited about the series. And having our characters from television, from the cinematic getting adapted and inserted into the Marvel Comics universe is super cool. We're super excited about it. So I want to thank everyone for that.
Just a well-worn announcement. The Miracle Man Annual will be out soon. Grant Morrison, Peter Milligan will be writing stories. I'm going to be illustrating one of them with Grant, and Michael will be illustrating one with Peter Milligan. Here's just a couple of my pages, just for the hell of it. And I can draw. Okay. Thanks, guys. All right, so we didn't realize because we have a little bit of an announcement here, a video announcement. From a special guest who couldn't be here, but I'm going to let this thing roll. So if we could dim the lights, here we go. Okay, I was wondering, is Simon out here? Simon? He's here. Are you here, Simon?
Yeah, I'm here.
There he is, Simon. Hi. Simon's editing the book. Simon, you want to talk a little bit about it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm actually so excited about this series. It's so rare that when we get to do young adult content at Marvel, and this is sort of the definition of that. James Patterson is a genius, a little crazy, but he fits right into the Marvel family. And he's so excited about sort of putting the Marvel stamp on this blockbuster hit series that has fans from all over the world. So the series itself is about a group of young kids who sort of are on the run with these really special powers, and they're sort of an adopted family who, become bonded because of the things that they sort of went through together. The book will be adapted by Marguerite Bennett, who's currently writing Angelo, which comes out next week, I think. By the way, just a big plug. And art by Alex Sanchez, and that beautiful cover art that you see up there is by Stephanie Hahn. It'll be sort of everything from sort of a good mix of fantasy, and it'll be dark and mysterious, but also really funny and heartwarming. So I hope you guys check it out and sort of enjoy the ride. That is Maximum Ride. Thanks.
Sir?
Yeah, it was like, yeah, it was good. Yeah.
If you guys are familiar with we adapted Stephen King's Dark Tower series. This is real much in the same vein. So readers who are familiar with the series, I think we'll be coming to something that's very familiar, but we will also be telling stories that have little twists and turns that maybe you're not familiar with, but all very, very much sanctioned by Mr. Patterson himself. And for readers who are not familiar with Mass Ride, well, you're going to come into a world and not feel alienated, because you're going to start right from the ground level and get into the world. So it's very, very cool. So we're on our last slide here. I'm just going to talk about a little thing we're doing on the side that, we just talked barely about, and it's Daredevil on Netflix. Just to show you how little juice I have at Marvel, I did some production drawings for the show, and they were using one as a limited edition print that they're going to be giving away at the Marvel booth, and I asked if I could show it, and they said no. So I can't show you the print, but if you go down to the Marvel booth for the Daredevil signing in a little while, which is at 3:45, is it, right? Is that what it is? 2:40, no, 3:45, Marvel booth, right? You can get the print there and see it. And then there will be a Daredevil panel later today, where I believe we will be maybe showing a thing or two. We'll see. So come on down to that. Really exciting. So that is all we have to show you guys, and now the time is really yours. We can turn the house lights on. That'd be great, so we can see who's out there. And there are any microphones. There you are. You have some microphones? So if you have some microphones, you guys can just storm those, and we'll ask them. Let you guys ask some questions, and. So there's one mic? She was one mic right there? Other side. Left and right, I think. House, left, house. Okay. Hey guys, big fan of everything you guys are doing. Real quick, Runaways, Darkhawk, The Hood. Where are they and when are they coming back? See, you're the Runaways guy.
Well, the Runaways characters are not essentially, they're not together as a team, but the characters are popping up in different places. Nico is just over in Avengers Undercover. The older Molly Hayes is in Brian's Amazing X-Men. The other characters still out there that are going to be popping up. So as far as Runaways are concerned, while we're not essentially a team, we still know you guys love the characters. The writers and artists still love to write and draw them. So, we're going to be playing with them over the course of the next 12 months. After that, who knows? We'll see. Darkhawk is, I think there are some cosmic plans for Darkhawk. We can't talk too much about that. And the Hood was just in, what did I read the Hood in?
Original Sin.
Original Sin. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. All right, this side.
Hi. Over the last couple of years, I've seen a huge shift in Cyclops, which I've been loving. Open question, whoever wants to field it. Where would you guys like to see him go in the future?
I'll take that one. If you've been enjoying what's going on in Cyclops' life, trust me, the best, or possibly the worst, is yet to come. He's been through the ringer, and he's put a bunch of his teammates and family members through the ringer as well. We are not done with Cyclops' story by a long shot. We've been talking with Brian about a bunch of different things that will be happening to him and other family members of his over the course of the next few months and actually the next year or so.
Thank you.
Great. Yes, sir. You Spidey fan here, Senor Jethro. Dan, I love your work.
Thanks.
So, question. Scarlet Spider and New Warriors are done. I'm seeing Kane pop up in Spider-Verse. Are we going to be seeing more of him? Kane? Yeah, Kane Parker. Oh, he is all over Spider-Verse. When you see what happens in Amazing Spider-Man #9, you'll see a big Kane moment. And we're not killing him yet. That's ominous, but thank you very much.
Hi, this is my Comic-Con moment. I'm a big fan of Joe Quesada. You're the greatest. You're like God. And yeah, basically. My question is for Mr. Dan Slott, and the question is, can you tell us more about Spider-Verse? And we recently saw Gwen Stacy rise back from the dead, literally from
alternate universe, our Gwen is still dead. In the ground, dead.
So my question is Peter going to see Gwen Stacy and how they're going to react?
Amazing Spider-Man #9.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I am Ben Morse, the editor of Marvel.com.
I'm Judy Stevens, associate producer, and we're bringing you the artistic director of KA. Please introduce yourself to the Marvel audience.
I'm Marie-Hélène Gagnon, artistic director of KA.
So I'm going to show you this. So we've done, this is the third of a series of KA books we've done with you guys. And I think this is probably by far the most beautiful cover.
It's a beautiful cover. We just went for it. And when we saw it, we thought if we do the three together, we're going to use this one, which is closer to the story too. I think it's a very good resume.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit off the camera just about this, and they use the terminology stage to page, which is brilliant. Like the idea of KA there's no dialogue throughout the show. It's really using music and the actors, and then actually putting dialogue in, really just sort of explain the story.
Yes, but it's not the characters talking. We keep the narrative tone that is in the show. The whole story happens by itself, and we know what's going on, and it was so much fun to have all these little captions that just keep the information flowing.
And you worked so Bill Roseman, who's our editor, you worked with him page by page, sort of create this amazing storyline.
As time went, because the first books, we were very much like I was not so used at seeing a draft and say, yes, this is exactly what it should be when it's going to be done. And then with time, I could see the creative artists just taking off and having their own reading of the show, and it worked. And it was so much fun. I was making discoveries at that.
I know, she's flipping through it. You guys can't see it.
You're really enjoying it, yeah.
Really, the art is really beautiful. We've got to see it in the office So what can you tell a little bit about the storyline of Ka for those at home who've never seen it?
Okay, so the story is around two twins who are the imperial children. Their parents get killed. It was a coming of age party day. They get separated. They get sent all over. Their kingdom is taken over. So they will struggle, find their strength, find love, and have this final battle that will give them back their kingdom. It's very Shakespearean as a story, and then we can use the huge images of this gigantic stage, and that time we can have a little close-up to shadows or little tiny images that carry the emotion. So it's so much fun to see it as a book.
I really hope that I can go to Vegas soon and see the show.
Hope you will. Why don't you?
Actually, I know. My other photographer, Nicole, is a huge Cirque fan, and she's been raving about this show. She's like, we have to go to Vegas. I really want to see. But Ka sounds amazing too.
Well,
just like, I know, mostly because I love water. I love water. But what's amazing is that for the shows in Vegas, the stages are specifically built. So,
yes.
Being
this one was built expressly for that. It's $165 million stage.
Oh, wow.
There is no floor. It's just pieces that fly up and turn and flip
Oh my God.
and do all sorts of things. But you can't dive from there.
That's good.
You go
Yes.
to O for that.
Yes. Definitely. I mean, obviously, with the comic, you're allowed the freedom of building your own stage. Here, you also have the freedom of a comic book.
Yes. You see the images like when they fly in the sky. We have a bird in the house that flies around the house, but here you see it over the mountains, changing countries. It's very pretty.
The more you talk, the more you're selling me on this. I'm telling you. I hope you guys have an opportunity to see it in Vegas. If not, definitely pick up the book. You guys have a booth this weekend.
Yes.
It's like we can actually see it. You guys can't, but we can see it over there.
Yeah,
Stop
you will
making fun of me.
recognize.
That keeps on laughing at me.
You will recognize some piece of the set because we built the thing about the post and beams, like what you see in the house when you come in, which looks like a cathedral with all these post and beams. So this is what the...
And you also have some of the costumes there.
Yeah,
right?
at the moment we have a bunch of characters, and they say hi, and then they get your photo taken. It's very nice.
Yes.
Are they scaring anybody? Or... Because I've
Yes.
seen you guys earlier. They can be very intimidating sometimes.
Oh, some of them are.
Right?
Oh, yeah,
It's
of
not
course.
a joke.
Well, you have to be serious in
Yeah, of course.
doing that kind of thing.
We got about a minute left. We are going to be coming back with Peter David in a moment. But before we go, how can people learn more about Cirque? How can people learn more about Ka? If they want to pick up the comic, if they want to come see the show, what's the best way to do that?
CirqueDuSoleil.com
Yep.
is a very good way. Otherwise, we have all the information in the booth for those who are there. How will they get the comic book once we're done distributing them? We'll get a new print. Yeah, it's going well.
Well, if you know anyone at the show, make sure you tell them to go down to the booth. They're giving these out. They're giving out bags, some other information and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. And we're scanning the badges.
Oh, right, for a contest.
And then they can win a trip to Vegas to see the show.
Oh, man. All right, so that's worth it. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Guys, we'll be
Welcome.
back in a sec.
Thank you.
This is Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2014.
Amazing Spider-Man #9, the first big issue of Spider-Verse, the start of Spider-Verse. Olivier Coipel's art is gorgeous. You will see soon. You'll see soon.
Okay, thank you guys so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
First, Dance Not Love, Silver Surfer.
Oh, thank you.
And also, I read the New Avengers Annual with Barry and Margot Robbie, and I was wondering if that might come back in the future because that just blew my mind. That was probably some of the best Strange.
Thank you very much. The editor of the annual, Jake Thomas, worked really hard with those guys to make that an excellent thing, and so glad you enjoyed it. That was an annual that focused on Doctor Strange. There'll certainly be more stuff going on with Doctor Strange in the future. In the more immediate term, Frank Barberi, who wrote that annual, is going to be writing a number of issues of Avengers World, starting with, I'm going to say, 15. Marco Rudy is the artist on our new Bucky Barnes Winter Soldier book. Yes. The first issue of which has just come out. So that's two places where you can look for some similar goodness. In terms of the events of that annual, in 8 months' time runs out.
Thank you. Thank you. We're all out of jobs in 8 months. So I guess my question is mostly for the editors, not that all of the writers aren't super wonderful. But I was looking back at things like Grant Morrison's new X-Men and then Joss Whedon's Astonishing, which were pretty much crossover exclusives. Like, they didn't really tie in too many other things. They set a tone. And I was wondering how you go about figuring out if a book is going to kind of be a line setter or something that ties into other things, like, such as, there was another where it seemed like, New Avengers was tying into things constantly. I was just wondering what determines what you're doing.
Well, our core titles, almost as a matter of function, tie in because they set the pace for the Marvel Universe. And we of course live in a shared universe. What we try and do with our new launches, the all-new Marvel Now launches would be a good example, from She-Hulk to Ms. Marvel to Black Widow.
All wonderful, by the way.
Thank you. We try and make sure that all those books have an identity, that we try and pick the right writer and the right artist and have them turn them loose on the character. There does come a point at which you have to remind readers that they're a part of the Marvel Universe, and that's where we have to strategize where we start tying in and how we overlap. But we always try and establish new books with a really specific identity. I'm very proud of that.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Yes, hello. It seems to me that you're pushing Guardians into being the premier brand for the cosmic side of things for Marvel. With the movie and the upcoming TV show that was announced last night. And I was just wondering, is there some sort of family rivalry that developed between Guardians and Star Wars as far as encompassing other media?
We hate those guys. No, there's absolutely no friendly rivalry. I mean, we're all of us here, I think, are all huge Star Wars fans. I mean, if anything, Guardians of the Galaxy, we're kind of like the new kids on the block. We're like, woohoo, we're happy to be here. But it's all part of one big family, so we all operate really, really well together. I mean, we're doing a Star Wars comic, and we're putting as much love and effort and energy into those Star Wars comics as we're putting into our Guardians books. We are absolutely, there's no sort of rivalry here. We operate as sort of, one big happy family.
Yeah. Captain Marvel's ship is named for Harrison Ford, and her cat's name is Chewie.
Hi, I don't have a question. I just wanted to voice my protest against the series Avengers Undercover. I'm just kidding.
You had me going.
I actually have a question about the Ultimate Universe. So when it started, it was I guess a reimagining of the 616, and then after Ultimatum it became the series where anything could happen, and now it seems it's become a sort of testing ground for new writers and artists. So I'm kind of interested in what, going forward, is going to be the function of the Ultimate Universe, if there is going to be a function at all.
In 8 months, time runs out.
He just walks around the office saying that now. It's really... Muttering to himself. It's really...
What do you want for lunch? In 8 months, time runs out.
I just want to give a shout out to Dan Slott. You're an awesome guy.
Oh, thank you. And I did have a question for everybody. What do you think?
Do you think Dan Slott is an awesome guy? That's a roundtable question. But I did have a question for everybody. What do you think is more difficult, establishing a new villain or hero, or inventing new stories for an old hero or villain?
I think in terms of getting something that sticks, inventing a new hero or villain that really has a long-term life is much more difficult, partly because we have an enormous, we're very blessed to have an enormous back catalog of characters that have stood the test of time and that we all, us and you, have really embraced. It's easier to do a great Magneto story than it is to do a great story of a new villain you've never heard of before, because one you immediately click to because you're already invested in Magneto and his journey and his conflicts, whereas a new character you're kind of starting from the ground floor.
that's why we're so excited about Ms. Marvel, is that here's a character that we loved, and evidently you guys love her just as much. You know, she's here to stay. Yeah. I mean, nobody wants to play the hits. I think there's a lot of things going on at Marvel where some of even the icons are different, and that's good.
My answer is, in 8 months, time runs out. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to say I really appreciate
Can we get the mic over here?
Yell real loud. We'll repeat your question.
Hi. I just wanted to say I really appreciate the diversity and style that Marvel is putting into their books lately. Particularly, two of my favorite titles you've ever put out are Kieran Gillen's Young Avengers.
Hello, welcome back to Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I am Marvel.com editor Ben Morse, and as always here on Marvel Live, I feel like you've become a regular guest of the show, and we always love having you. Peter David, writer of many things, currently working on All New X Factor and Spider-Man 2099.
Happy to be, much better. Happy to be here. Hi, how's it going?
Very good, very good. We're here on the last day of the show, and we've been doing a lot. Were you involved in the Marvel 75th anniversary signing? I asked, knowing that you were.
That was amazing. For
Right.
those of you who weren't here, you poor devils, Marvel had pretty much everyone who's still sucking oxygen sitting in this huge room having an autographing. And the thing that was really fantastic about it is that it was designed to be this massive thing for the fans
Right.
to go to. But once we went through all the fans, all of us were getting each other's autographs.
Yeah.
So, which really indicates to me that we call ourselves professionals, and technically we are, but there is a fanboy. He scratched the surface and he just comes popping out and he's going, oh my God, there's Larry Lieber. Oh my God, there's this guy. Oh my God, there's that guy. And you're just running around and you're getting autographs. I have my autograph book. It's 4 pages of, I've got 4 pages of autographs in there. It's fantastic.
Now, who are you seated between? Because that's what interests me the most, where everyone was.
I was next to Rick Leonardi and Len Wein and Fabian Nicieza
Very cool.
and Mike Martz.
Very cool. So, what have been some other highlights of the show so far?
Highlights of the show. Okay. You guys will love this, and it's
Okay.
Disney related.
Hey!
These 2 guys come up to my table at Artist Alley, and they have me, sign some books, and it's perfectly fine. And they're about to walk away, and one of them is wearing a very stylized Jafar. It looks like, and his T-shirt. And I said, "Is that Jafar?" And he said, "Yes, it is." And the other guy who's with him says, yes, he says, this is the stage manager for the Broadway production of Aladdin, and I'm the genie. And I went, and it's like my mind wasn't processing it. I'm going, wait, what? And he says, he said, this is the stage manager, and I'm the genie. And I'm going, wait, you're the genie? And I really looked at him and recognized him. And I said, my God, you were fantastic on the Tonys.
I was just going to say, I saw him on the Tonys. He was great.
And he said, just like this, you saw the Tonys? And I'm thinking, like, dude, it was not like it was on Google or
Yeah, exactly,
It was on ABC, you know? And I said, oh, yes, I saw the Tonys. And we got to talking, and the really hysterical thing was, I'm excited about talking to him, and he's excited about talking to me. And I said to him, we haven't seen Aladdin yet, because I tried to get tickets and haven't been able to get tickets. And he says, oh, you want tickets? I have 4 house seats every performance. Just tell me when. So next Sunday we're going to go see Aladdin. And then we're going to go out to dinner with the genie. Life is good.
Life is real good for Peter David. I love that. I love you're just such a fan of things. You came in here, we were talking to the Cirque du Soleil people.
Oh, yeah. Wait, before you go any further.
Whoa, what?
To jump onto what you're talking about with the genie, he's actually a brother of a really good friend of mine. So my friend John, he's like, yeah, my brother's in a play. He's on Broadway. And it was like, because he was being really modest for his brother.
He's in a play, and they gave him this award for it that looks like a globe and spins around. It's just flat.
And
It's
then
called an Anthony or something.
It's a regional thing.
It was great, and so eventually I found out what it was. It was amazing, and yes, he was incredible on the Tonys. And now I know I can hit them up for some tickets to the show too.
Yeah, go with Peter. Go with Peter this weekend.
Yeah, right.
So, all right. Beyond all the stuff you're a fan of, because that's one of the things I love about you is that you're just so into everything you're into. You get the most out of coming to these. But you are working on Spider-Man 2099 again. Was it just like putting on an old glove, or
Oh,
was there a little bit of a
absolutely.
transition?
Well, I mean, first off, you have to understand that I was kind of stunned.
Yeah.
Because Steve Wacker put this thing into his goodbye column that, you know, oh yes, and Ellie Pyle was working on a Spider-Man 2099 comic book, which was technically true in that it was in the talking stages, but that was all. And the internet, in the one of the only instances that I can think of offhand, was completely united. The internet uniform reaction
that does not
was,
happen.
I will buy this if Peter David writes it.
Yeah.
And apparently that got filtered up to the higher ups who were going, yeah, you know, we should really do that and have Peter David write it. And I get a call from Ellie and she says, hi, would you be interested in writing Spider-Man 1999? And I said, sure, when's the first issue? And she said, July. And I went, July?
When was
it's
this?
March.
There we go.
I go, holy crap. She said, yeah, you know, you're late. And by the way, I need a 5-page story to go into Amazing Spider-Man 700.
Oh, great.
And I need that like today.
Yeah.
Like, I hadn't thought about Miguel creatively in 15 years, and all of a sudden I'm pounding out a 5-page story to run an Amazing Spider-Man number 700. So that was entertaining. And yes, I mean, it amazes me how much fun a character he is, and how easily writing him came back to me. I mean, you know, he's just, the thing was, when I designed him initially, I designed him to be the kind of anti-Spider-Man, in that everywhere that Stan and Steve zigged, I zagged. I mean, Peter Parker was, you know, a nice standard white bread kid. So Miguel was mixed race, Mexican and Irish. Peter Parker was an orphan and had no brothers or sisters. Miguel has a mother and a brother. Peter Parker had no idea how to talk to girls. Miguel had a fiance.
Right.
And so on, all the way through. And it's just amazing to me how easily writing the character came back. I mean, I thought I'd have to go back and reread the original series just to refamiliarize myself. But no, you're right, it was just like putting on a comfortable glove or an old pair of shoes. Which I guess I'm very flattered about, that the character made that kind of an impression in my mind.
Absolutely.
That we're now 15 years after I wrote him, and I'm still able to pick it up and just, you know, right where I left off.
Yeah, and like you said, that huge groundswell when the announcement, I mean, the excitement to get you back on the book, but then the excitement for the character too. And
Yes.
he's not a character who's been regularly appearing, obviously, very sporadic,
Yes.
but has stayed in people's minds, made an impression.
Absolutely, which I'm very flattered about. I mean, it's always broke me up. It's like when they announced for the first Spider-Man movie that he's going to have organic web shooters, and everyone's going, organic web shooters? What kind of stupid idea is that? And I'm going, dude, we did that.
Yeah.
You know, I've been there and I've written that.
Yeah.
And I was very pleased to see that some of the things from Spider-Man 2099 did show up in the, I mean, he also had the little claws on his hands, you know? I thought, oh, that's pretty cool that they used those ideas from Spider-Man 2099, or at the very least, we're thinking along those lines.
Yeah. We have some stuff in here.
Some stuff in here.
Some tweets. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
Now, this is a tough one. For Michael W.S., he says, hey, Peter, out of any of the comic books you have written, the series you've written, do you have a favorite?
Oh,
I can't imagine.
A favorite series. I have a couple of favorites. Future Imperfect. That I did with George Perez was probably some of my favorite Hulk material.
We haven't done that on Reading Club, have we?
We need to do that.
All right.
For stuff that was done for other companies, I did a series for DC called the Atlantis Chronicles.
I've never read that.
Oh yeah, it was a fantastic series.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the art was done by Esteban Maroto, and it was about everything that happened in Atlantis up to the birth of Aquaman.
Yeah.
And that was a limited series. I was really very pleased with Atlantis Chronicles and Fallen Angel, which was a series that I created that ran with DC and then IDW. It was also a lot of fun.
Figgy999 says, if there is one creator in any medium that I would ever like to meet, it would be Peter David.
Oh, okay.
And
that's not a question.
No, it's not.
What's
but
your question?
He's also a huge Disney fan, Disney former sort of still kind of employee. You should go to D23. He'll get you some nice access to it next year. I'm making that promise.
Well, really?
Doors just opening left and right for
I will very
you
much
this
take
weekend.
him up on that.
Yeah.
You should drop me a line on Facebook.
Yeah,
about that.
I can connect you guys if that's
Fantastic.
something we want to do.
All right.
Wade Pinder says, Peter David, Justice was one of my favorite characters. Any chance he'll be popping up soon?
Would Justice be popping up soon? I have absolutely no immediate plans to bring back Justice, although he was a recurring character in Spider-Man 2099, the previous run. So is it possible he might show up in Spider-Man 2099? Yeah, anything's possible.
What are the immediate plans for Spider-Man 2099? What are the next few issues going to bring now that he's
The
kind of out of
next
that
few
first arc?
issues, we're going right into Spider-Verse. He's
Ooh.
going to be a major player in Spider-Verse. And the next 3 issues are going to be taking place in 29. No, not the next 3 issues. Issue 5 is the setup for his involvement in Spider-Verse. Then the next 3 issues will be taking place in 2099.
Yeah.
And then after that, we have some really interesting developments and a very unexpected guest star who will be in the first issue after that.
Okay.
I think people will be very fascinated by that.
Very cool.
Cool. The Comic Book Bros have a very broad question. They want to know...
Let's go. We only have a minute left, so
yeah.
let's get to this.
Love your all-new X Factor book. Along with Spidey 2099, are there any other books you would be interested in writing or characters you want to, really sink your teeth into?
What haven't you written at this
Yeah,
point?
What haven't?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I don't want to answer that. And the reason that I don't want to answer that is because whenever I say, I would like to write such and such a character, fans then always say, oh, he's
going to.
criticizing how the person who's currently writing that
Yeah.
character is doing it. I mean, there are several Marvel characters I would like to do, but they're all currently starring in books. And if I say, oh, I'd like to do this character or that character, I don't want to sound like I'm slamming the guy who's currently doing it.
Oh.
So, I'm going to take a pass on that question.
Fair.
Well, if you want to read Peter's stuff, it's legendary and all across the place. You can read a lot on Marvel Unlimited, through our trades program, and of course, all new X Factor wrapping up but heading into Axis, and Spider-Man 2099 heading into Spider-Verse, and still going strong.
Okay.
Where can people find you online?
Online, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook, so I'm pretty easy to locate.
Yeah, and always very nice to talk to.
Same here.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming on the show, Peter. Guys, we're going to be back with Steve Wilkos in just a sec, so get those questions ready. Hashtag Marvel NYCC. You are watching Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014.
A very moving piece on it and what those books meant to him when he first discovered them. And he actually wrote about the day that he discovered them and then the aftermath of that. And so when they were going to do the book,
I'll get a picture of beer, I'll tell you about that. That was a lot of fun, and a really good story, and all should read it.
Actually, if you get us pictures of beer, we'll tell you. How about memorable moments? If you're looking back at your time on the X-Men, is there one moment specifically that you can think of, like, that totally summarizes my experience on the X-Men? That's the one thing that I can really remember and look back and be like, yes, that's X-Men for me. Anyone? David?
Oh, sure.
Oh, Walt?
My favorite experience is everybody thinking I created an Apocalypse, including the drawing of it. The Weezy invented the character, did the visual, and everybody thinks that I created it. Not everybody, most people. It's on Wikipedia that way, so everybody believes it. But in actual fact, even the guy who created it thought that I had done it. that was Jackson Guys. Jackson Guys is the guy who drew Apocalypse for the very first time. It's a small drawing, and first time he shows up on a splash or cover. It's not what he eventually became. Jackson drew him once or thereabouts in a small panel at the end of the issue. He'd forgotten he'd done that. I took his drawing and I gave the guy steroids. Don't do this alone. But I juiced him up a lot because I'm an old grippy guy. So he came to look a lot like I drew him because I'm the one that kind of made him larger. But I love the idea that everybody thinks that I did it, and in fact, even the guy who created it thought I did it. That's my favorite X-Men.
Mine wasn't even, I wish it had come out of my brain, but it didn't. I think it was the second X-Men summit we were doing after we had taken over the books, and at that point you had to do a gigantic crossover every 15 minutes. So we'd done one 15 minutes earlier, so we had to do another one. And we were talking about what we were going to do with Magneto and things like that, and that was when Peter David blurted out, mostly out of frustration in this meeting. Why doesn't he just finally rip the skeleton out of Wolverine's body? And all of us just looked at each other and we said, everyone was thinking the same thing, except Peter, who's the one who said it, because Peter shouted out, I was just kidding. So we went ahead and we ripped out Wolverine's skeleton, and it turned out to be something like 5, 6 years worth of stories that were running through the different X-Men.
lot of comics seem to have right now. It's Chris's fault. I want you to know that this is Peggy.
Chris.
Chris comes to my office. I was writing at the time, so it wasn't my office. We're just talking. And Chris said, I'm going to kill the Morlocks. There are too many Morlocks. So they put in, how many Morlocks did you put in? 300 or something. You wanted fewer than that.
Didn't Paul somebody draw a shot of the underground?
It wasn't Paul. It was New Mutants. No, it was New Mutants 50, and it was. Brett. No, it wasn't Brett. It was the last person you'd expect to see drawing an X-Men.
Stan.
No.
I'm sure somebody here will.
The New Mutants fight. That's Stan calling us in. The New Mutants are down in the alley, and nothing but bodies for as far as the eye can see. And I was sort of surprised because I figured there were only like supposed to be 25 of them. That's why they were hiding so deep and being so sneaky.
Right. So Chris says, he says to me, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to create this batch of evil villains who are going to kill all the extra Morlocks. And I said, ooh, what fun. I said, can I play? You're going to do this English.
Right.
And I said, no, please let me help. Because I like to kill Morlocks too. So I said, well, okay, so we decided we would do it, as a kind of a crossover. We were going to call it the Mary Marvel Marching Mutant Massacre. Only Marvel thought that was a bad taste and wouldn't let us do it. And we made a map. We walked it late eventually.
It's comic books. How can you have bad taste in comics?
And Walter was really good at drawing maps, and he drew this, and then suddenly Thor wandered in.
Well, just to complete us, with me, Chris, Weezy, and me, we were doing X-Men, X-Factor, New Mutants, Power Pack, and Thor. So we were writing or drawing all those different books. So this whole creative crossover, it became a crossover, all those books. And because it was really just the three of us, we were able to work out, I think it's pretty good continuity. We tried to work it so you could read just the X-Men and have it make sense. Or just the Mutants, or just Thor, or just Power Pack.
Right.
And have them all make sense. But all to get X Factor, but have them all together to make one big picture. And I drew a map, or kind of a plumber's map, with all the, I don't know why I thought that was connecting all the things. We put all the issues in squares in order on the map, connecting them all up to show they all fit together. Did a bunch of drawings of all the characters along the bottom. They printed two colors, black and red, and it was distributed to comic shops for free. I'm sure it's worth $1 billion now. But it really explained how the whole thing worked, and that ended up being the Mutant Massacre.
Well, it also happened in September. Remember, you couldn't sell comics in September.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really stupid. So I said, of course you can't, if there's the right comic. So we did this crossover.
And it sold.
And it sold gangbusters. So remember the next year, Shiro comes to us and he says, you're doing another crossover. And he said, this is what you're going to do. He started telling us. And we said, oh, no, we already have something planned. We didn't have anything planned. That became, was it Mutant Massacre? No, that was the next.
No, Mutant Massacre was the next.
Call it the Mutant. That became Call it the Mutants, and a couple of people died. I've been in trouble for that ever since. Yes, they did eventually. And then after that, we had been working toward Inferno all along, and that
Inferno was supposed to be the funny one.
That was Inferno. So that was, that whole experience of collaboration, I think, was my favorite X-Men moments. It dragged out over a batch of years, 4 years.
Well, the whole thing is, the nice thing about, coming from the old days is the rule at Marvel used to be, you get on, you tell your story, you get the hell off. You don't run more than 3 issues, because if you run more than 3 issues and it's a dud, you're stuck with it. You keep your stories quick, intense, you leave your audience getting to the end and going, wow, that was fun, what the hell happens next? We want, that you leave everybody desperate for more. But don't ever overstay your welcome. Because the last thing you want is the readers to think, oh God, another issue, and move on to something else. So we try to find ways
genius at that, by the way. Just saying.
Well, just so that you have to read New Mutants because of what happens in New Mutants. You have to read Thor because of what happens in Thor. You have to read Power Pack because, heck, that's the key to the whole thing. X-Men went out. But that's, you want it to be organic. And it's always, for me anyway, I always felt that that's when you get two or three simpatico minds. You go out, you have a coffee clutch, and you just toss ideas back and forth until you find something that, hey, that sounds cool. Yeah, and if we did this, you can't do that this far. What if,
Wait, I have to say that the crossovers that we did for fun.
Yeah.
And it was really our choice, which I think is, I think they turned out pretty well, I think. And I think that made this fun. Aside from the fact that we had great artists, of course.
I can't think of my favorite moment I have. There is a moment I love in the creation of the new X-Men. When Dave and I were putting the book together, we had 5, I think, or 6 original characters. There was Colossus, there was Nightcrawler, there was Thunderbird, and there were these 2 characters, one called the Black Cat, long before Mark Wilson's Black Cat and Spider-Man. Another called, I think, Tempest. The Black Cat was African. She was, all kinds of interesting luck, bad luck, kind of stuff. And Tempest was, I forget what country he was from, but he controlled the weather.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2014. We are brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. We've been with you guys all day and we're going to keep going. My name is Ben Morris. I am the editor of Marvel.com.
I am Blake Garris, and we have the pleasure of being joined by Steve Wilkos. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great.
So I just found out from you, NBC has had a booth here for 5 years.
Yeah, ever since we moved out here, we've been coming to Comic-Con every year. Stanford Media Center puts a booth out, and usually Jerry or myself or whatever talent, I've come every year. So and I bring my children with me.
I was gonna say, you got a whole crew here.
So we have a good time, and they get excited coming down with me, and we have a lot of fun.
What do you enjoy about the cons? What's the most
Well,
fun
first
for
of
you?
all, when I was a kid, I was a huge comic book guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I was, and I wish I had all my old comics.
We get that a lot.
Yeah,
We get that a lot.
I'm sure you hear that a lot.
Yeah.
But I really do. I had a great collection because I was growing up in the 60s and the 70s. So
Yeah, that's when things were happening.
Yeah, things, was that the Bronze, Silver Age? I don't even know. But so for me to come here, and I usually when I get done, I walk around a little bit, and my kids get a big kick out of seeing everybody dressed up and all different characters. So it's just, and it is truly amazing when you come here and you see it growing every year, and there's just tons and tons of people, and everybody's really having a great time. So it's a great event.
Is there ever a temptation to go and try to see if you can track down some of those old issues you used to have?
Well, I look at some of the comics, and just like baseball cards that I was also into, the graded editions of the comics. And I remember seeing some ones that I had, and they were like rated really high, and they were like $30,000.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
like,
devastating.
Holy, and then obviously I don't think just like my baseball cards, I used to keep a rubber
Yeah, they
band
weren't in
around.
good shape.
I don't know if mine were in good condition, but I'd still like to have them.
Yeah,
in the
just to
back,
have.
and I don't even know what I did with them. So that's the worst part about it.
So you get to walk the floor at these cons? Or you...
I used to do it more than I do it now
Yeah,
because
right.
now it's a little harder to walk through. But it's neat, like you said, because it does go back nostalgia. For me to see the comics that I had, and it's a fun atmosphere. It's sometimes when you go to a sporting event where people are a little rowdy and they're saying some not nice things to the ball players on the field. You come here and everybody really is just having a great time.
Yeah, it's community.
So, it's everybody's getting along really well.
So you're here to promote your show, the Steve Wilkos Show. Tell us a little about what's going on the show and what people should tune in for.
Well, we're very happy with the success of the show because I always say when I got spun off Jerry Springer, people laughed and said, "Oh, Jerry Springer's Bodyguard, there's no way his show's going to last." And now, over 1,000 episodes later, and we're in our 8th season. Wow. And I believe the show is signed out through 11 seasons now.
Oh, cool.
So we're going to be on until 2018 and hopefully longer. But,
to have that kind of run on TV is very hard.
bigger names than me in the last couple of years that have came out, big stars, Jeff Probst and Ricky Lake and Katie Couric,
Yeah.
you know, all get canceled and I'm still rolling, so we're proud of that. And, you know, I think the appeal of my show is we cover topics that a lot of people don't. Domestic violence and abuse and things of that nature. And it's funny because some people do say to me, oh, you're like a superhero. And, you know, it's flattering. It's not true, but I was a police officer. I was a Marine. So I think people feel like maybe I could protect them or they relate to somebody like that. So, and that's, like I said, our show's much different than any other show out there. We're not talking to celebrities. We're not, you know, talking about the new film that's coming out. We're dealing with issues that a lot of people at home are dealing with in their own lives, and I think that's the relatability of the show.
That's amazing, and thanks for doing that. That's really great.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask too, when fans come up to you at this con, what any specific thing they talk to you about?
You know, people always, what's nice, and you're going to have Jerry on later, and the thing with Jerry, and I love being on the show, but it was always, you know, where do you find these people? What trailer park did they get from? And to be quite honest, that gets old after a while.
Yeah.
With my show, I get, you know, I really love what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm so proud. You know, so when you hear that and people say, you know, how many women have come up to me and said, you know what, you got me out of a really violent domestic situation.
Yeah.
I finally realized I need to get out of there. And that's the best.
Yeah.
When you get something like that and you say, like, oh my God, you had an impact on somebody's life for the positive, that's a really good feeling. And that's why I became a police officer, because you wanted to help people.
Yeah.
And with this show, you're helping people. So, I mean, how good of a feeling is that when you know that you're making an impact on somebody you didn't even meet?
Yeah.
Maybe somebody just watched it at home and they watched the show and they said, you know what, I gotta be like these people and get out of this. And so that's a really good feeling.
We got a bunch of people writing in tweets. We're not going to be able to get to all of them, but I want to get this one. It's Ginny Balfour wants to know, Steve, who is your favorite Marvel character and why?
My Marvel favorite character is Captain America.
Okay.
And obviously, because his name was Steve, and when I was a kid, there wasn't
It's that
a lot
easy sometimes,
But I just loved what he represented. My dad was a Korean War veteran and very patriotic. I served in the Marines myself, so I identify with Captain America. And, yeah.
You have a lot of Captain America comics when you were younger? Those
I
some of the ones that got lost?
I did have a lot of Captain America.
How much those are probably worth right now?
Oh, jeez. Although early Fantastic Fours I had, I was a big Spider-Man guy, obviously. I mean, so...
So you had the good stuff.
I had Marvel, the Avengers, and so...
Especially, if you're growing up in the 60s and getting the Spider-Man and Fantastic Four, that's the good
And,
stuff.
you remember, like, things got passed down, too. So
Sure.
even though I was growing up in the 60s, I had people that were older that were giving me their stuff.
Oh, that's right.
So I had some really cool stuff.
Man. All right, well, hopefully this experience didn't depress you too much thinking about all that. But before we let you go, where can people find you online and how can they watch the show?
I think they can just go to stevewilkos.com, and from there they can find us on Twitter and Facebook and everything else. And here in the New York area, we're on WPIX Channel 11 every day, Monday through Friday, at 3 o'clock and again at 4. So it's a double run, and I hope people watch.
Well, very much. Guys, we encourage you to watch the show. It's doing some important stuff, and it's a great thing to watch. Thank you so much for coming on with us.
Thanks for having me. It's really fun. Thank you.
Guys, we will be back in just a second, watch some of our pre-taped stuff, but until then, this is Marvel, Your Universe, and we are Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014.
And we would know the characters and what we were in work. Like the powers of one, the powers of the other, what the personality of one, or the personality of the other. And Dave and I went to Roy. We're stuck here. Everything else is perfect and solid and all together. We can't make these two characters work. He said, tell me about it. He said, simple solution. Take the powers of one, give it to the other with a better personality. And so we got Storm. That's where she comes from. That's why if you look at those early issues, when she uses her powers, she has these big cat eyes. Nothing to do with her powers. We just like the cat eyes. And then Secret Behind the Comics. That's her story.
Anybody else? Dave or Rick?
What's your favorite?
I'm going to go real quick and just say the nicest thing for me about working on the X-Men, it's not really a moment, but the nicest thing is, it's for me, it's a roster of career highlights
few questions from you guys with the time we have left. I'll be calling from the audience, so please raise your hand high and try to get to as many people as possible. Try to limit it to just one question per person. Okay. Yeah, right up front here.
Hi, thank you all for being here. This year I started reading. After last year's 50th anniversary, I started reading from issue 1, and I'm on 57. About again, I've just been reading this year. So I've read stuff that all of you are on just this year. My question is, what is your favorite X-Men villain?
He's asking favorite X-Men villain of each of the creators.
Technically, I guess it's got to be Jack Cohen. It's really serious. I know animation and other forms, and I have actually read comics. I've only had, I think, a half dozen issues. So again, I'll go Krakow. That was cool.
No, he's saying 2 million of them. He's having to run through the process.
Actually, the cheap answer is the one I haven't mentioned.
Apocalypse, just because I made him up and he was fun.
Yeah, Apocalypse, I did make him up, but he still was fine.
And he's got a movie.
Magneto for the big picture, but one of my favorite issues was the one Chris that we met with Mesmerau hypnotizing the old X-Men, and that was a really pretty nasty, lascivious, dirty issue in a lot of ways. And I always thought Mesmerau was, because of that, I always thought Mesmerau was a character that more should have been done with, because of his depravities, and you could do some fun things in the book. It's one of the things that's that great.
I always thought that one of the most interesting things about the X-Men was the existence of the other academy and the Frost and her crowd. Because the idea of, being a teenager and reaching a certain chronological point where your genetic switch gets thrown and you get a power and it's all back and a wheelchair shows up and you go to a school in Westchester where you put on tights and wait for similarly powered teenagers with worse attitudes to show up in that fight. I always thought that dichotomy was really cool, and there's endless storylines there. So.
Actually, I was just thinking, can you imagine pitching the story today? We're going to do a school where this bald guy in a wheelchair goes and collects little kids. And dresses them in skin-tight suits, and sends them out to fight bad guys. And then down the street is this really sexy woman who does the same thing, but she has mind control, and they both have mind control. So they, nobody notices. And then that's going to be so much cool fun. And all I can see is Chris Christie.
Next question. Yeah, over here. Yes, you.
Oh, for everybody, I know the X books run a long, long line. What were your worst handoffs to the next person? Like your least favorite changes that they made to like your design?
There's not enough time. Chris, look. Do you know Wolverine is only 19 years old? No, that's what we started. Yep. And Dave and I just didn't quite see it that way. What would you going to be that way about it? I will actually see. You gave Storm Monster Blaze's orders. Yeah.
Hello, and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher.
And I am Blake Garris, and we are joined by frequenters of the
Ooh,
Marvel live show. Mark Evan Jackson, you were at San Diego. Scott, we can't get rid of you. We love having you. 3 times
3 times
con.
every day.
3 times this con?
This con.
Get a
Mhm.
job, man. What is going on?
How are you guys doing today?
So well. Yeah, this is great. This has been an amazing con, and I have seen you guys so frequently of late at these conventions that I just assume you're going to be in every city that I travel to, even if it's not for work,
Oh.
and that we'll chat.
Oh, we're there in spirit.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're omnipresent.
I like it.
You have been busy with the show. You did a lot for Super Week. You've done a lot for this con. Can you take the fans through what they've missed if they haven't been keeping track?
You've missed everything. Reevaluate your lives, and next year be here for sure. Friday night we had a Thrilling Adventure Hour improv show, unrelated to, it was the cast of the show, but it was unrelated to, Sparks Nevada and Beyond Belief and Moonshine Holler.
Nothing was scripted. It was all just long form.
Made up stuff, yeah.
You guys did an Armando, is that right?
We did.
I
We did.
nail that?
You did know that.
Yes.
We did our version of an Armando Diaz experience
Mhm.
with a monologist who is famous rock and roll star Ted Leo, doing monologues from his real life, and that was the source material for us to improvise from. And it was Scott and me and Paul F. Tompkins and Craig Kukowski and Hal Lublin and Mark Agliardi and Janet Varney. Am I leaving anyone out? I think that's it.
I think that's great. Yeah. And you guys also had a big night last night because you did all your Thrilling Adventure shows that night. Is that correct? Oh, Scott has quit.
What happened?
I wasn't there.
Yeah, but
Oh.
you can still
I can
talk.
say how much I missed it.
We did. We did 2 shows last night at the Bell House in Brooklyn. 2 Thrilling Adventure Hour shows that were our typical show, hosted, sponsored by Work Juice brand coffee and Patriot brand cigarettes.
What is the show like? What is the show?
The show is a staged production in the style of old-time radio. I often refer to it, I don't think they like this, but I often refer to it as, it's as if Garrison Keillor's Prairie Home Companion were cool.
How dare you?
I know. I do get that reaction from time to time. But that is sort of what it is. It's an old time, like a 40s feeling radio hour. Microphones across the front of the stage, performers in suits and dresses and things with scripts in hand, performing serialized radio dramas. I play Sparks Nevada, Marshall and Mars in the first one. Paul F. Tompkins and Paget Brewster are Frank and Sadie Doyle, married mediums who are drunks, who solve ghost crimes and things in the third one. And last night, the middle feature is always different, but last night it was Moonshine Holler with Craig Kukowski playing banjo bindle stuff, a millionaire hobo.
Scott, where were you?
Yeah, where were you, Scott?
I was promoting something else
Oh.
here at the Comic-Con, so I couldn't get there.
On another network.
Oh.
You've been on the show before.
This show, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
A
this
lot.
show, but
Yeah.
Yes, whenever they come to New York, I jump into the Bell House, and when I'm in LA and everything works out, I jump on stage with them there at Largo.
Mm-hmm. Scott is one of my, I came up through the second city, and Scott Adsit was also there, and Scott Adsit, as he knows and is tired of hearing, is one of my personal comedy heroes, and so it's an unbelievable thrill to have him join us for whenever he's in town or when.
And we got to
whenever we're in New York.
improvise together.
That was really fun.
That was really fun.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Now, Scott, you also, I believe you might have a character namesake within the Deadpool title.
I do, Agent Scott Adsit.
Yeah, it's a little on the nose, don't you think?
Yeah, it was, my lawyers are contacting Marvel now.
Oh, good, good. We
no,
can't wait.
Brian Posehn and Jerry Duggan write that, and they're good friends of mine, and they surprised me with a release form one day. They said, "Would you like to be a character in Deadpool?" I said, "Yeah."
Of course.
So I'm a supporting character in Deadpool, and not an unimportant one. It's great.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's kind of the best. And now you guys at home can interact with us if you send us tweets, #MarvelNYCC, and we'll answer them here on the live stream. And I will check it, actually.
I think, Scott, whenever we have you by the office, like, we always give people comics, and you're one of probably 3 people who's like, I'm good, I have enough. Like, really, know your comics.
Well, it's great to go to Marvel because everyone's so generous, and they want to hand you stacks and stacks of hardcover graphic novels.
Heavyweight hardcover graphic novels that you have to carry around the con?
Yeah, well, not the con. This is like the offices.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
In New York, and that's great. And they hand you like a bag that's not strong enough to hold it. And then I've got this little apartment in Union Square, which is just comic books now.
Sounds flammable.
Yeah.
So we have a question coming in from the interwebs.
Oh.
Sophia in España would like to know, can you impersonate any Marvel characters? Can you? She didn't say you have to, but...
You do Agent Scott Adsit, don't you?
I do.
Oh my
I do it
God.
really well.
Just looks sad.
Oh,
That's it.
that was
Spot
perfect.
on.
Nailed it. I don't know that I do. Do you have any Marvel impersonations?
No, I don't.
Okay.
This one took a chance there, and I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I had the same thought process.
I want to mention too before we go, you both do a lot of other things outside of Throne Adventure Hour. You're in movies, TV, all this stuff. You created a wonderful show on Cartoon Network.
Co-created Moral Oral.
Right.
And and Frankenhole.
You're also in the Harchie Holler, amongst other things. Can you guys go through all the stuff you have?
Right now, I'm in a movie with Bill Murray and Melissa McCarthy.
Oh, yeah, St. Vincent.
St.
That was
Vincent.
great.
All my scenes were cut.
Oh.
I'm still in there. I'll be on the DVD though. And then I'm also in this Big Hero 6 movie from Disney.
Yes.
Outstanding. I'm pleased to be back on Parks and Recreation this season, back on Brooklyn Nine-Nine this season, and most recently was in 22 Jump Street.
That's great. And how can the fans find you on the internet?
Have you heard of Twitter? I am at Mark Evan Jackson.
Scott
MARC.
hasn't heard of Twitter.
Is that right?
He's not on it.
Are you truly not on?
No Twitter, no Instagram, and I sometimes check my Facebook.
Okay. Very good.
But I'm a private man.
Yes, no, I know. Most agents are.
Oh, secret agent man. Okay, well, you guys, we're going to be back with even more on Marvel Live, so stick around. Brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions.
How about another more positive question?
Well, the internet is going to blaze tonight.
What story ideas did you guys have that you never got to put into action that you wish you had?
That's a good question. Oh, good question.
Wolverine's in a fight, and his claws get torn out of him. He becomes a bad guy and leader of the Hand, and then Jean tries to come to the rescue, and she becomes leader of the Hand, and all hell breaks loose after that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Larry Hama felt the story started out with killing Wolverine, and Larry Hama felt like, what am I supposed to do while Wolverine's dead? Well, tell him the stories, I don't care. And Larry felt much like Len just did, where should I start punching in it? Maybe I'll start at the top so you can't say stop. And that didn't work. So there are a few.
For me, this stuff so long ago, I don't remember the ideas I used to have. I mean, I will say, I have extensive notes and books that I used to write, that I still have at home, but I didn't write the X-Men really, so I don't really have any extra X-Factor stories I would have told. I was the artist, I just did my stuff.
We never did tell the story of our story of the 12.
Oh, that's right, that is
Which
true.
was just a throwaway comment, but now I know what I would do, but too bad.
Oh, now it's been done. Well, we did 12, and I did the silhouettes for them. I did several that were recognizable, and I did several that were not, because we figured it'd be in the future. We didn't know who those guys were going to be. Marvel's gone back and all that stuff now. I tend to prefer a lot of mystery in my stuff. There's a lot of things we've done in comics. Look, comics on 60, 50 years, you answer a lot of questions. My general feeling is a lot of questions that shouldn't be answered. But unfortunately, I don't run the world, so that doesn't work that way.
Honestly, I have to say that in comics, the Chris Claremont plot threads, remember those that are used for some edited for?
They weren't dangling.
They weren't. I was just going to say, those were actually brilliant, little, disasters, whatever, that he would drop into the stories, and then later on he would pick them up and turn them into an arc of some kind. So, yeah, that was what the 12 was.
Well, I have to tell this one quick story. Well, I grew up in Maryland, went back to visit my parents. Chris was doing the X-Men, been doing it for a long time, best-selling comic. I went to this little bookstore where a guy sold comics, just a little random guy. Nice guy, I would say hi to him, we talk. And he would grouse to me what I did. He would grouse to me about what he thought was wrong with comics, which of course.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I am Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, joined by
Blake Garris, and we are joined by the rest of the cast of the Throne Adventure Hour. Craig, you've been on the show before. We're
That's
very
right.
excited to have Terry and Autumn for the first time ever. How are you doing?
Hello.
We're doing great. Awesome.
New York Comic Con, man.
Terry, people know you well from Oz. What else? A couple other.
Steppenwolf Theater, maybe.
Yeah.
Things like that. More serious fare.
Right.
But they've allowed me to,
to
play in their land.
Autumn, you're, I guess, mostly known for the OC, but for me, No Ordinary Family was a big deal.
Oh, Katie Andrews.
Yeah.
You watched No Ordinary Family. Terry.
Please.
New things every day.
Well, we are here to talk Throne
Obviously
Adventure
not enough
Hour.
people.
What you guys had a show last night?
Two
And
big shows at the Bell
two
House in
shows.
Brooklyn last night. Yeah.
She was at one of them.
I got to see your improv show actually
Oh.
on Friday.
Yeah, a lot of the cast did an improv show in Brooklyn on Friday, which is the first time we've really done something like that.
Yeah.
And we had Ted Leo, a fantastic rock star, doing some monologues, telling some stories about his touring days. And we did some long form improv off that. It was so much fun.
Yeah, it was a really, really awesome show. You've never improvised as a group together?
Not really. A lot of us come from an improv background, but just not in that combination. We had Scott Adsit and Janet Varney sitting in with us. And Paul F. Tompkins, who is just a comedian extraordinaire of all sorts, has recently just been, I want to get good at long form improv. And so we're kind of like teaching old PFT the ropes. And the kid's doing okay.
Now, I know the show is scripted because you guys do have scripts because it is a radio play. But do you guys get to improvise a little bit when you're up there on the stage?
Only Mark Evan Jackson, because we basically can't stop him from doing so. No, I mean mostly we're reading what's on the script, but we've been doing it for so long that people throw in things here and there.
Usually mistakes. When there's mistakes, those turn into extended improvs.
And what keeps you coming back to the show since you're always so busy with film and television work? Why do you keep?
Oh, because they let me, because they invite me. I would rather do comedy than anything, because in life I'm a big goof, and so this is where I want to be.
Mm-hmm. I've heard a lot of people pay their own way to come down to these shows sometimes.
Oh, sure.
That's
They
like,
do?
The actors or the audience?
The actors.
Sure. I mean, we're definitely not making a lot or sometimes any money off of it. I mean, it seriously is something we do as a passion project, and because we love playing with each other, and to have like New York guests like Terry and John Hodgman, Scott Adsit, so many fantastic people that can do it on the East Coast that don't get to do it live in LA, which is great.
And you guys do tour to quite a few places. Where are some of the places you guys have played?
I mean, where is Chicago, right? And
Seattle,
and
San Diego Comic-Con, we've done a couple times. We go to San Francisco every year for SF Sketchfest.
we're coming to
Australia?
Australia? Say that, I don't know.
Oh, I've already.
I think
We're coming to somewhere,
Kangaroos.
a place here where there's kangaroos.
Yes, we're doing a major tour next year. The only hints we can drop are Vegemite, kangaroos, and Crocodile Dundee. So if you can piece together what country that might be, we're coming to that country.
All right.
But only with baby R's.
Yes.
Australia. So you guys actually did a mashup at San Diego Comic-Con, which Blake and I got to see with Welcome to Night Vale. Do you guys plan on doing any more mashups, or is that up to Mr. Acker and Mr. Blacker?
Kind of up to them. We will mash up with any podcast.
You will.
You know, Marvel has a podcast. You should jump in with us. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do a Marvel Thrilling Adventure team up.
That would be awesome because you guys you're like the biggest podcast on iTunes, or one of them.
Yeah, I will only do it if I can play the Hulk.
All right. Can you give us a Hulk?
Done.
I'm not saying it's gonna be good. I didn't say that.
No, that's
but,
great.
Oh, these
Autumn Smash!
You might not see this after the interview.
Now, you guys have a booth on the floor, is that correct? I was over doing an interview down on the floor, and I heard a teenage girl near tears who said that some of you guys had been down by the booth, and she was like, Mom, I'm gonna meet them. Like, she was literally losing her mind. Have you encountered lots of crying teenage girls? Or just me? That was me. That was
her. Yeah. That was you just taking a good long look in the mirror, I think. Well, there's something about it being a podcast in the style of old time radio, which means we have these characters, and it's partially our voices and partially people's imagination. They bring the characters to life via their imagination, and so it becomes this really rich world for these people, which is really cool to be a part of and to see the level of the fandom and the devotion that people have to those characters that we do once a month.
Absolutely, and they know all the words to all the songs, which I can't say that I do.
Well, no, that's true, because at Town Hall, the last time you played there, it was like the Beatles were in town, because there was like
It really
80
was.
people outside waiting to meet all of you, and you were so gracious to talk to everybody.
Oh, it's kind of a wonderful thing because it's a palette for them to, interact.
And we've had some cosplayers this
yeah.
con, which has been really,
That's
really
awesome.
awesome. We just had our panel, and there was somebody dressed as Croach, who is a blue Martian.
Right.
I mean, head to toe, blue paint. I mean, the amount of time she must have spent on this is absolutely incredible.
That's commitment.
I love that so much. And now I've actually seen a picture floating around where you guys have done some costume stuff, because I've seen the full Croach face.
Yeah.
That was just one episode.
Gagliardi
Yeah.
has a friend who's a makeup artist who made him up as Croach one time. You can find it online easily, and it's disturbing in a great way. Of like he had antenna and everything. He really looked like an alien. And it was almost too weird for our live show because the rest of us are just like looking like we look, wearing suits, like holding scripts, and like here comes a real Croach the Tracker out. I think it freaked people out more than they thought it was cool, but it was pretty cool.
We have only about 1 minute left. I want to see, is there anything else you want to promote that you have upcoming?
No.
You have a show running
You have
right
a play
now.
running on Broadway that you
Running.
directed.
Well, it's only running one more week at MCC Theater, The Money Shot by Neil LaBute.
Oh, wow.
Oh, cool.
And I'm doing The Whispers for ABC, which is a mid-season pickup, and it will start airing in January.
Drunk History Seasons 1 and 2 will be
yeah.
coming out on DVD in November with commentary tracks and bonus footage and stuff.
Well, thank you guys
Yeah,
so
thank
much
you.
for being here. We're going to be back with even more Marvel Live coming up very shortly, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions.
So one of his grouses was this Chris Claremont. Because you haven't finished these stories. He has all these plot threads and dang and just driving everybody crazy. And he keeps doing this, and I just can't. He just wrap those up. They should make him wrap those stories up now. I said, "What's your best-selling comic?" Well, it's the X-Men. Okay, what's your problem? Your best-selling comic, and you want to screw with it. Well, why you be an editor-in-chief? I'm an old guy. I don't care.
I can't honestly remember, and generally tend not to talk about what I would have done. I know that there's not probably a single story that I didn't actually get to start that I got to finish, which is a completely different sort of issue. So with me, my time in the X-Men is more, what did I start that I never was able to do the way you're supposed to do things? Plot it out over the course of time, build it and grow it and all that stuff. So that's what it is for me. And the answer to that question would be all of them.
Well, I'm not really in a position to claim ownership or supervision on anything, but it's the one regret I really have having to do with the X-Men. It's just what you guys have been describing. There's so much plot richness, and there's so many things going on, and there's so many things, sagas, and there's characters that are so interesting that it's really kind of a drag as a penciler to weigh in for an issue or two and then have to bow out. And then fight your way back onto the carousel and then lose your grip again. And you'd like to stay in that world as long as you can. And for as long as it has been in that world, it's been plans. So thanks, guys.
Another question? Yeah, right here. Yes, sir.
So X-Men has always been about from the perspective of caring for others by society. I was wondering if there's anything that you particularly wrote or you did in the X-Men on your time with it that particularly felt very important to you, both in art and in culture. That you can
God loves Van Gils. I mean, Weezy and I and Brent Anderson did it out of fun. graphic novels for me ever again. Because I said everything I wanted to say in the graphic novel and come up with an idea that was as good.
Not quite.
No, as a graphic novel.
Don't forget the Genosha series, which I thought that was a great take.
Well, that was an extension of it,
Yeah.
but as a self-contained piece at the right place at the right time. That's one of the things that I'm proudest of looking at these.
Things were a little bombastic when I was reading the book during that entire time. We actually didn't get as much of an opportunity as I would have liked to slow down and breathe a little bit. And unfortunately, Scott McDowell grabbed all those opportunities and did a good job with them, but I didn't. So I like that I got to do a few things, take a couple breathers with Gambit and Rogue, but that created a monster in itself in a lot of ways. But at the end of the day, just getting to have characters take an opportunity to talk to each other and build it was a pretty rare chance for us at that time. So if you can grab 6 pages or an entire issue to do that, it was worthwhile. So I still like a lot of it.
Thank you, Fade. I'm being told that time is up, so how about a huge show of support for our X-Men creators up here? This panel is the shipping face of mutant kind, and we are celebrating the X-Men and all things mutants. My name is Mike Lawrence. I'm the executive editor at Marvel. This is my second tour of duty as X-Men group editor. I just couldn't get enough. And up on the stage here, we've got some great X-Men creators from the past and present. Starting down at the far end, he has drawn dozens of X-Men issues, many during Mutant Massacre of Fall of the Mutants era. I know him as one of the nicest artists in comics. You know him as Rick Leonardi. He's written Deadpool, he's written Cable, he's written Cable and Deadpool. He's written X-Force, he's written X-Men. I think he's written just about anything with an X in front of it, right? I know him as one of my best bosses I ever had and a great mentor. You know him as Davey Nicieza. We wouldn't have Archangel, we wouldn't have Apocalypse the way he is now, if not for this next artist. He had a long run on X Factor. I know him as my favorite artist in all comics. You know him as Walt Simonson. Longtime X-Men editor during the glory years of Claremont, Byrne, Cockrum, Paul Smith, and long memorable stints on both New Mutants and X Factor. I know her as the X-Men editor that I hope I could one day become. You know her as Louise Simonson. Next up, we have some guy. The list is endless. Emma Frost, Rogue, Kitty Pryde, Gambit, the Shi'ar, many, many, many others.
Hello, Marvelites. Welcome back to Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M, and we've got a big old cavalcade of awesome, bright orange and yellow here. Guys, please introduce yourselves and what we're doing.
Hello, true believers. My name is Bill Roseman, creative director of Marvel Custom Solutions, and we're here with our good friends at the Florida Department of Citrus.
Hi, I'm Doug Ackerman. I'm the executive director.
And what happened is we got together a few months ago, and we decided to do a Marvel team up and unleash upon the world Captain Citrus. Now, to my left is the writer of our exclusive comic, Mr. Ralph Macchio.
Hello.
You're good. You have a mic. We got
I have the mic.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about the comic, how you guys, how this all came together, because this is a brand new, whole big thing that we're doing together.
It is, Ryan. When it began, Captain Citrus, he was a bit different, wasn't he, Doug?
He was a bit different indeed. Yeah, he was a little more Rotund and
A
soft.
little rotund. Basically, we worked together and we looked at the existing Captain Citrus, who was a walking, talking orange. And the idea was, could we give him a revamp, so to speak, and could we transform him into a superhero who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Earth's mightiest heroes? So that began our discussions, and we started talking about, well, you know, what is Captain Citrus like? What sort of qualities do we want to get across? And part of it was nutrition and how fit he was. So we began with that, and to my right you'll see the cutout of Captain Citrus, and that was our actual very first design. And we went through many designs until we hit upon the winning look, and we tried to incorporate, you know, his colors, the orange, the yellow, the green you'll see here, a little leaf pattern, and even his hair has a little green to it, and his superpowers come from what we call the solar pods. They're on the back of his hands, and he can turn actual sunlight into hard light energy, and he can create any weapons he might need to fight evildoers. So it could be shields, it could be swords, it could be a lance. You know, we've only hit the tip of the iceberg of what Captain Citrus can do with his solar pods.
So if I have enough citrus, I'm able to do those same things as well.
Well, you know, I would say this. In issue 2, because issue 1 isn't the end of the story. In issue 2, we're going to talk about the origin of how a young man named John Polk turned into Captain Citrus. And, you know, there is a mystery of these solar pods. They fell from the sky, but why did they fall to the feet of John, and why was he selected? And we kind of hinted at it's his connection to the land, to the orange groves, and maybe to the orange juice that he drinks every day that brings out his amazing inside.
Nice. Ralph, how did you get brought into the project? What was that like?
Bill had spoken to me about it. He mentioned something about a new character that Marvel was going to create, and it sounded extremely interesting. So I said, no, put me on. And once I heard about the idea behind it, and once Bill and I sat down and talked a lot about it, this whole thing came together. So, and it's also for really a worthy cause to try to get people to drink more orange juice, which is a great thing.
Like that. You also have over here a little bag with some different art. Who's the artist on the book and on the cover?
Well, this cover is by John Tyler Christopher. What's really cool is when he created it, it's in layers, and so all the characters are exist separately. So that we turned it into a video that you can see at CaptainCitrus.com. Inside, here on the bag is actually page 3 from the comic, and that's drawn by Kev Sharp. And and Ralph wrote it all. And one of the reasons I asked Ralph to write this, in addition to him being one of my best friends, is that Ralph is an author of some of the most classic Marvel stories. If you go back and look at some of the Marvel 2-in-1 stories you did, you know, The Serpent and Crown, and I knew Ralph knows Marvel so well and knows what a Marvel story should be about. And I knew Ralph would bring a very classic structure to this. We really wanted to approach this seriously, even though we're having a lot of fun. We said, hey, let's really approach this and give it the Mighty Marvel muscle, and let's make a really classic story that still appeals to young readers of all ages, and especially modern readers. So it's a mix, really, of classic Marvel and new Marvel together.
Love it. The big question, where can fans get their hands on or read and learn about Captain Citrus?
CaptainCitrus.com.
That's right. They can go there, and the whole comic book is there. You can see the cover, you can see the interior pages, read the whole story, and learn a bit more about this new awesome superhero.
The printed copy was just for here, for New York Comic Con, or is it available anywhere else?
We'll have some limited distribution in other areas. We're going to be
Cool.
using the Marvel School Network to get some distribution within schools, and then
Nice.
we'll have some other events that we're going to feature the comic at as well.
That's right.
Is there a Twitter or anything like that?
You can follow Captain Citrus. It's at Captain_Citrus. Yeah, follow him on Twitter, and let's blow his Twitter feed up, huh?
Right on. Very cool. Thank you guys for coming on. Guys, stay tuned for more from New York Comic Con. We'll be right back. I think we have Frank Thierry.
Ooh, true believer.
There as well.
Welcome. My name's Bill Roseman.
Thank you very much.
I was lucky enough about, 7 years ago. I was working in DC at the time, and Joe Quesada called me up, said, hey, Bill, you want to come back over? And so I did. I came back, and at our meeting, I asked, well, what books do you want me to edit? And a big smile got on his face, and he said, I want you to edit the cosmic books. And at the time, when I was at DC, I was reading the Marvel books still. And one of my favorite series that was coming out at the time was Annihilation. And I loved what they did in Annihilation. Because they reminded people just how awesome all of the cosmic characters are. They didn't really change them. They just gave them a good platform, put the best talent on it, and let the creators cut loose. And I was lucky enough to work with Mr. Andy Lanning and Dan Abnett for, a good 5 years on both Nova and Guardians of the Galaxy. And and the events like Conquest and War of Kings and the Thanos Imperative. And they were awesome. And when we saw our first bit of concept art for the Guardians of the Galaxy movie, all of us were expecting, the original Guardians. And when we saw it and we said, there's our raccoon in our tree. And we said, yes, now the world will know how awesome these characters are. So I am honored and very happy to be here to moderate this panel. We're going to take you through the history of Marvel Cosmic. And we have a stellar panel. So let me introduce some of them. Let's see. Well, Andy Lanning, I've worked with for over 5 years. At least, yeah. And came to know him not just as an awesome writer, but as a friend. And we went through the cosmic trenches together. And he delivered again and again and again. And a lot of what you saw up there on the screen, I believe, was inspired very much by a lot of the work that Andy did on Guardians.
Thank you, Bill. The check's in the post.
That's right. So next, and we've never met. No.
Doug.
Bill.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow. Such a fan of Doug Moench's work. A lot of my favorite books and a lot of my favorite characters came from his pencil. Doug is a notable writer, most known for his Batman work. And he was the creator of such characters as Black Mask and Bane and Moon Knight and a sort of cosmic character, Deathlock. And we'll talk about his run also on Captain Marvel and a cosmic-y book, Fantastic Four, and as well as his work in Marvel Premiere, including Seeker 3000. Hunt that down. It was a cool book, and Star-Lord. So, Doug Moench.
Hello, welcome back to Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent Dan.
I am Lorraine Sink, impressed by Brian's vocal dynamics.
What's that about? I am Ryan Baraga, blah, blah, blah.
Look, I gotta mix it up.
A man who introduces himself, Frank Thierry.
Yes, Frank Thierry. I'm not going to talk. Hi, I'm Frank Thierry. Welcome to blah, 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 blah.
Well, you already did. You're doing it.
All right, well, I'm
You're
doing
not
it,
doing
okay?
it when you do
There
it.
we go.
Writer and professional heckler.
Yes.
Oh yeah. No, he is an all-star heckler. He's also closely associated with the character of Wolverine,
here we
which
go.
leads to some news that we've gotten out of you. We've got some new
Yeah.
projects coming up for Marvel.
Yeah.
What you
Yes.
working on?
I'm doing a issue of Wolverine, the Access tie-in,
Yep.
Wolverine and the X-Men, starring Storm and Quentin Quire. So if you know the concept of Access, it's basically, your opposite, whatever you start to, whatever you are, you're all of a sudden a little different. Like if I wake up one day and I'm not awesome, and you wake up one day and you are awesome, like the opposite.
I like to think of it more like
I'm just here as a buffer, just a safety
like
zone.
that, like that. You know
Like
what
I think it'd be more like you woke up one day and you actually were nice to people, and you actually.
Am I nice, Lorraine? What do you think? You think I'm nice to people?
I think everybody's great.
See, I don't buy that. That's,
Yeah, look at
that's
that.
very
She said
fake.
something very nice, and look at he's a horror. No, but we love him. Frank, you were out late last night? How was
You
the Marvel
think?
party?
The Marvel party was very good, okay? Afterwards, maybe not so good. Also waking up 9 o'clock in the morning outside my hotel room, they're freaking doing sound checks. I went to go out into a bowling ball on the whole, forget about it.
Wait,
They're doing sound checks at 9 in the morning. They're like, some dude out there with drums. Oh yeah, like the
Was it
Kool-Aid
the
man
Kool-Aid
playing the
man?
drums at 9 in the morning outside of my hotel room.
Wait, 9 in the morning though.
Yes.
So you'd been asleep for what, 3 hours?
I missed, yeah, well, if
Maybe.
that, yeah. Well,
Did you
these
guys-
Marvel parties get a little, you know.
Did you guys have a dance party? Who's a better dancer? Who's the best dancer at Marvel?
CB Cebulski, of course.
Duh.
You know.
Obviously.
I mean, that's pretty obvious, no?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
Panagos, why don't you throw some moves? Yeah, come on. That was horrendous. That was embarrassing. Go ahead, next.
It's.
That's what we did.
I don't want
Are we
to
having a dance?
All right,
Come
I'm
on,
just gonna
come
keep my
on.
comments
No,
to
we
myself.
did it. You do
I'm
it.
trying to refresh the Twitter machine to see, because I know we're going to get people, talking about this interview and goofing off and all this good stuff. But my computer is being a jerk, a Frank Thierry level jerk.
This is very, you know what? This might be my last interview here. I don't like the way I'm being treated here.
We did it, guys!
This might be my last.
Scared him
I
away.
might just drop the mic and just leave. You know what I mean?
Well, we
it's
got
really-
rid of Blake at least this time. So
Well, thank
you
Christ
guys-
you got rid of Gomer Pyle that he
But-
didn't show up in. You got me. At least you got the lovely Miss Lorraine. You know, then you got creepy Ben or redneck Blake. I mean,
But you do a really good Blake impression.
yeah. Well, the whole Marlon Blake, the whole. That's my Blake impression, all right? I'm Blake. We're losing Marvel.com. That's my Blake.
Wow. Oh, God.
Can you feel the love
I
tonight?
can. I sure can. Now, you were an intern back in the day, were you not?
Back in the day, yes, I was an intern, yes.
It's always fascinating. It's a story that, new people who are new to watching us on the show, new to learning about your career. How did you get from intern to writing all kinds of comics,
I'm
writing
very
games?
talented, and they recognize my tremendous talent.
Yeah.
What happened was, when you're an intern, you're a peon. You go and you get coffee for people. You go, whatever. You make Xerox copies and stuff like that. And then, I stuck on afterwards. I did there's jobs that don't even exist anymore. that I was doing back to the Photoshop. It's that room. What's the photostat room? I don't even know anymore,
Oh, photostat room, yeah.
Yeah, I was in the photostat room. And so that's what I was doing, stuff like that. And then eventually I got a job with Marvel.com. Like I like to say, I was the original Agent M.
We've upgraded a lot.
Yeah, well, you got money. You know what I mean? They had us in a corner, like some boxes. Like the people didn't know what we were doing there. Forget about it. When I was with Marvel.com, but I was at Marvel.com for a number of years, and then I went freelance. So.
And that's amazing. And you've been all over the place, done so many amazing things for us.
Yes.
It's always great. I love having you on here. As much as we bust each other's chops, it is very great.
Of all the characters that you've written, which character do you like writing the most because it sounds like Frank Thierry? Because you have a very distinct way of speaking.
You think? You think? Well, I actually did voices for you guys for the, what was it? The
Oh, yes.
What was the...
The voices I was doing for you guys. I did
yeah, Marvel AR and all that.
Right, exactly.
All kinds of awesome voices.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
People obviously say I sound like the Thing, there's that, so.
Yeah. There's all that stuff, but Michael W.S. says, hey Frank, and you're going to love this question. Hey Frank, do you have a favorite Wolverine story not written by you?
Oh.
Well, actually, only my favorite stories are written by me. I mean, why read anything else? Well, probably in all seriousness, Barry Windsor-Smith, the original Weapon X.
Oh, yeah. That's classic.
That's like when he was doing covers for me, when I was doing Wolverine, it was like, wow, cool. Barry Windsor-Smith is doing covers for me.
Yeah. Were you up at the big Marvel 75th
I was,
signing?
and that was actually, I got to say, among the stuff I've done for Marvel, that's one of the coolest things that, you're just sitting there and it's goofballs like me alongside, comic book legends and whatnot. It was cool.
Cool. Who did they have you sit in with?
They had me sitting with Palmiotti, obviously, he's my friend, and I didn't get to sit with any big, they didn't keep me, Todd McFarlane's all the way on the other side. They had me behind a cage.
It's insane.
They didn't keep me with,
That's the best reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
We're
I
gonna
was
wrap
at the kiddies table, basically.
Yeah, but the adult kids.
The adult kids.
The adult kids. We're going to wrap up with Frank very shortly and be back with tons more action here on Marvel Live. Frank, where can fans find you online?
Frank Thierry, I'm on Twitter at Frank Thierry at, whatever the hell that is. What is it?
On Twitter.com.
On Twitter. Just look for me, my name on Twitter. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
we'll
it.
be back.
Next, we have Mr. Jerry Duggan, known for his work on Deadpool and new writer of Hulk, and of course, current writer of the new Nova series.
Hi, guys.
And last but certainly not least, a writer and artist with a career dating back, wow, to the early 70s. I think he, what's that?
Old man.
No way. Classic, a classic man. Best known perhaps for his Cosmic Tales, revamping some such characters as Captain Marvel and Adam Warlock, and either creating or co-creating characters like Shang-Chi, Drax the Destroyer, Gamora, and a little guy called Thanos. So, well, hello, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us.
I guess to start things going, I guess we can, if you'd like, we can go down the line and kind of talk about some of your favorite memories working on Cosmic. And now we have the legendary Al Milgrom.
Hi.
Al has been a writer, penciler, inker, and editor. He had a 10-year run as an editor of Marvel Fanfare. And he was a writer, penciler, and inker on Peter Parker, The Spectacular Spider-Man. He had a long stint as the inker on X Factor. But the Cosmic fans may know him as from his run as penciler on Captain Marvel.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, joined by
Blake Garris, and we have the pleasure of being joined by Jack Antonoff from the band Bleachers. We were just looking at costumes. You're big.
Pretty exciting.
Would you ever dress up in it?
I dress up a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
What, Star Wars stuff?
No, I like to, like I was John Ritter 3 years in a row for Halloween before he died, which is interesting.
From Three's Company?
Just nondescript John Ritter. Yeah.
John Ritter.
I want to do like a Bernie Lomax thing, Weekend at Bernie's.
I've done him.
You have?
Halloween,
Were you
yep.
Bernie?
Yep.
Were your friends alive or were they dummies?
One was Andrew McCarthy, and one chickened out and was just holding me up.
I'd like to be living Bernie with dead Andrew McCarthy and dead. What's the other guy?
I like it.
Silverman, Jonathan Silverman.
From Weekend at Bernie's 2, you could have a boombox and just walk around with the song playing.
Oh,
Weekend at Bernie's 2 is absurd.
You
That's
like
the
it
one
that
where
way.
it ends with him riding off into the sunset on a
Yeah.
dolphin with a pot of gold.
Can we be best friends? No one ever talks about Weekend at Bernie's with me. This is the best day ever.
I have an idea for a Weekend at Bernie's musical. That's like,
that actually I think would do very, very
but it's not
well.
what you think. It would be called Weekend at Bernie's the musical, and people would think it was a musical. But then it would
With
be
no
like
music?
Flowers for Algernon inspired, where there's a guy named Bernie Lomax, and it takes place in reality where the movie Weekend at Bernie's exists. And he starts to realize all these similarities between his life and the movie.
Yes.
And so at the end of the play is him coming to terms with the fact that his life is parallel and he's going to die.
Producers.
I
out
love
there.
this.
You like that?
This is happening.
I'm shaking with just having somebody to
Do
talk
you get
about
it?
these
Just
about.
kidding. It's cool, right?
Yes.
I thought about it for a while.
Please make this happen.
And guys, you can interact with us, tweet us, and hashtag MarvelNYCC, and we'll answer them live as they come up, although there is a lag on our machine.
So tell us what you're doing at the con. You just did a panel.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
It was so cool.
About?
I love being a part of things that are outside of normal music realm.
Right.
And it was great. It was cool to talk to people. We had a conversation with Jada, who's right over there, who we did a story together a while ago. It was great. I loved it.
And what's it like working with Bleachers now? I know in the past you have fronted your own band. Now you're back. You were with Fun. You're still with Fun.
Mm-hmm.
What's like working with Bleachers?
It's cool. It's all any different band is. It's like a different universe.
Right.
And
and it should be. If they're too similar to anything else you do, it's uninteresting to do it. So it's just like, it's weird because your body's physically doing the same thing as you are with other bands, but
Right.
it's so totally separate.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you have 2 singles out?
Yeah, the second one just came out.
And I've heard only good things. That's got to be a good feeling.
It's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
You never know because you have no control when you put an album out.
Right.
Which is like the fun part and the scary part.
That's awesome.
Now, are you touring all over the United States all the time? In the
Yeah.
world?
It's
Is that
nonstop.
a crazy life?
I like it. I've been touring for like 15 years at this point.
Wow.
This is probably why I look like crap. Thanks. But I love it. I love touring, and I love touring over a long period of time with different projects.
You know, we were just talking with some folks from Thrilling Adventure Hour about how I witnessed a teenage girl crying near their booth. Do you have that thing when you walk around your fans and they kind of like lose their minds a little bit?
Sometimes, usually they're just really nice and we just talk. It's nice to just kind of have like an open kind of relationship with your fans. But I don't know, people are interesting the way they get into things.
And it's cool because I know like you mentioned before we went live that you're a big Star Wars guy. I know one of the guys, I believe one of the guys in the band is a huge comic book fan. Is it just a band full of nerds that do nerd stuff and just rock out?
Somewhat. I mean, we don't like do drugs or drink, so a lot of it is just kind of sitting around watching movies but that's kind of like what being on tour is like in general. Because you do the show, you have no energy left, you get on the bus, and then you put on like a TV show. There's nothing better than like when there's like a whole season of Game of Thrones to watch, and you can just get in your bunk and watch an episode at night.
So what inspired you guys to come to Comic-Con?
It's just, I mean, it's clearly the coolest thing in the world, which I'm looking at right now. I've heard so much about it, and I wanted to see it. And like I said, it's so cool. In music, sometimes you get stuck doing just music stuff. And this is more interesting.
So you're saying more bleachers in the future at conventions?
I hope. Yes.
Yeah. And are you touring soon? What's the deal?
Yeah, we started touring like a week and a half. Starts in Florida, and it kind of wraps all around the States.
Compare it to, I'm sure, obviously, since Bleachers is fairly new, fun, everyone knows. Compare the two bands.
They're hard to compare because they're very
Contrast
separate.
the two
Contrast
bands.
them. I feel like Fun always sounded more like inspired by New York City, and Bleachers feels more inspired by New Jersey, which is the two places I've lived in my life. So that's kind of how I hear it in my head.
Right. That's awesome. And you're very active on Twitter as well. Can you tell fans?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
It's just my name, Jack Antonoff.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes I have a lot of ideas. Sometimes I have no ideas.
I just want to talk to you about. Next time we do an interview, let's just talk about Weekend at Bernie's the whole time.
Okay. You remember the dolphin at the end?
Yes.
It's absurd. It's an absurd moment.
Will that be in your Flowers for Algernon
Algernon.
version of Weekend at Bernie's?
It might be like in the front of the auditorium where people could like take pictures on the dolphin.
Oh, you could actually ride the dolphin
Yeah.
with a pot of gold?
Yeah.
Whichever.
Like one of those kids rides outside a supermarket that just like bobs up and down.
I think that you could actually set that up on a Comic-Con floor and do pretty well.
Next year.
If you ever need a Jonathan Silverman, I will be your Jonathan.
Yeah?
That was so beautiful. That was like you were like, I'll be your Sam, like to a Frodo.
That's the nicest thing I've ever said.
I just saw him walk by.
Really?
Yeah, he's here.
I saw him as well. He was drinking a very large Coke, which
Really?
kind of ruined it for me.
Yeah, it's rare when you see stuff like that. I heard a story about Tom Waits being at Blockbuster, and that was messed up. Similar.
What?
Yeah, just like people that you see a certain way doing modern things is weird.
I saw Bill Nye walk into Sbarro in Times Square.
Really? Exactly.
And I think he ate pizza.
Yeah.
Or pasta. Or.
I saw Sinbad eating out of the trash.
No, you did not.
That's a joke.
Sinbad the sailor, not the comedian, because.
That's a joke. I did not.
Yeah. All right. How can fans find Bleachers online?
It's all Bleachers music. I think everything's the social thing, and then Bleachers music.
And when is the release date
For the album's out.
It's out.
Yeah. You don't have it clearly.
Don't have it clearly. I'm gonna remedy that now. I have all the fun records though, so there.
You got to get this one too.
Done.
You guys, we're going to take a little break, but we'll be back with more Marvel Live, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions.
And he penciled Guardians of the Galaxy stories that were in Marvel Presents, which were written by Steve Gerber and Roger Stern. Al Milgrom. So we basically have here assembled luminaries through which I think most of the cosmic characters that we all know and love came directly from them. So I think this is, as a cosmic fan myself, it's just what a rare and awesome opportunity to share some stories. And I think maybe once we go down the line and we'll talk briefly about some of our favorite cosmic memories and the books you've worked on, then we'll open it up to Q&A, and you'll have a chance to ask whatever you want about any of the Marvel cosmic characters or books throughout the year. And especially we can talk about Guardians, Nova, Surfer, Warlock, Thanos, you name it.
You should start with Starlin because he created the cosmic character.
I
He started it. He invented it.
I agree,
And I
but,
think Al Milgrom was his inker at the time.
I think Jack Kirby had a little something to do with it.
Well, you know
Standing
what
Jack.
I mean. The modern version of the cosmic stuff was pretty much you with Warlock.
I brought an acid tinge to it.
Exactly.
What's interesting about cosmic, I think, with any genre, is as each decade goes by, the creators approach it from their point of view. You know, they look at the stories that they've enjoyed, but you know, each creator wants to put their own stamp and, you know, use any genre to talk about their experiences, to talk about the world, and to look ahead at what they think the world can be. So Jim, when you were approaching and or inventing characters such as Warlock and Thanos and Gamora, what was your intention? What was your goal with these characters and stories?
On just about every one of those things you mentioned, the motivation was to try and bring a book that was dying back to life. Captain Marvel they gave to me with the warning that I might not get through the first issue before it's canceled. Warlock got canceled very quickly in its first run, and everybody fought me not to do that one, but I said, this is the guy I think I'd like to draw. You know, a nice Gil Kane outfit and all that.
Right.
And then the Silver Surfer, which led into the Infinity Gauntlet and all the other ones, that was on its last legs also, and they just sort of brought me in and said, would you like to try and save this book too? So I don't usually come back to do anything at Marvel but Thanos stories. They may look like Captain Marvel or Warlock or Silver Surfer, but they're really just Thanos stories, and everything just sort of springs off from him.
And what intrigues you the most or fascinates you with Thanos? Why do you like to come back again and again, and what compels you to tell these Thanos stories? What is it about him, do you think?
He does the things that I wouldn't dare do because my cat would be horrified by the way I treat it. He's just a vent for all the darkness that everybody, if they are honest with themselves, has in it. He relishes it, and he dives into it feet first.
Al, can you talk a bit about your run on of those runs?
Well, I mean, I had actually inked Jim, obviously, on a few issues of Captain Marvel. Not as many as people seem to remember.
You had a different inker every month.
Yeah, you did kind of. Well, I think I did maybe 4.5 issues of Captain Marvel over you. I think something like that. But, at the time, I was really just starting out. Jim and I more or less grew up together. I mean, we went to middle school and high school together. And it was very humbling for me because I'd always been considered like kind of one of the good artists of my group. And then I met Jim, and his stuff was so appreciated. And, Jim was already sort of ensconced at Marvel and doing some work. I was doing backgrounds for Murphy Anderson, who was a long-time, really fine old professional. Not old, he was 45. He's young now, that I think of it. So Jim came over and did a story for DC. It was the Gray Mouser, I believe, for their briefly, short-lived swords and sorcery thing. And he said, look, I set it up so you can ink it. And I said, great. And so I inked that, and then he apparently took copies back over to Marvel and showed it around. And the next thing I know, he said, do you want to ink Captain Marvel over me? I said, great. So I thought it was very funny at the time because Marvel's production guy, John Verpoorten, he had to be the most harried guy in the world because nobody was making their deadlines at Marvel at the time. They kept expanding and expanding. They didn't have enough writers or artists to go around. So Jim drags me into his office. He says, John, this is Al Milgram. He's going to be inking Captain Marvel from now on. And John kind of looked up at me. He's a big, heavy guy, had a pipe, and he looks at me and he goes, you know. And I said, apparently I have the job, you know. Appreciate the interview. So I started inking Jim, and then, you know, I started getting some other work, inking other guys. And then when Jim decided to leave Captain Marvel, I had just brought in some samples to show Roy Thomas, and he said, well, you know, Jim's leaving the book. Do you want to take it over? And I said, sure, great. You know, and it was a good start for me because it was a bi-monthly, which meant I didn't have to produce, you know, as many pages and I might have a chance of making a deadline. And they hooked me up with Steve Englehart as the writer, who, you know, we were all buddies. We used to hang around together. We used to misbehave together. And you know, Steve had a very unique point of view. He was a good writer, and he did interesting stuff of his own. So, you know, and I'm not much of a writer, so I was glad that part of the job wasn't something I had to deal with. And so,
hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. My name is Ben Morse. I am the editor of Marvel.com. Who are you?
Oh my God, I don't know. No, I'm Lorraine Stink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, and we are joined by Kyle Stevens of Curdy Crackle.
Thank you for having me.
Writer of the Watcher theme song.
This is true, yes.
That is what he's best known for.
I am. Like, you're the guy who wrote that Watcher thing? Yes, yes.
Oh, we all love the Watcher.
Yes.
Is what everyone says.
Yeah, I love it too. It's great. It's so cool you guys got to use that song, and I was honored to write for you guys, so super fun.
Thank you. We appreciate it. So, how has New York been? This is your first time in New York, right?
This is my first time really getting out in New York outside of the convention. Usually I fly in like the day right before, and then I'm in here all day, and I only see your city at night. So I didn't even know if there's sun here. I didn't know. I just see people. Yeah. And so
the Sea of
Vampires. Yeah. The nerds are inside, and then we all leave. But you know, we did the tourist thing, Times Square. Went into the Flatiron area. Went to Brooklyn. We did it up. So heading out tomorrow. We had a good trip.
Seriously, you guys were posting pictures everywhere.
We were.
It was like it could be a
we were writing the book. We were writing the travel book for 30-somethings from Seattle. Yeah.
Huge demographic.
Did you take some of my suggestions, though? I know you went to Midtown Comics.
Yes, we did do that. That's the only kind of geek-centric thing we got to do, other than be here. I mean, this is awesome. Look at this.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff here to do.
Yeah, there's a little bit. A little bit of stuff.
Couple of
a few things. Yeah.
So what are you?
Hold on, Lorraine.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Internet.
Sorry. No.
I'm sorry, Ben.
If you guys want to ask Kyle questions, you can use the hashtag MarvelNYCC, much like Jimmy Alford just said. And said for Kyle, which Marvel characters would you put together to form a rock band, and who would be the lead singer?
Good question. I think Archangel, because the lights would look super cool off the wings. Yeah. I'm in like a 90s X-Men mood today. I just picked up a bunch of prints. So I'd say
Archangel would have to be the drummer, though, because if he's
where else is he going to fit?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he's the backdrop. So he's on drums. I'd say Shatterstar for lead singer. Because he's kind of got the cape and the Freddie Mercury thing kind of going.
He's
from Mojo. He's a born entertainer. That's true. I would say Toad on bongos, maybe.
Interesting choice.
Let's make it. We'll just throw some weirdness in there.
Would you play it with the tongue?
Yeah. So 3 bongos, 1 tongue. No, he'd play the kick drum. Actually, his tongue would go all the way back to the kick drum. Hit that for Archangel, because Archangel doesn't really know how to play drums. He just should be the drummer.
Right.
And then
you could just be like set dressing.
Yeah, totally set dressing. And then let me see here. Maybe Warpath for security.
Yeah, sure.
He's big. Yeah. Yeah. And Guido's working front door.
Yeah.
And have Dazzler on Pyrotechnics, maybe?
What was that?
Dazzler on Pyrotechnics, maybe?
Totally.
Yeah.
She's light show. We wouldn't have to hire SIR or anything. It'd just be all in-house. In-house, mobile, modular.
But she's kind of bummed out.
If you have Shatterstar and Dazzler in the same band, they're both going to want to be the lead singer.
Yeah. It's kind of an ego thing at that point.
Issues there.
That's true. That's true. I didn't really plan this out until right now. So
that makes sense, because you just got to ask the question.
Yeah, so I already see the behind the music. It would work. We need some drama in there. It'll work.
Actually, speaking of Marvel and your music, you just wrote a song, Dancing Baby Groot.
I did, yeah.
For Dancing Baby Groot.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
You right?
Yep. Total cuteness. It sounds like Saturday morning cartoons. It had to be cute. This isn't like a rock and roll song. This is like a song that 6-year-olds will want to sing.
Yeah.
And we had Dean Tripp do the album art for that, and his style is really cute. It's cuteness abounds. So we feel like we did an okay job, and fans were digging it. So we're excited.
Cuteness Abound, is that a new album title?
It is. It's the 5th album title. Yeah, it's going to be a double album. Cuteness Abound and Shatterstar's band is the second one.
Shatterstar's band.
correct me if I'm wrong, you guys are currently recording your 5th album,
Yep,
or did
currently
you finish?
recording. We're currently recording. We've been
Okay.
doing that for the past like 8 months off and on. We did it in 3 different sections this time. Usually we'll just get a bunch of songs and like, oh man, we got 2 weeks to do it, and we'll do it. And then at the end we'll say, what were these songs like again? Like we got to relearn them. But this time we're doing it in little pockets. So as what we're listening to and what's happening in comics and pop culture is changing, we're kind of getting the span of the past year and a half. So it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be different and just high energy, good times.
We've got another question from Twitter. Michael WS wants to know, hey Kyle, how did your band get involved with Marvel on the song Who Watches the Watcher?
Good question. So we had met Ryan Penagos about the year before we did the Watcher song, and we just talked about how cool it'd be to do something together. And you guys had this going on, and words got thrown around, and I got super excited, and we wrote it in a weekend and went and recorded it. And kind of what you hear is what you hear. I was kind of going through a real Weezer time at the beginning of that, so kind of the half tempo kind of style, and it sped up, and the listing of the names was really fun. That was the hardest part to do because there was only like 2 parts to breathe in there. I think I did like 20 takes of that part. Yeah, but what you hear, there was no Pro Toolsing in that. It was just like, I think I collapsed from exhaustion at the end of that.
It's definitely my favorite part of the show every week.
Cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's a great song. And, we played it once at a show, but we got to play it more, I think.
Yeah, do it. Actually, a lot of people ask me if I can say all of those names
Yeah.
as fast as you do, and I say no.
I don't know if I
It's
can
very
even do it
hard.
right now. I should have practiced that before today, too.
That
Huh?
would've been
No
a
one
cool
asked
show
me to
that
do
one
that,
there.
please, online,
Yeah.
because we'll be here for like half an hour.
Now they're going.
Oh, yeah.
Something I love about your music is you kind of cover all sorts of branches of nerdiness.
Yeah.
You have, correct me if I'm saying this wrong, that booty does math.
Booty do math?
Booty do
It's a
math,
cultural
pardon me.
movement, booty do math.
Yeah, but it's math. It's
R.
pop
Kelly.
culture.
It's pop culture.
But what are some of the things that have influenced the new album in particular?
We wanted to write more kind of lifestyle songs. For example, we have this new song out called, it's going to be out called I Was Made to Haunt You. So it's about like this douchebag guy that's like crossing the street and just gets hit, just like, Darwinism, he's not looking and natural selection happened. And then he just really likes Whoppers, and he saw some guy eating Whoppers from the afterlife, and he's like, well, I'm hanging out with you forever now, and I'm super annoying, So we're working on a Titanfall song, and, some kind of like, just kind of geek-centric, positive lifestyle song, just celebrating the culture that we love, and that's kind of what we're about. We're about half characters and fandom, then half just like what's it like to be a nerd that year in 2013, 2014. So we're kind of documenting that.
Where can people find you online, and where can they get your music?
They can find us at KirbyCrackleMusic.com, on Twitter at Kirby Crackle, also on Instagram, and we just launched the new Kirby Crackle Music Fan Club, which is kind of like Netflix for nerd rock, we call it. So
Nice.
we send
That's
people
awesome.
2 songs a month, and keeps the machine going. We head to more cons, and just kind of the cycle continues with that.
And the coffee table look maybe 2015?
2015, 2016.
And you have a bar, isn't that true?
Well, I have a brewery, yeah.
A brewery,
Yeah, it's called
even better.
Charging Hippo Brewing Company. We're still looking for a brick and mortar space, but we have some songs. We have a Snap Crackle Pop as a beer, and Snap Crackle Hop, excuse me. And we got a song called Hair Did Nails Did, which
Nice.
is an Imperial Blonde Ale.
Love it.
Yeah.
Check all that out. Kyle, you're one of our favorites. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks,
we'll
man.
be right back with Marvel Live.
Thank you.
Started in drawing the first plot that Steve gave me, and I immediately missed the deadline, and they put in a reprint. So much for the bi-monthly helping.
And I had to draw 1 page of that reprint.
Did you really? Yeah. You had to do a framing sequence or some framing page.
Well, you talked me into it.
Oh, did I? Oh, good. I'm glad, son. Yeah, good. So anyway, but after that, I was actually fairly reliable, and I got more reliable as I got faster, older, better, whatever. But I just had a great time doing that book. I mean, listen, with most of us in comics, maybe all of us, it's not something you fall into. It's something we grew up loving and really wanting to do. So getting to do your own book for Marvel Comics or DC Comics, it's just a tremendous thrill. And so, but unfortunately, you don't have much time to sit there and go, wow, isn't this swell? I feel great. No, you got to bend over the drawing board and start producing stuff. So, Steve came up with some really interesting and wacky ideas. I think we did that. What was that? We did one issue that was a space western, and we did a few this, that, and the other thing. And I decided at some point that there was Marvel Comics, which was all the mainstream Marvel stuff like FF and the Avengers, Iron Man, Cap, Thor, and then there was a bunch of stuff being done by a lot of the newer, younger guys. usually not selling as well as the major books. And, you know, they all seem to have a somewhat weird or cosmic bent to them, you know. Captain Marvel, cosmically aware, flying around the space waves, Silver Surfer, the Guardians, Doctor Strange was cosmic in a different way. So I got it into my head to, one day I got, you know, one of the covers of one of my books that was going out. I took the little Comics Code box, you know, stamp that we used to be on the covers back in those days, and I very carefully took an X-Acto and I cut out the M and the S, so instead of reading Comics Code Authority, it read Cosmic Code Authority. And I thought that was a great joke, except for the fact that the production department caught it and switched it back. However, Frank Brunner then did the same thing on an issue, I think, of Doctor Strange, and it got through, so. No, it was somebody.
Warlock.
Well, was it Warlock?
Tom Orzechowski, the letterer, did it.
Oh, he did it? My cut and paste job was too obvious.
Never knew about
Oh, yeah, no, it was me.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, so that was, you know, so that was fun. And then they you know, certainly one of the weirdest and most cosmic writers at the time was Steve Gerber, whose stuff was just totally out there. You know, yeah, no longer with us, unfortunately, but did some interesting, great, and bizarre things. Howard the Duck, which, you know, better comic than a movie. But who knows, maybe he's going to be making a comeback, you know, one of these days soon. But, you know, we're doing The Guardians, and it starts out as a fair, I mean, you know, it was originally created, I think, by Arnold Drake and Gene Colan, who did a one-issue thing. And then they showed up in Marvel Team Up, I think.
Team Up and 2-in-1 and Avengers.
Yeah, they were, you know, getting sprinkled around the Marvel universe. And then they decided, well, let's give them their own series. And so they tapped Steve to write it and me to draw it. And we took so long to get the first issue done that there were 2 issues of, it appeared in Marvel Presents. They didn't appear until, they were supposed to be in the first issue. They appeared in issue number 3. So once again, Mr. Deadline, here I am. But Steve wasn't much better. And at one point, you know, he's got like a cosmic frog with its tongue grabbing their ship, and there's a planet of juvenile delinquents. It looks like a scene from, you know, Grease, or I guess in those days it would have been West Side Story. And it's, you know, and everything, it's always ending in a cliffhanger. And I said, Steve, do you have any idea where this storyline's going? And he goes, oh, no. He said, no, I never do. He says, you know what, I write it and I just have faith that, you know, I'll come up with an ending eventually. But in the meantime, you know, I'm stalling and I'm putting out, you know, fun stuff. I said, okay. And I never did find out where he was going with any of the storylines because he, you know, he ended up getting bogged down with other deadlines. They took him off the book and put Roger Stern on it. And Roger could write a very good, solid, concise story, and it, you know, we knew where we were going, and he knew what he was doing. But even then, I was overcommitted. Jim laid out 1 issue for me, I believe. You don't remember that? You did. Bob Wyacek inked it, and I think Howard Chaykin laid out another issue for me. Although I think he told me later that he actually had Alan Kupperberg lay it out for him. So, you know, it was like a Russian, you know, nesting doll. Wait, it's Milgram. No, it's Chaykin. No, Kupperberg. Okay. But I was tightening up the pencils to make it look a little consistent. And we had, you know, a plethora of inkers. Terry Austin inked some. Pablo Marcos, I think, inked some. Bob Wyacek inked some. I would pitch in because I felt so guilty about being late with the pencils that I had to make it up in the inks, which just made the next issue's pencils later. So, but we, you know, I just figured that it was this whole little area of Marvel where we weren't the big shots, but we were the new upstarts, and we were doing these weird little, you know, cosmic things. So I just had a great time doing that stuff.
Thanks for, that was fascinating to take us through the years and the creators, and it's amazing how many, you know, creators that we would consider all-stars, Hall of Fame creators all across the line, from writers to pencilers to inkers to colorists and the editors involved. And I can tell when you pick them up, like you said, it was an opportunity for a lot of these people to do their thing. And that's what happens often. You know, whenever you'll see a seismic shift, whether it's Simonson on Thor or Frank Miller on Daredevil, a lot of the times they're jumping on books, or Neil Adams on X-Men, they're jumping on books that aren't selling, and they may be canceled. And so the creators say, well, you know, hey, if it fails, that's okay, but if I have the opportunity to lift it up and to cut loose, and sometimes it's those smaller books that the creators get the opportunity to go crazy. And it's just impressive, a lot of the names you listed just then. Doug, can I ask you, I mean, you're so known for sort of your street level work. So when you make that jump to writing science fiction, how are the science fiction stories different? How are maybe the themes different, or what you're trying to say different from maybe some of your urban crime stories?
Well, I was a great reader of science fiction, so and you know we all get typecast basically by the first books we start to do, and that doesn't mean we don't have interest in anything else. But with Star-Lord, I think it was created by Chris Claremont and John Byrne, and Chris told me once that his goal was to do a Robert Heinlein hard science Marvel character as opposed to the more acid-tinged cosmic characters. And so when I did Star-Lord, I tried to do it in that vein. But I remember one story, and I think it sticks out in my mind because Gil Kane complimented me. He drew it. It was called Planet Story. And the planet, it was like Gaia. The planet was cosmically conscious, living entity. And but most of the other ones I tried to do a little more hard science, not like Heinlein, but closer. That's what Chris was trying to do. He understood it's still Marvel Comics. But science fiction was always a big love. I hardly read it at all anymore, and I don't understand why, but back then it was almost all I read.
Interesting. Andy, when I remember why I enjoyed working with you and Dan so much is the world you came from, kind of the 2000 AD, if you will, the UK. What I found fascinating about that is the science fiction that I was reading coming from overseas, you know, the Judge Dredd's, it was much more grounded. Even though it had, you know, amazing over-the-top characters like a Judge Dredd, the sci-fi was a darker sci-fi. It was a sci-fi that kind of appealed to what I liked about Blade Runner or the first two Alien movies, and also your humor. I think you brought a great. It wasn't just all dark. It was dark, punched by humor. So what were your goals? You know, your intentions, and what were, I guess, some of your favorite moments of the run?
Well, I think one thing that's standing out here is that we're all fans of the medium we work in, and so that really, you know, to me is what drove my interest in everything. Is I grew up reading all your stories, you know, and it's brilliant to get to write something you actually are a fan of. It just imbues the whole thing with an extra layer of, you know, you feel so respectful about not dropping the ball, you know, and you realise that you're actually just playing with other people's characters, and you're trying to, you know, be as respectful as possible to the continuity that's gone before. You know, particularly with what we were doing with Jim's stuff, the fact that we were able to tell a Thanos story was, to me, you know, was the absolute high point. And I think being able to get to tell a Thanos story, like I say, is just one of the joyful things for me. But what was really, and again with you guys, again, it's like with Jim saying picking up books that were dying, and it gave you a freedom to do stuff, because you didn't feel like someone was watching and micromanaging you, because it was like, oh yeah, do what you can, you know, and it gives you that really, you know, great creative freedom there. Right. And we know as well, because through, you know, we were asking for stuff thinking we're never going to get that. So we'd say, can we have the Shia? And people would say, yeah, no one's doing anything with it. Yeah. We're like, okay, great.
They're on the shelf right now, yeah.
You know, so
Take them down.
And when we did that thing of actually getting Thanos in there as well.
Welcome. My name's Bill Roseman.
Thank you very much.
I was lucky enough about, 7 years ago. I was working in DC at the time, and Joe Quesada called me up, said, hey, Bill, you want to come back over? And so I did. I came back And at our meeting, I asked, well, what books do you want me to edit? And a big smile got on his face, and he said, I want you to edit the cosmic books. And at the time, when I was at DC, I was reading the Marvel books still. And one of my favorite series that was coming out at the time was Annihilation. And I loved what they did in Annihilation. Because they reminded people just how awesome all of the cosmic characters are. They didn't really change them. They just gave them a good platform, put the best talent on it, and let the creators cut loose. And I was lucky enough to work with Mr. Andy Lanning and Dan Abnett for, a good 5 years on both Nova and Guardians of the Galaxy. And and the events like Conquest and War of Kings and the Thanos Imperative. And they were awesome. And when we saw our first bit of concept art for the Guardians of the Galaxy movie, all of us were expecting, the original Guardians. And when we saw it and we said,
Hello, Marvelites. Welcome back to New York Comic-Con Marvel Live, presented by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I'm Ryan Penagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Judy Stevens, associate producer, and we're bringing you your last cosplayer of the weekend, Catherine Zan Milady. You might have seen her on Marvel Method cosplay, where she was our wig expert.
Yes, I was. It was very exciting.
And you also judged the costume contest yesterday.
Yes, I did. It was an amazing contest. There were some really incredible costumes.
And Marvel's Contest of Champions also provided us the grand prize, which was an iPad mini.
Whoa.
Which was probably one of the best prizes we've ever given. So thank you, Kablam. And we gave it to a Thor and a Sif, who were epic.
Oh my gosh, the Thor had some amazing detailing on his boots. He just got really intricate, and Sif, all of her seams were perfect, and they just had incredible armor, and just to a T, they were the characters. And I guess Thor's costume actually made noise too, but it didn't work when he was on stage, and so afterwards he was like, no, look, it makes noise too. So they were incredible.
That's pretty amazing, especially as you've done Sif before, of one of your many Marvel costumes over the years.
Yes.
Wig expert. Tell me, how do I become a wig expert? Wait, is there a wig master?
It's a
wig
certificate
lord?
program.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Tell me more.
You can proceed on to the bachelor's after that.
Oh, nice.
And then, you can get your master's, your doctorate in wig expertise. It's really
Master of
program.
Wigonomics?
Yes, Wigonomics.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm happy I started this.
No, but really, how did you get to how do you get to that point where we're bringing you on professionally just for the wig?
I guess I messed up enough times that it started working out well for me. So I've been cosplaying for about 14 years, and I've been messing up for about 14 years, and it started finally working out a little bit, and I guess it worked out enough that you guys brought me on to talk about wigs.
That's awesome.
I mean, Katie really dyes some stunning wigs. When I said I'm going to use this title, wig expert, she was like, really? But, I mean, I've known you for 7, 8
Something
years.
like that.
And every time I see her costumes, no matter if it's Marvel or not, I'm always like, your wigs. Your wigs are so good. I'm really bad. That's why I do Captain Marvel.
So you make every one of your wigs?
Yes, yes.
What is that process like? Because that just blows my mind.
Sometimes I'm really lazy and I don't actually make them from scratch. But usually what you do is you just buy the individual wefts and then you can sew them in.
What is a weft?
A weft is like a string of hair that's just kind of sewn together, and then you sew
So
it into the cap.
like a dozen hair
kind
strands together is
Oh,
a weft,
goodness.
or 100 or 50?
A lot more than that.
Yeah?
And they come in lengths and just free-flowing, beautiful hair.
And then you can either sew them in to it, you can glue them in, depending. You can use, and the crazy, amazing thing about wigs is because it's not your real hair and it's not human skin, you can use hot glue. You can use crazy dye to dye the wigs. You can put pieces of foam to do construction, giant
Crazy
construction
shapes.
pieces. I mean, it's pretty amazing. You make a costume. I think that every cosplayer has an amazing skill. Some have multiple skills, obviously,
Yeah.
because you're a great seamstress.
Thank you.
I can sew. I can't make props, and man, I do not like wigs.
And you're really good at hats.
That's right. I'll make the hat that she'll make the wig for.
Yes.
I've looked at clothing before. So like I have that going for me.
And you've worn it before.
Yeah, I have. Look at that.
You have some
Man.
experience in wearing
Oh
it.
my God, you're wearing it right now.
Oh my God! We've got a couple questions coming in, comments and questions. Sophia says, "Nice robe cosplay."
Thank you.
And says, which cosplay has been the most difficult for you to make?"
Oh goodness. I have to go with Sif because I messed it up so many times. Again, this is like a common thing with me. I just keep making mistakes. I guess that's how I learn. Sif, I did a few different versions. I just tried to do the Journey into Mystery version, the recent one. And for some reason, just all of the parts together were not looking very flattering on me at all. So I had to keep trying, and I built in a corset to it, and I finally got it to a point that I was happy with. And I'd say that one was most challenging.
Nice. Before I get, because we have a couple more in here, have you ever thought about doing facial hair? And
Yes.
using me as a model, and then we go into business
You know,
together.
as soon
so
as
we
I
do,
saw you, I was
boom.
like, he would look great with some huge sideburns.
No, but I'm saying you make like we develop a mustache line, and that you sell and you create these, and you know it's got the H&M branding, and we can.
We should do this.
I mean,
we should really do this.
I bet we could sell tens of them.
Maybe even 12.
Wow, it's crazy.
Just
Michael W.S. says, well, we have a couple questions really focused on what are the other, just what other characters you've cosplayed before. As long as we're not talking about competing comic books, any other, you can even go off Marvel.
I think the one that I do the most is Sailor Moon, because I kind of grew up with that. So I have a lot of Sailor Moon stuff.
She's done Pixie.
I did do Pixie.
That's awesome.
I did a different version of Rogue. But now suddenly I can't think of them. I did Black Cat.
I'm trying to think of the ones I've
can't
shot you
think.
in.
I know. Put on the spot. I can't think of any.
Her Pixie's actually pretty amazing. We did a special photo series of cosplayers for AVX, Avengers vs. X-Men, a couple years ago. I reached out to a couple friends of mine to make costumes, and I was like, okay, can you make a costume? And she made Pixie in like 2 weeks.
It was like 2 weeks or something.
It looked really great.
It was really fun. It was a really fun experience. And there were a lot of really cool cosplayers there too, so it was really fun to hang out and be in costume.
I hope we can do that again.
We should do that again. Just tell me who to be.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
If you had to give advice to aspiring, costume makers or, wig masters, what kind of advice would you give them?
Do what you want. I mean, don't be afraid of making mistakes, and don't be afraid of what other people are going to say. Just have a good time with it and enjoy what you're doing, and you'll be happy. So.
Easy. I like that. Pretty cool. Guys, stay tuned. We're going to have more coming up from New York Comic Con. Judy, what else? Where do we find you on Twitter, online, all those places so people can reach out to you?
Twitter and Facebook. My name is Catherine Zan, but there's no E in the middle of Catherine because my mom was just trying to get me in trouble and have everyone spell my name wrong. I also have a website, www.poro-poro.com.
Poro?
Yes, Poro.
I don't know what that is.
She's an anime nerd.
It's the sound of falling tears in manga.
Oh my
really It's from 2001. I'm very old.
A Space Odyssey?
No!
I'm very confused right now.
only.
We're going to get to this offline.
Hello and welcome to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, joined by
Blake Garris, and we have a very special guest.
Yeah.
How you doing today, sir?
Good.
Introduce
How's it
yourself.
going? I'm Freddie Wong.
So I gotta say, I told you earlier, our video guy Brian over here, we gotta get security for you to get out of the room because he was freaking out when he found out you were coming by. Does this happen a lot at cons?
Here and there, depends on the convention.
Yeah.
Like fashion beauty conventions, not so much.
You're looking sharp though. I like
Thank
that
you.
shirt.
Yeah, no, not really so much, but like E3 and the sort of gaming conventions. Stuff
Right.
Like that. Yeah, for sure.
Now you guys are really heavily represented. Like you guys have a huge banner.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've been told we have a lot of posters around here, and they're huge and they're towering and all over the place. So yes, we are. We have a lot of posters.
But you have a really good reason. You have season 3.
That's right. Yeah. So we're premiering the first episode of season 3 of Video Game High School in just a little bit, actually later today. So we just got back from the tech demo and tech check and everything. So it's all good. Everything plays back, everyone. So for those of you on the edge of your seat wondering if we'll be able to play it back, don't scoot back. You'll be fine. We'll be playing it.
And obviously, this is a really huge thing. At what point did you realize this is big?
it's interesting, right? Because like we put stuff online, and it's like we never like go out and like do theaters or anything like that. We just put it online, and a number on the computer somewhere just kind of gets higher and higher. We have never have any idea of like where and how, you know, where the fans are and how big it is. And so I think, you know, starting with season 2, we started to like, you know, do some conventions and things like that. People started saying, oh, I love the show, and then we're like, oh wait, yeah, that's right. People actually watch this thing that I put up. But that's what we sort of started realizing. And then I think third season, it's definitely kind of come to a head. We're like, oh wow, there's a lot of people who actually know what this show is, much to our surprise. You know, because we always just think we're just sitting there editing. We have no idea how many people out there are watching the show. We're just like, let's finish this thing and put it up online, and hopefully some people will see it. Yeah.
You guys are really like the future of YouTube. You guys have incredibly high production value. How many people work on the show itself?
Not as many as you might think, you know. So like, you know, we're in Burbank, and we have like 15, 20 people on the post-production side. When we're doing like the shoot, that is full on. Like we have, you know, 100, 150 people in various capacities, various roles. But it's not as actually a big of a production as you might expect. You know, I think it's we're very proud of what we're able to do with what we have. You know?
And you wear a lot of hats, don't you?
Yes,
what
I
all
do.
do you do on the production? I mean, you kind of do it all, right?
Yeah, we do a lot of the post stuff, you know, visual effects, editing this year. Matt, the co-director, and I, we were both editing this year. Pretty much anything that needs to be, that's kind of like how we're able to do it, is like anything that needs to be done, everyone kind of has, everyone's kind of jack of all trades, you know, so anytime you need something to be done or something that's like, oh shoot, can someone do this? People can step up, and that's kind of, having that flexibility is very important.
And
that's so
are
cool.
you going to be able to walk the floor at all? Anything you want to check out?
I don't know. Have you guys walked the floor at all?
I ran
Barely.
to a place and back.
Oh yeah, the bathroom. Yeah, no, that doesn't count.
No, I went to our booth and came right back here.
Oh, okay. I gotta check out your booth.
Yeah.
I gotta check your booth.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
you guys get me into your booth?
Totally.
You don't have any time. You're busy all day.
I am. I'm relatively busy, but I'll run through your booth marathon through the show floor. It's nice. It looks like right now you can actually walk the show floor. So you better get
Yeah, right now.
I heard it gets crazy crowded this year.
It does. It does. Have you seen any cosplayers for the show yet?
No, I haven't. It's actually kind of a relatively difficult show to cosplay, which is part of the reason why we're like, we should do this show like as an animated show, because then at least we'll have some more cosplayers. Occasionally we do see here and there. We're like, oh, hey, there was definitely one guy I remember in San Diego who cosplayed, and we're like, wait a minute. Oh, that's not our friend Brian who's here. That's a guy cosplaying him. He looks so much like one of the characters.
Oh, that's so awesome. Now, if you guys have questions, you can always send them to us and just hashtag MarvelNYCC, and we'll answer them live on the show. So I know you can't tell us probably too much about the upcoming season, but what was something that you're really looking forward to in the upcoming season?
So this first episode, which is coming out on Monday on YouTube, we have we went on Conan to promote the show, and we shot a cameo with Conan while we were there.
You're saying it like it's no.
Well, because if he didn't do anything, that was the most boring talk show interview of all time. We're like, we have to do something. Let's get him. Shoot a cameo. So that cameo is showing up in the first episode. But we also have like
That's so
3 or
cool.
4 like in a row in the first like 2 minutes that we're really excited about. We do a lot of stuff. We do a car flip. We do the biggest explosion that we've ever done, which is a 200-gallon gas explosion.
And
I didn't realize this is how they measure explosion size. They measure explosion size in gallons of gasoline. So like some stunt guy had to go to like an Arco and like just pump 200 gallons of gas into like containers. Like it was like all day. It took him all day to do this. And then we blew it up. It was great.
Is that weird to go from, doing more like visual effects to being like, let's just get 200 gallons of gas?
To be
really
fair, that's kind of
explode
what that's kind of what everybody thinks movie making is like, right? It's like I would hope that we're in a world where it's like, instead of being like movie making, sitting in front of computers and making things happen, it's movie making, buying 200 gallons of gas and blowing it up or something. Yeah.
We have a question actually coming in from Emily Hansdums.
Is it about where my microphone is positioned?
No, I think she's good with it. I think she likes that a lot. She's like, Brittany, yeah. What should we be expecting for VGHS in season 3?
You should be expecting. It's basically we're putting every one of our characters through the ringer. So it is definitely the like craziest season that we've had in terms of just scale, production value, and everything like that. But it's the highest highs and the lowest lows for every character arc that we have. And hopefully, you should be expecting a satisfying conclusion to the 3-year saga of the show.
Is it weird to put yourself through the ringer?
It is a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. It is a little bit strange, especially since I play my brother's dad in the show. We're sort of I think we get away with it. I hope we get away with it. But yeah, it was a little bit strange.
We only have a minute left. How can fans? There's a couple ways they can
Yeah.
check out the show. Tell the fans.
Yeah, so you can check it out every Monday on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/RocketJump. You go to our site, rocketjump.com. And if you want to watch it week to week, new episodes come out every Monday. And if you want to binge view it, we're going to have a digital download for all 6 episodes available October 13th.
And when does the first episode go online?
Monday, October 13th.
Oh my gosh, you guys, go and check it out. That's so great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And of course, we're going to have even more folks coming up all day long on Marvel Live. Keep sending us your tweets and hashtag Marvel NYCC. And of course, we are brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. And I am Lorraine Sink.
Blake Garris, Pretty Wong. Sorry for our video guy, Brian.
That's okay.
Nerds.
And this is Marvel, your universe.
Welcome to the stage, Marvel's head of television. Give it up for Jeff Loeb.
Thank you very much. As that extraordinary show before the show explained, I'm Jeff Loeb, and I am the head of Marvel Television. It's a little different than last year. For those of you that were here, we're a little busier, and we'll be talking more about that today and tomorrow for those of you that are going to come by for the Marvel's Daredevil exclusively on Netflix. But today I want to talk to you about what we refer to around the office as the mothership. And I'm very, very pleased to announce that we are in our second season on Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. New York Comic Con is such a special place for me to come back to. As many of you may remember, we were in a much smaller hall when we first announced that we were going to have our first live-action television series. And you guys were awfully good about that. I do want to start off, as I normally do these things, with I have to make sure, with all the fun and announcements and things that we're going to talk about today, I need to know that you guys are awake, because it's late. It's late in the. I mean, let's be serious. It's Friday. You guys have worked a whole week, some of you, and I need to know that you're here. Are you here? Okay. All right. Look, let me put it a different way, okay? My dear friend, who you all know, a young man by the name of Joe Quesada. Joe.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2014, sponsored by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I am the editor of Marvel.com, Ben Morse, joined by my good buddy,
Blake Garris. I didn't know you were throwing to me. When we have Jerry Springer, the man that needs no introduction.
Please don't get up. Thank you so much. That
How are
was
you
all
doing
clean.
today? This is the
I'm
first
fine.
New York Comic Con for
Yes,
you.
yes it is. I just.
But you have been to San Diego before.
Yes, I've been to that one, but I haven't been to this one, and this is huge. This is great.
What's the contrast like between here and San Diego?
People here have an accent.
Yeah, that's true, right?
They all talk like this, you know what I mean? Hey, nice to see you, Spider-Man. Yeah. No, this is good.
So coming to cons like this, what do you come to promote the show, to meet people, to meet fans?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of the people that are really fans of this are also happen to be the people who watch my show.
Right.
Which means they're people who need help.
Yeah.
So, no. So our show is crazy. Our show is a circus, and basically our show could be a comic book.
Absolutely. So I'm surprised no one's made a comic yet. And maybe we should talk about that after this is over.
Have they not made it? Are you serious?
They haven't made it, Jerry.
No, let's do that.
Have you ever appeared in a comic before?
Have I ever appeared in? Yes, on The Simpsons.
Okay. Because we had the Avengers back in the 80s had Letterman. in. They went on the Letterman show.
Oh.
So it seems to me.
Well, I don't want to hear that I'm not in the comic book by the end of the year.
So definitely,
It
this is
better
something
be.
we should get going. All
I
right.
think we should get going. This would be great because look, first of all, my nose. It's huge.
No, it's not.
That could be my secret thing.
I'm right
No,
with you,
I
brother.
touch my nose and I can fly.
Yeah.
Yes, it works.
I think that's
Don't
good.
touch it here because I don't want to go through the glass. But, no, that is unbelievable how this could work.
So-
I should be a
Right?
comic
It
book
makes sense.
character.
It's true. It's like
see, I love it.
we have a lot of characters like like the Collector and the Grandmaster. These are all characters who basically host fights or try to mediate things.
No, because this is all your characters here, right?
Yeah, right.
When they have a personal problem,
That's what I'm
they
saying.
come on this show.
Perfect.
This would be amazing.
This isn't just a one-shot deal.
When
This
can we
could be
have
an
the meeting?
ongoing.
We'll be right with you.
Yeah.
When can we have this meeting?
You're basically going to end comic books for everyone. You're going to fix all the problems, and then there won't be any
Exactly.
comic books
That's it.
anymore.
When they have a problem, we would have like a comic book show.
Mm-hmm.
And when they have a problem, they come and see me. And then in the end, of course, they break out into a fight.
Yeah,
So you could have all
oh.
your characters. This would be super.
I think it'd be brilliant. I think it'd go for a long time. How many seasons have you been on for?
This is our 24th year.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Coming up on 25.
No,
That's
I've ruined the culture.
Yeah.
No.
But that's something you can really
Don't
stand
think-
on.
Yeah.
Since you're almost at 25, do you have any big plans? I guess you can't tell
Yeah,
us.
at my age, breathing. If I can be breathing, this is a real success. This is we'll have a celebration. Oh my God, he's moving. No, this will be great. No, I just signed for 4 more years, so yeah. So we'll keep doing that.
Excellent. I actually just watched you the other week on Monday Night Raw.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I say it was a lot of. Oh yeah, when the twins, the Bella
Yeah.
twins, they threw me down to the ground, and I
It
looked
was
up.
rough stuff.
Oh yeah, but I looked up at one of them and I said, "You have 25 minutes to get off me." That was the best. You know, that was great.
Since we're at cons and people collect certain things, they're big nerds over things. Do you collect anything? Are you a big fan of something? Do
You know, I was a nerd without collecting. You know, I just
A lot of
collect
us have
pictures
been
of
there.
myself because that's the biggest nerd I could find. No, I don't. No, I don't. Well, no. When I was a kid, I collected baseball cards, stuff like that.
Did you
But
keep
no,
them?
I
Did you
can't
hold
tell
on
you.
to 'em?
Well, here's the thing. I had, because I'm really old, I had the whole 1952 set. With anyone who knows anything about baseball cards, know that was the.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the. You know, when they had the first cards of Mickey Mantle,
Sure,
Willie
sure,
Mays,
yeah.
all the
Oh,
greats.
wow.
Yeah. And it's today worth $30,000
Yeah.
if you have that set easily.
Do
Easily.
you have that set?
My mom threw it
I
out.
figured that's where we were headed. I figure you're heading over there.
She never liked me. She liked my sister better. No.
We actually had your buddy Steve Wilkos on a little earlier.
Absolutely,
And he
yes.
was telling us about his comic collection that would be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars had he not thrown it
Well,
out
when I
he
was a kid, not so much the superheroes, although the one I'm not supposed to mention. But other than that, did you guys? Well, you didn't have Archie comics.
I was huge into
Oh well,
Archie.
good. Then I
Yes.
can say that I had Archie, which is true. I had Archie.
They're-
comics. But that's because I had this thing about Veronica.
For sure.
Yes.
I think that says a lot about someone. Which are you a Betty or are you a Veronica?
Yeah.
What do you think that says about you?
Well, I was weird because I had them both, and that was the start of my show.
I
It
don't
was
think
really the first time.
Yeah.
It was a comic book. I won't say it. So yeah, Veronica and Betty, God bless them.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Besides the show, you are so busy doing so many things. Like you said, you're on Raw. You do all kinds of stuff. Anything fans can check out upcoming with you besides the Jerry Springer show?
Well, I also do Baggage, the dating game show, and I just got back from Austin, Texas. Starting after the 1st of January, we're going to do Baggage on the Road. It's a dating game show where, you got to choose someone to go out with, except they have to reveal their baggage on the show.
Oh.
Like, for example, what would make you not want to go out with them? Like, I have a comic book collection.
Mhm.
That would immediately say, well, I'm not going out with that guy.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
a nerd.
Yeah, it's a
no,
challenge.
yeah, so it's hard to get dates when you have a comic book collection.
Very hard.
Okay,
It's
so
hard
the-
to stay married too.
Actually, no, this is not a joke. This is true. As I remember, we taped 300 shows. But one of the shows, actually, one of the guys, when he opened the bag to see what his baggage was, it was that he had this incredible comic book collection, and that was the most important thing in his life.
Yeah.
And the girl said, no, I don't want to go out with you.
Really?
No.
How did he give it up? What happened?
No, he didn't give it up. She wasn't that pretty.
No.
So, No, what are we talking about? Okay, so there you go. So I'm doing baggage, yeah. And then
We're relying on you to keep us on track here.
Yeah. And then I do this other show on the Discovery Channel, or ID, Tabloid. It's a crime show. And then I do the national tour, The Price is Right.
How do you fit all this in?
Well, I have a lot of expenses, you know, and I just got to.
You just got to do it.
Gotta keep working.
Where does baggage air?
Baggage is on the Game Show Network.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and in some cities it's syndicated, but it's basically on the Game Show Network. And Tabloid is on Investigation Discovery. It's one of the Discovery networks. And when I do The Price is Right, that's the live tour. So I do that in theaters and casinos across the country. This summer I was in Branson, Missouri for 8 weeks and did the show there.
You have done everything. Is there anything
Nothing
you
well.
want to do?
Well, I'm trying to find something that I can do well.
It's better to do everything than to do, just one
anything
thing
well.
That would get boring after a little
Well,
while.
I think you have a point.
Yeah.
I must have. I didn't realize that's what I was doing.
We can
but I'm
smell
doing
our
it.
own.
Is there anything
Yes.
you haven't done that you'd like to do next?
I'd like to be king.
Nice.
Well, I was born
You're
in
already
England.
mayor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that's true. But I was born in England, and I left England when I found out I couldn't be king. Now I come to America, I found out I can't be president. I mean, what's that about?
It's really weird. It seems unfair.
Yeah.
Well,
Is
listen,
that-
we're
Yeah,
oh,
go
no,
ahead.
you-
No,
you
go
speak
ahead.
before me.
Look at the size of this crowd. This is great.
Guys, we're winded down. This was seriously an honor
This is
having
awesome.
you on the show.
Oh, you guys are great. Thanks for having me.
Where can people follow you online? Where can
I
they
don't want
find
them
more
following me.
information
What are you,
about the
stalking me? I don't know online. What do I, you know? I have a flip phone, for God's sakes. What are you talking about?
We have what is it? Springer TV is the Twitter.
Oh yeah, we have that. What do we
Jerry
have?
Springer TV.
Jerry Springer
Yes.
TV
There we go.
dot. What do you say?
Com.
Dot
But
com.
Springer TV is the Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have a party line telephone.
I think that's great.
No one knows what I'm talking about.
I'm going to look it up afterwards. though.
Yeah.
I'm
No, what
excited.
you did, it's just a phone, and you plugged it into the wall, but not everyone had their own phone. This is
Right.
when I was a kid. So we had a party line, so that you had like 10 people
Like a bunch of people
had the
call in.
same number,
Oh, that's
and when you
cool.
picked it up, you know, if someone was on, you hung up. It was the honor system. But yeah, we shared a phone. And then we had smoke signals.
Yeah.
Yeah, just...
What better way to end our interview than that? We are here at Marvel
Yeah.
Live. We greatly appreciate
Yes, this
Jerry
was
Springer.
Thank you very much.
Jerry Springer.
Guys, we'll be back with more stuff for the rest of the afternoon. We wind down Marvel Comic Con. This is Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014.
There's going to be a lot of firsts here tonight, and most of it is a way of saying thank you. As many of you know, we do consider New York Comic Con and the city of New York to be our home. It has been... Marvel has a very special relationship. You know that we're here. You know that so many of our stories take place in this city. And for us to be here in order to show you for the first time things about our first series on Netflix, it's extremely exciting for us. And I want to say thank you to everyone who showed up for this panel and who have been just supporting us the entire time. It's pretty fantastic. Now, as a lot of you know, and I can see that there's still people that are filing in, so as they're filing in, I like to find out whether or not you guys are actually Daredevil fans. Are there any Daredevil fans here? Well, you see, here's the thing. Like, if we're gonna do this, I need you to let the cast, which is backstage, I need them to hear whether or not there's any Daredevil fans out here. That was pretty close, but I don't think you understand. They're backstage. They're not up here. They're backstage. So they need to hear from New York. Are there any Daredevil fans here? Thank you. And now, this ceremonial. Here we go. No, we're not doing Hydra today. All right. It's getting hot in here. And then, of course, I want to thank them. So everybody, big hand for Netflix. All right. as you guys know, this stuff does not happen in a vacuum. There are a few people that I really do need to thank that are making this possible, and I will start out with the good folks at Marvel. They would be Alan Fine, Dan Buckley, Jim Corey, Kareem Zrick, and if they're in the audience, I'd very much like if these three people would stand up because they are there every day and they are making a huge difference in terms of the quality of the show and everything else we do. And that is my dear friend Samantha Thomas and Emma Fleischer, who were there until all hours. So if they're here and they can stand up, that would be great. Somebody that you all know, and I can tell you, and periodically we're going to hear stories and things that he does, and he does it very quietly behind the scenes, even though you all know him. He is probably the biggest Daredevil fan in the world, and I can tell you a secret, which is he has the last page of Daredevil #1 hanging in his home. That's how much he loves this character, that's how much we love him, and I cannot do anything that I'm doing up here today without the help of Mr. Joe Quesada. And if Joe could stand up. And then my friends at Netflix thought they were going to get off easy. They're not. Ali Goss, Chris Hedian, Peter Freelander, Cindy Hunter, and of course, Ted Sarandos. A big hand for everybody at Netflix. Thank you so much for doing something that is absolutely incredible. As many of you know, Daredevil is the first of what will be 5 series that appear exclusively on Netflix. Today we're only going to be talking about Daredevil, which is our first show that comes from them. But as you know, we will be following that up with Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, and then believe it or not, they're all getting together in a little thing called The Defenders. One of the other things I do want to put a little button on in terms of the rumor mill out there, and I just want to tell everybody here, because everything you hear today will be for the first time, and that is there's an awful lot of stuff out there on the internet that talks about casting that we're doing for Jessica Jones and Luke Cage. Neither one of those roles have been cast. So anything that you've heard, just a rumor, we move on. Now, having done that, how did Daredevil come to New York City? It was the only place we could shoot it. As you know, New York is a character that is in these stories. Hell's Kitchen is an important part of us. I really want to thank the state of New York who helped us get in here and has helped us every single day. We shoot on the streets, we shoot in apartments, we're on rooftops. If you find us, don't take a picture, but just enjoy. We'd like to be able to share it just with the people that actually watch the show. And towards that end, it would not be a Marvel security measure without me talking a little bit about that. What you guys are going to see today on this panel, and maybe some other surprises, belongs in this room. It is a gift from us to the folks at New York Comic Con and for all of you as fans. What that means is, if you look around, you will see gentlemen that are standing, and I'm not making this up, they're wearing ties and they look like SHIELD agents, and they actually are SHIELD agents. Believe it or not, what they have with them is night vision goggles. I am not making that up either. They do not have radar sense, but they can tell whether or not you're recording the clips that are going on up here. So if you have a recording device, a telephone, anything that is doing something other than your eyeballs, put it away. And the reason I'm saying that is they're going to find you and they're going to take it away, and then you're going to be asked to leave, and I don't want that to happen. It's our party, folks. So let's enjoy the party and have a great time. And one of the ways that I want you to have a great time is I'm going to show you now.
Hey Marvelites, welcome back to Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel, Contest of Champions from Kabam. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I am Marvel.com editor Ben Morse. As we reach the end of the con towards the lagging hours of Sunday, we saved the best for last. We've got Secret Avengers and Bucky Barnes writer Alish Kott with us. Sir,
Hello, hello, hello.
excited to be here?
Absolutely.
We're excited to have
Love
you.
the
Look at
mustache,
this.
gotta say.
Thank you. It's yes, it's quite perverse, isn't it?
I love it. Why else do we have mustaches but to be weird and
I
awesome?
prepared it. I was shaving on Friday, and I just sort of was taking things off, and then I just looked, and
Yeah.
I'm like, on one side, I'm like, this is the first time the mustache actually works.
Yeah. It
And
works
I walked over to my girlfriend, and I was like, hey,
Is this okay?
does this look okay?
Yeah.
And her reaction was basically, yes,
Yeah.
in like a long way. It was great.
So she's tolerating it.
She's very happily
Oh,
tolerating
very
it.
happy.
Nice. Love
All
it.
right.
I would say that she's supportive in absolutely everything I do.
That's great. And in this is the
As
most
long as I'm
important.
being kind to people.
This is the most important thing you've probably done.
In the past 3 days,
Absolutely.
it definitely feels very significant.
Man, you just launched Bucky Barnes the Winter Soldier. We were talking about it behind the scenes for months. I know you were excited about it. You were really wanting to push it out there and get people to read it. Now that it's out on the stands, you sold out. What's the reaction been like talking to people at the con and online everywhere?
Wonderful. Then again, I'm used to that by now. No, I'm never used to that, actually. It's always a surprise, and it was a wonderful, wonderful surprise because at the panel that we were doing today with Axel Alonso, the editor-in-chief, we got such beautiful applause, and it was repeated applause probably like 3 times within
man, that's
2
so cool.
minutes, and people were incredibly excited, very, very happy about the book, despite the book being the sort of a book where some people will tell you you shouldn't be taking so many chances. You
Yeah,
should be playing
absolutely.
it sort of safe. We did pretty much exactly the opposite.
It is not a typical first issue at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And people just seem to really love it. So I am delighted. And people were stopping me at the con floor, bringing me copies. And they were just saying that they were hoping that there would be the next stage of Bucky would be something that would be like less, to quote exactly, not about man pain. And I was really happy about that because the whole point of Zero, the thing that I'm doing also, an ongoing series, is to sort of write myself out of like the man pain phase, you know, like you're sort of like get over yourself in that aspect. And Winter Soldier is much more expansive and much more galactic, and beautifully it just worked out so that as Guardians of Galaxy and Winter Soldier movies come out at the same
Seriously.
time, it sort of merges those worlds.
You are pretty much the perfect mashup comic for a Marvel movie fan right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
I feel the same way.
The other book that one of
Yes.
my favorite books that we publish.
Ditto.
Every time it comes out, it's a delight. Secret Avengers is just incredible.
We're big into Secret Avengers. We talk about it on our podcast all the time. We try to push people towards that. That's one of the funniest and yet most heartfelt books we've put
And that's
out.
the thing. It's an amazing
He's
balance
just
that you
soaking
guys
it
are
in.
able to strike on that book, and it's
bring it.
kudos to you.
Thank you. It's awesome. It's especially awesome because I'm basically writing certain issues without an outline. Like the Deadpool issue 7, I had no idea what would happen in it.
Really?
Yeah, no,
Just sitting down
I
at the
just
table
sat
figuring it out,
down.
right?
I basically have
That's
this thing that's
crazy.
called Vomit the Draft, where I go and I just write without looking at it. I just type it all out.
Yeah.
And then after that, I do another draft, which is much more,
Yeah.
not necessarily even structured, but I definitely pay attention and I'm very discerning. Well, the difference was that with this, it just all just sort of flew out, and I'm
Yeah.
looking at it, I'm like, you know what? I wrote this in like 48 hours, and I don't really even want to edit it. I sent it over, and they were like, no, that's really good.
Who's editing you on that book?
Will Moss, the same as
I was going to say.
the
you
same
guys must
as
have
on
a,
Winter
you guys seem to
Soldier.
have a
Yeah.
Good back and forth.
Well, I would
That's
like to thank DC Entertainment for giving us the first chance on Suicide Squad because we loved it so much that we went to Marvel to do more things together.
We appreciate it as well. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
If you're watching.
Money, 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 money.
So writing these two books, writing Bucky Barnes and writing Secret Avengers, do you have to get in a very different headspace for each of them? Not to mention, you mentioned Zero before. You've got a lot of different series going on that share some commonalities, but definitely in different headspaces. How do you kind of balance out the division of labor?
I usually aim to write just one thing for at least a few days, ideally a few issues at once, so maybe a week or 10 days. And when that works out, the flow is really beautiful and it's really nice. Also, I see Zero and Secret Avengers as Winter Soldier as a trilogy in a way.
Interesting.
Because they're all very much about war and about spies, but they're both Secret Avengers is very absurdist book.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Zero's very much, at least in the beginning, Zero feels much more like a tragedy.
Mhm.
And Winter Soldier was a way for me to sort of meld both.
Yeah.
And when I look at them thematically and how they develop around each other, they really do form a trilogy where as I work certain things out, I'm pushing further and further and further. And Winter Soldier and Zero are sort of coming together in that really cool way when I can see them influence each other. I see that sometimes with creators when they're making multiple books,
Right.
like how you can see that they
Yeah,
are
they're
thinking
informing
about
each
that thing
other.
a lot.
Yeah.
And it's just really delightful. Most of the time it's very, very easy. Yeah.
We have some questions coming in, some thoughts coming in.
Bring it on.
Sophia, who's been watching us all the time, wants to know, out of all the wide cast of characters you have for Secret Avengers, who's your favorite?
I really don't have one. Sometimes it's MODOK because sometimes I feel like MODOK, you know. Sometimes, I mean, most of the times the MODOK sounds like Harlan Ellison in my head, you know. So that's actually, yeah, that's pretty much canon now, I think. Other times it's, you know, Spider-Woman. Other times it's Hawkeye. It's all these characters, characters in everything that I really do. I have to start from a position of empathy, and I have to imagine being in everyone's skin. I have to feel them. So I have to realize that there's always a connection for me. It's like, you know, any connection between you and another human being.
yeah.
You know that we're all connected to everyone. So that's where I approach it from. So no favorites, but I really do love everyone.
I like that.
Good answer.
Pretty great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the comic book bros have some thoughts about Bucky. You want to know, you know, will we see Bucky's reaction to what's going on with Steve now as he's, you know, been aged
Right.
and stuff like that? But I think, you know, Bucky's in a totally different space right now. You get that?
Yeah, right now. Yeah. Right now he is. There's always the possibility of interacting with that. Right now we're focusing on Bucky being in space, so he might not even necessarily know about it yet.
Yeah. I think that makes it more interesting because down the line, he's not going to know about it right off the bat. There could be, this is the new status quo, and then he walks into this, and everyone's like, oh, we've already adjusted to this.
There's
Where have
plenty
you
of
been?
potential for stories.
I think that'd be really
many
cool.
different ones.
Yeah, when you
yes.
guys get to it. But yeah, the stuff you're doing right now in the initial arc, I think is, you know, we got to get through that first. That's what's going to Asgard.
Thank you. Oh yeah, and
That'd be
issue 2.
awesome.
Yeah, there's gigantic wolves, and I started writing for like wolves of Asgard, which are really, really large.
Yeah.
Like
Bigger than
way
that.
larger, yeah.
Bigger than that.
Yeah, and I started writing for Marco Rudy in a way that utilizes splash pages a lot more, which is
I gotta
really
say, it's got to be
exciting.
different to write for Marco Rudy than for just one of the
I
other
just
artists.
opened it up. I'm
Yeah.
basically writing in a similar way that Jack Kirby and Stanley Werko were writing, where you could see that there really wasn't much of a division of labor. It was
Sure.
about the invention. You know, it's not like you can ever measure who contributes more or less. Even for me and Marco, it's like impossible, and it's not really any sort of a match where we're trying to outdo one another, except for creatively.
Yeah.
And it makes for a really
And
good
that's
pairing.
good. Yeah.
So writing for him in a way that actually is almost dialogue-less in the beginning,
Yeah.
but I describe the emotion, I describe the visuals, that just, when he comes back with something, it's always absolutely fascinating to me. It's better than what I imagine in my head.
Nice. We're almost out of time. One, we have a comment from the Wolfman. He says, "Hey, I love your wolf jacket, buddy." So he likes that.
Thank you.
But
There you go.
Before
Keep
we
an
get
eye out
out
for
of
these.
here, I do want to make a note. Coming back to what we talked about with Kieran Gillen on
Yes.
Thursday or Friday. Sexy
2 words.
Namor.
Yeah. When do we
Sexy Namor is back.
In a
you
big
are
way.
taking control.
Yes, me and Kieran agreed that there is a part of us that is sexy Namor,
Yeah.
and therefore it's
There's a part of
very-
all of us that's sexy
Yes,
Namor.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I find that it's very important to objectify men as well.
I agree.
So we should, you know, in a very positive manner, of
Very
course.
positive.
I
manner.
think it's safe to say Sexy Namor could be inside all of us.
Yeah.
And it could be a great Marvel comic, exactly like that.
Sexy Namor in 2015?
Yeah.
I think that's the way to go.
Bring it on.
Alice, we always love having you by, man. Always a pleasure, whether you're coming to the office or here. Thanks for visiting us. Guys, we are going to be back with plenty more guests, plenty more excitement here on Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions.
Love you.
A little piece of what this looks like. I want to set it up for a second so that you understand what you're seeing. you will be seeing, and I will introduce them a little later on, but what you're going to be able to see is something that is happening in Karen Page's apartment when an unexpected visitor comes by. You'll also notice that there is more than a little inspiration from our friend John Romita Jr. and a book that you all know called Man Without Fear. Bob Gundin plays Leland Owsley. He is a reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. His name is Ben Urich, and he is played by Vondi Curtis Hall. Ayelet Zur plays Wilson Fisk's love of his life, Vanessa. You can't have Nelson and Murdoch unless you have a Foggy. Eldon Henson, please come on out. I am sure you will fall in love with her as we have fallen in love with her. She plays Karen Page, and she's Deborah Ann Wall. You know, one of the things that Marvel prides itself in is that we have villains that are complex, emotional, vulnerable, and all kinds of powerful. When this gentleman expressed his willingness to play the part of Wilson Fisk, we knew we had done an extraordinary thing. Please put your hands together for Vincent D'Onofrio. And now I'm going to tell you a true story. This is one of the many Joe Quesada secrets that I'm going to share with you this evening. It is over 2 years ago. This was before, well, very simply, my phone rings, and the man on the other line is Joe Quesada, and he says to me, "I found Matt Murdock." And I go, "What?" And he goes, "I found Matt Murdock." And I'm thinking to myself, is he drawing Matt Murdock? What does he mean he found Matt Murdock? Was Matt Murdock running around in the streets blind? Like, what was going on? And he says, "There's this actor." Oh, we're talking about an actor who's going to play Matt Murdock. On what, Joe? And he goes, "On Daredevil." And I go, "Joe, we don't have Daredevil. It's across the street. We hope someday that it will come back to us so that we can do exactly what we're doing right now." And he goes, "Yeah, I know, but it will. It'll happen. I know it will. And when it does, I found the guy who can play Matt Murdock." And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so first of all, it's got to come back from over there. It's got to go to the movie studio. They've got to decide they're going to let the television division do this thing. Then we got to find somebody that's actually going to let us make the show that we want to make. So what are the odds of that happening? How about 100% that the person that Joe picked out is the person that we cast, and that is Charlie Cox.
Everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. My name is Ben Morse. I am the editor of Marvel.com, and we are here with an interview that me and my friend Blake have been waiting literally the whole weekend to do.
Thank you.
How are you? We've shook hands like 4 times. I'm like freaking out.
Here's the 5th time, right?
Fifth
there.
time.
There you go.
Please introduce yourself, sir, and tell us why you're here.
My name is Carrie Elwes, and I'm here to promote my book that I wrote about the making of The Princess Bride. It is called As You Wish, Inconceivable Tales from the Making of The Princess Bride.
Great title, great book.
Thank
Excited
you.
to read about it. What inspired you guys to do this book?
Well, you know, it's been over 25 years since
Yeah.
we made the film, Ben. And myself and the rest of the cast always get asked, you know, was it as much fun to make the film as
Yeah.
it looked? And I always tell them it was more fun, you know? And it's hard to pinpoint one moment or one scene to share with the fans. So I thought, why not try and share with them just how much fun it really was, the entire film, and put it all down on paper before my memory started to fail me, you know? So that's what we did.
Why do you think the movie has never died?
Well, it was mostly dead when it came out, ironically, Blake. The film had a modest reception, ironically, and it didn't really find its feet or an audience until the cable market and the VHS market took off. So I remember I was about 10 years after the movie came out. I was in a restaurant, and a waitress was taking my order, and I was ordering like a hamburger or something, and she said, "How do you want that cooked?" And I went, "Medium rare," and she said, "As you wish." And that was the first time I'd heard it. And I was, you know, wonderfully surprised. And from that day onwards, the film had a life again. So I think I can speak on behalf of the whole cast and the filmmakers that we all feel unbelievably blessed that this film that we thought would never be seen again now has this huge audience.
I think it's crazy for people like us to hear that, because growing up, it was already legendary. It was already, and actually, this was a point of contention that my wife had never seen it, and I had to show it to her a couple of
Really?
years. I was like, "We're sitting down right now,"
Oh, awesome.
and she loved it, and
Great.
it was great. But yeah, it's become a cultural touchstone now. So it's hard to imagine a time when it wasn't.
Believe me, there was a time.
Yeah, there was a time.
when nobody knew who Wesley was. No, it was incredible. I call it the gift that keeps on giving. You know, it's the kind of film that whole families can sit down and watch together. I've met generations, you know, grandparents, parents, kids, grandkids who said, you know, we all love this movie, and they quote lines to me. I mean, they just love it. You know?
Extremely quotable movie.
Yeah,
It's
very
like one of the
quotable.
most quotable movies of all time.
Bill Goldman, smart guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody tells stories of Andre the Giant and his drinking escapades.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you have many more stories.
Well, you know, people like to make fun of Andre's drinking only because he could drink vast amounts of alcohol in one sitting. But in fact, the guy was in a lot of pain. You know, he, over the years, first of all, carrying the weight that he had to carry, 450 pounds, people would bash chairs on his back in the ring. And so over the years, he got quite a great deal of punishment. And he had terrible back pain. And he was due to have an operation when the movie ended. But until that point, the doctors didn't know what medication. What do you give a medication to a giant? So they said to him, you figure out a way to deal with the pain whichever way you can. So he decided to drink what he called the American. He let me sip it one day. I've never tasted airplane fuel, but I think it's pretty close to that. And I coughed and spat a lot of it out, and he thought that was very funny. But yeah, he was a sweet guy, an incredible guy. I mean, I miss him to this day. He was a really beautiful guy.
And I believe it was either the Today Show or Entertainment Weekly had you all together for a
Right.
reunion.
That's right.
I remember.
Do you still keep in touch after that?
Oh yeah, no, we're like an extended family now because of this film. We all feel connected in this wonderful way. Like I said, we all feel incredibly blessed,
The actual process of laying out this book, like you said, so many stories, so many memories. Was it a matter of getting people together and talking? Was it you laying it out and then checking back? How did you an endeavor like this? How did you set out?
That's a good question, Ben. I've never written a book before, so it takes a village to write a book, I can assure you. I had enormous help from my publishers, Simon & Schuster, Touchstone. I co-wrote the book with this wonderful author, Joseph Layden. But I also managed to encourage the cast to be a part of the book, so I can't take all the credit for it. I called each one of the cast, I asked them if they wanted to be a part of it, and every single one of them said absolutely. So I feel unbelievably blessed. It's going to be like, I think, the definitive book about the making of the film. And so I think fans will love it. I really do.
So I
I had to say Ben when he heard you were coming on. He was like freaking out because of Hot Shots.
Okay.
Since this is about
Okay.
Princess Bride, is
Okay.
this the beginning of more books in the future?
That would be up to how good the sales are, Blake. You know, I can't predict anything at this point, but I certainly had fun writing it, so we'll see. Yeah.
Places like this, places like Comic Cons, have you been to a lot of these? Is this one of your first?
I know I've been to a few actually, and you know what was great is that when the book first was announced, I went out and started campaigning to get the fans behind the book early on by going to a lot of Comic Cons. So that was nice to connect with all of them personally and meet them and share how much fun I made, how much fun it was making the film, and how much fun it was writing it. So yeah, that was really fun. Really fun.
What kind of receptions and what kind of reactions do you have when you're walking around stuff like Comic Cons? Because obviously people are going to recognize you for a variety of things, I would imagine.
Yeah, you don't meet many Saw Princess Bride fans who are, you know, it's usually one,
distinct groups.
usually distinct demographics, but one or two, one or two. No, it's incredible. I mean, look, I meet folks who have lines from the movie tattooed all over their body. I meet families who've named all their kids after the characters from the film. I mean, you know, so it's quite extraordinary. And I feel, like I said, I feel blessed. It's like the gift that keeps on giving, this movie, you know?
Absolutely. Where can people learn more about what you're up to as well as the book? Where can they
Okay,
start
my Twitter feed is pretty accurate about what's going on with the book. The book is going to be in bookstores in 2 days.
Oh, wow.
But if people want to pre-order it and get a good discount price, they can go to Amazon.com or BarnesandNoble.com. I think it's 37% off, which everyone likes a bargain, right?
I appreciate
And yeah, we're very proud. So far, the reception has been really, really positive.
And for New Yorkers, you'll be at Barnes & Noble tomorrow?
I will.
signing?
Tomorrow at Union Square, 7 o'clock. If you want to come on down, I will sign those 3 words. You know the ones. In the book and personalize it for you. So,
Nice.
yeah.
It was great having you on this.
Oh,
This was
thank
really
you.
nice. It was really
Thank you
nice
so
to
much,
talk
Blake.
with you. And I'm
Thank
really
you.
excited. I'm
Thanks,
really
man.
excited to read this book. I'm really excited to keep following the stuff you're doing. And just
Thank you.
thanks for everything you've given to culture
Definitely.
over the
Thank
last 7 years.
I appreciate it.
Guys, it was a pleasure having Carrie on Marvel Live, but we're not done. We'll be back in a little bit right here from New York Comic Con 2014.
And then there's one more person who sits at this table. As you know, we started out and he wrote for us the first 2 episodes, our good friend Drew Goddard, but we needed somebody that was going to run the show, take it through, and it has been his vision that we have been chasing through the streets of New York. He's an extraordinarily talented producer, showrunner, and writer, and you all know him as Stephen S. DeKnight. How about a round of applause for this incredible cast? Now, I know you guys well enough to know that there is someone else that she really wanted to be here. She has to work in LA, and that's the reason why she is not. Just, Charlie, tell me what it's like working with Rosario Dawson.
Well, apart from being very difficult to look at, yeah, she's an extraordinary actor, and also she's very quickly become the heartbeat of the show almost with all of us. She's a wonderful person, and I think you're going to love what she's done, guys.
You know, it's kind of hard to explain how awesome she is in the show, so rather than doing that, there's been a lot of speculation as to the role that she is playing. It was not a mystery, it simply was something that we wanted to save for you guys. She is playing the role of Claire Temple. She is, as many of you know, a nurse who works at night. And when she does that, she runs into a certain gentleman. Well, rather than me talking about it, Jenny, why don't we roll another clip? Stephen, why don't we start with talking a little bit about our extraordinary production people and how this crew works and things like that.
Well, I got to tell you, we have one of the best crews in New York, one of the best crews in the world. We really do. From all aspects, from casting to set design to costumes to props to our amazing cinematographer. We have an Emmy-nominated cinematographer, Matt Lloyd. You saw his work in Fargo. And it's just, from top to bottom, best crew I've ever worked with.
In fact, some of that crew is here today. If you guys are here and you want to stand up, that would be really wonderful for everybody to get a seat. They are. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about what it's like to play these characters and what you did for research and what the day was like when you first showed up. Some of you came in literally about an hour before we started shooting, and we should start with Toby. Toby, what's it like being Wilson Fisk's right-hand man?
Well, every day.
Remember Vincent's here.
Yeah. Hi, mate. How are you? Every day a man comes to my house and picks me up. And then I go to work and I get to play dress-ups and make-believe with Vincent D'Onofrio, which is not a bad gig, I don't think. Some of the stuff he's been doing has been insane. So, yeah, and every episode is just like, wow, we're here now? Interesting. So I'm really excited about it, yeah.
And I got to jump in and say, we hired Toby literally about 5 minutes before we started shooting. And we looked high and low, and he just popped up out of the blue, and we couldn't be happier.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah.
Bob, you also get a chance to work with Mr. Fisk as Leland Owlsley. You joined us a little later in the group. Tell us what it was like coming on in and seeing this gang together, and tell us a little bit about working on Daredevil.
Well, I definitely jumped into the party 5 minutes after it had begun, at least. This was like jumping back into my fevered teenage dreams where light and dark and secrets and broken people trying to find their way through life. And, as a teenager, I felt like there was something broken in me, and there was, for all of these people, it's like it's not so much the external things that they're fighting as much as what's inside them. And my character, one of his armaments is a sardonic wit, which I really responded to when you sent me the script. The writing is so snappy and tight, and in the case of Leland, I think very amusing, and I hope to be able to put a little more spin on that ball even yet.
I'm sure that there's been a lot of speculation out there about the show and what the tone of the show is going to be, and even some of the comics that you and I have talked about, from the very beginning. Tell me some of the things that were your sort of inspiration, where you wanted to go, and the story that you wanted to tell that took place, and how, what is Daredevil to you?
Well, comic-wise, Jeff and I have loved Daredevil for years and years and years. When we were on Buffy about 12 years ago, we sat in my room. Jeff came in late one night, and I just had a wall full of Marvel action figures, and one of the prominent ones was Daredevil, and we started talking about, we're going to do that show one day. One day we're going to do Daredevil.
And I laughed at him. I was young and foolish, and I laughed.
And we're going to try to do it right. And my main influences growing up were the Frank Miller run, and then in later years, the Bendis run. And I think you'll really, really see that reflected in the gritty, realistic tone of this show.
Bondi, you're playing a character that everybody in this room knows. Ben Urich is somebody that is part of the fabric of the Marvel Universe. Aside from that responsibility, how much fun are you having?
I'm having a great time playing Ben. You know, when I looked up at the comics, I said, you know, how am I going to play this guy? I don't wear glasses. Inside joke, huh? But you know, it's Ben's drive that really drew me to this character and to playing this part. I mean, his obsession for the truth and his passion for this city and Hell's Kitchen and uncovering, you know, I think he's got the same passion that Daredevil has in terms of really wanting a better New York, and it's specifically a better Hell's Kitchen. And so his passion for moving and trying to find the story and uncover, you know, the dirt, the grit, and find the truth that will make Hell's Kitchen a better place really drove me. And when I spoke to you guys on the phone and you talked about how you wanted a realistic show, this wasn't, it's not just about, you know, the jumping off of buildings. It's really about the characters. It's about the heart of the characters, and you know, Ben's connection to the city, to his wife, to his past, you know, somewhat varied, really drew me to this, and I'm really excited to be able to play this part.
Fantastic. Ayala, you had to really come into this and play a role that, again, many of you know very well. The role of Vanessa, who is Wilson Fisk's love, is something that's very complex. How do you approach that, and what's it like working with Mr. D'Onofrio?
How did I approach that? When I met you guys for the first time, you told me the story of the painting, which I hope we'll see. And that to me was the sort of the entrance into that character, because I think she's a person who, if there's a locked door and someone would say to her, don't go in there, she will. So in that sense, that's kind of what opened that channel for me. And working with Mr. D'Onofrio is fabulous. I'm honest. No, it's not I mean, because he's a phenomenal actor and he's very honest in his performance, and so it gets you into that place, and it's becoming very realistic, and then it just becomes fun because it's in the moment, and it is what it is, and that's all you ask for.
When we first came to you, your enthusiasm was extraordinary. Tell us about Wilson Fisk.
I want to thank everybody for being here. You're awesome for coming. Our Fisk is, he's a child and he's a monster. Every move that he makes and everything that he does in our story comes from his foundation of morality inside himself. And meeting Vanessa, the one thing that she does for him so far is brings him out of the shadows. So we've been able to do, like they've done with Charlie as well, is you have a feeling of the origin of Wilson and how he becomes this iconic character that everybody seems to dig. And so it's you know, we're playing it real. We're playing it emotional and moment to moment, and it's.
You digging it?
I'm digging it. Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, joined by
Blake Garrison. We have a large group of individuals. Please introduce yourselves.
I am the Chocolate Boy Wonder Pete Rock, Soul Brother #1, hip-hop producer.
I am Eric Orr, created the very first hip-hop comic.
I'm Quelle Chris, hip-hop artist of various natures.
I'm Jean Grey, and I'm the ruler of the universe.
Ooh, nice title.
I was telling a mutual friend of ours, DMC, I was telling him you were going to be on the show, and he was like, Pete and Gene, they know their stuff.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah.
So don't make DMC look like a liar.
I'm not. I'll try not to.
What are you guys doing here at the con?
You know, from my experience every year that I love to, you know, be a kid, come here and, you know, bring my kids and let them be kids and raise them to how I was raised.
Nice.
You know, and just, you know, taking pics and, you know, the normal.
First of all, I love that it's called the Con, which is the best thing ever. I wasn't on any panels or anything this year, and I think it's the first time I was like, man, I just want to come hang out. And it's your first.
Yep.
It's your first
My
con.
very first con.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. And I'm waiting until about like 2 days from now, because a little while ago we saw Cool Keith. And
he's here?
No, in Atlanta.
Sorry.
So that was like it marked something off my list, and now Comic-Con. So I've been slowly sending pictures to my older brother of everything that he didn't get to do that I get to do, and it's slowly driving him nuts. So.
You saw him in Atlanta?
Yes.
Are you based in Atlanta?
No, not at all. No. I'm all over the place.
And of course,
That's
if you
my
guys want to
superpower.
interact with us, you can just send it to this Twitter box and hashtag MarvelNYCC.
Like that.
So what are your some of your favorite comics then?
I'm really partial to Deadpool this year.
Yeah, Jared
specifically, maybe because I'm in it. I don't know if you knew that. Are you guys?
No, I didn't
in
know,
any,
man.
Are you guys in any comic books?
Oh.
Now you're just bragging.
Man.
No,
I
maybe just feel real small.
Are you in the comic book?
I'm just asking. I am, but yeah, that was a super amazing. I cried.
How did that happen? You gotta tell. That's a dream come true.
Yeah,
Twitter has been really amazing for connecting people. I think we were just talking a little bit, like, I haven't met Jamie McKelvey yet, and so another friend of mine, Mike Hawthorne, had drawn something before, just a random sketch, and we had been talking. I think I did an interview, and someone was like, "Who do you want to date?" And I said, "Deadpool." Can you? And then I asked Mike if he could just draw me and Deadpool making out, just so I could have it in my house. And he was like, "Well, I can do you one better than that.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you in this issue."
Wow.
So
That is awesome.
So again, you guys haven't.
No,
Okay.
we're not.
Still not.
We're not Jean Grey.
Was it? Did he still have the mask on, or was he?
He did, and I punched Deadpool in the face.
You punched him and kissed him.
I didn't kiss him.
Oh. Well.
Give it a chance.
Because of the marriage, whatever.
What about you? What are some of your favorite comics?
Me,
Yeah.
Spidey, X-Men,
Yeah.
and Hulk, and Deadpool. I go way back to like the New Mutants, Alpha Flight. The list goes on. I mean, Avengers. You know, individual heroes. You know, the Inhumans. Black Bolt is like one of my favorite characters in there. But the Hulk is #1 for me.
Why the Hulk?
I mean, since a kid watching, you know, Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno, just got hooked, you know, to who the character was, and then also reading the comic book, you know, and seeing that the idea came from Frankenstein and how, you know, Stan Lee created Hulk from Frankenstein. So I was amazed by that, and I'm a creature feature type of dude, and you know, Hulk stuck to me.
How do you keep up with your comics? Are you doing digital now, or are you still
I'm still in these stores, man. I'm in here. Like I dig for music and records. I dig for comics.
Right.
Like, even back issues and some newer issues that I'm interested in now. And you know, I just stay up to date by, you know, doing what I do. Go to stores wherever I travel around the world. You know, hit up comic book stores.
That's awesome.
Very nice. We have a question coming in from Sofia in España, our favorite friend. Which Marvel character would be a hip hop artist in your opinion?
Okay.
Ooh, España. Good question.
You know what? I would have to say between Wolverine and Spider-Man, I would say Wolverine. Wolverine.
I would actually say the Hawk, because a lot of hip hop artists, you see them and you meet them and we like kind of just chilling, but then when we get on stage,
they totally somebody.
The Hawk comes out, Oh,
exactly. Yep.
Well, we only have a couple minutes left, but I want to see. Can you tell fans what you have upcoming project-wise?
Pete Rock. I'm working on Soul Survivor 3. Did some work with Kendrick Lamar on his new album. I'm working on an instrumental album, Peachstrumentals, and just still doing music, loving it. You know what I'm saying?
For me, Cornell University just picked up the book. They purchased all of the working.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it's going into their hip hop archive. So I'm going to be reprinting the book soon, so that it can be in everybody. If you're a hip hop fan and you're a comic fan, you need to have this book in your library. So that's what I got going on. Yep.
Congrats.
New album, Innocent Country, on Mellow Music Group with my brother Chris Keys, and also. We're working on a little ditty together, me and Jean Grey, called I Swear to God. Sweater God.
Yeah, I Swear to God's coming out. Also, a new show called The Magic Idea Hour, which will be out January 1st. Cake of Death, which will be out January 1st. And Life with Jeannie coming back with more episodes in a different way. And also, I'm working on having a gamma ray accident, so if anyone can help with that, All right, we'll discuss.
Who got the gamma ray plug? Yeah. Okay.
And did you all say your Twitter handles?
Oh.
Because we are tweeting like a...
Okay, my Twitter handle is PeteRock.com. You can go on Twitter and hit the search box, and it's the real Pete Rock, PeteRock.com. Either one will pop up.
I don't have a Twitter handle. Just Google Eric Orr. You'll find me that way.
Quelle Chris, QuelleChris.
And mine is Jean Greasy, JeanGreasy, spelled correctly. Right now, my other handle is Jason Waterfalls, because someone thought the song said, "Don't go Jason Waterfalls."
Who is someone?
I don't know them. If that's what my friends are much smarter than that most of the time.
I'm going to cosplay that next year for New York Comic Con.
Jason Waterfalls?
Oh, yes, Mr. Waterfalls.
This is a pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us.
Anytime.
That
was fun. Thank you, guys.
Crazy.
Really.
You guys, we're going to come back very soon. We're going to have even more stuff coming out of that Daredevil panel that you guys have been enjoying so much.
Yes,
Please
the Netflix.
keep tweeting us all day. Follow these guys on Twitter and hashtag #MarvelNYCC. And of course, we're brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. Stay with us. We'll have more coming at you from Marvel Live. Take it easy, you guys.
I've heard you talk about this a little bit, and just so that they can hear a little bit about it, there are times when we see the performances and we read the scripts where sometimes we're rooting for Matt and sometimes we're rooting for Wilson. What's that about?
Well, I always approach it that there are no heroes or villains. It's just people making different choices. And what I love about this show is the moral gray area that is inherent in Daredevil. He's a lawyer by day and a vigilante by night. Those two things do not mesh. And it's a constant struggle for Matt Murdock. And oftentimes he crosses the line. And one of the questions we ask in this show is, how far will he go? He's one bad day away from becoming Frank Castle instead of Matt Murdock. And we really lean into that. With Wilson Fisk on the flip side, when you hear the explanation of what he's doing and why he's doing it, I think you're going to say, you know what, that's not a bad idea. That's pretty good. So there'll be times on the show where you're not quite sure who to root for, which is really what I love about the Daredevil stories. There are plenty of times when I was reading it where it was very morally ambiguous of who really is the hero, who really is the villain, and we really explore that on this show.
I'm going to ask a really silly question from anybody that can tell me, other than the people that are in the audience. How much more time do we have left? When are we supposed to? Oh, tell me, is it 6? Is it 6:15? When do we go? 6:15? Thank you. Okay, then I have an understanding as to what I'm supposed to be doing. You cannot tell this story without one of the most beloved characters that is in the Marvel Comics universe. People actually write entire blogs and articles and all kinds of things about the importance of Franklin Foggy Nelson. Ellen, you were shooting a little movie called Hunger Games. When you sent us your audition on your phone, because we had no other way of doing it than to do that. Tell us about what it's like working with Deborah and Charlie and being the other half of Nelson and Murdoch.
It's really scary. No, actually, it's been really great. You know, I didn't have a lot of time, or not as much time as I would normally like to prepare for a role, so...
we threw you in the deep end, you can say.
It was great to work with Charlie and Deborah, because I was able to lean on them a great deal, and just sort of for help and making sure that I'm, you know, going in the right direction with the character. And, you know, they're also just really great people off of set, too, so that makes the job that much easier. It's really nice to be able to come to work every day and be excited about, you know, being with, you know, the people that you're spending sometimes, you know, 12, 13 hours a day with. So, yeah, it's been great.
And you literally had just had a baby, like...
This is true. I didn't have the baby, my wife did. But I do have a son, and I'm going to do my best not to screw him up. Thanks,
Dan, my favorite part of your story is that at the grand old age of 22, you get a leading role on a show called True Blood. You stay on that show for 7 years, and I'm not trying to give away your age. I am trying to talk about your professionalism, because you want to talk about down to the wire. Down to the wire was, once we decided it was going to be Deborah Ann, or we weren't going to have Karen Page in the show, it was down to trying to get her there in order to start shooting. And so she left True Blood at 4 o'clock in the morning on a Monday, or that's Tuesday morning, however you do that sort of math, and showed up on set and shot her first scene on Thursday. She has not had a break, I would say, because we've been keeping her awfully busy. Tell us about Karen.
Karen is great. I've been really excited to play Karen. I think the most interesting characters are the ones who are flawed, and I like that she, I'll say it this way. I was talking to one of my producers, and he said, Karen keeps getting into trouble. And I said, nuh-uh, Karen is trouble, okay? You know, I think she's determined, and once she decides she's going to do something, there's nothing that will stop her. So it's been fun.
I can tell you, as someone who has been involved in an awful lot of television and very lucky to work with an awful lot of talented people, the tone and tenor of your set is very often determined by, they have this thing called your call sheet. It's who's going to work that day. And there's an expression that we often use, which is called the number one on the call sheet. It doesn't mean that this person is necessarily as important or more important or anything in terms of that, but it often is the person who sets the tone for everyone else. And when that person has the level of professionalism, the level of calm, the sense of humor, and really just the charm, and if you're experiencing the fact that I have a bit of a man crush on him, I do, and that is Joe Quesada's dream casting, Charlie Cox, who gets to play not one but two roles. Both as Matt Murdock and as this somewhat crazed vigilante, I think is a way of looking at it. Charlie, you play blind, you play heroic, you play a lawyer, you do some extraordinary stunt work. What's your day like?
Wait, Daredevil's blind? It was, and let's reiterate what Vincent said. Thanks so much for coming out, guys. It's so cool to sit here and see you all. It's been a real challenge. There are so many aspects to Matt. As you say, the blindness and the physicality, the action sequences. And not to mention, we're making a show which, as Vincent said again, is about human emotion and about conflict and inner turmoil. And I think the thing I loved about Matt Murdock on the page, both in the comics but particularly in our scripts, is that we're meeting a man who is a lawyer by day and believes in the law and justice, and at night is taking the law into his own hands and deciding what justice should be for himself. And all the time in between is spent battling with that concept, we deal a lot with parts of the story. We see a bit of Matt's father and who Matt's father, who he wanted Matt to be, and I think that's something that plays on Matt's mind as well a lot, that he battles with. I should mention that there's an incredible stunting. The stuff that they do it looks like it's CGI. It's not. The guys are actually doing this stuff, and it's really spectacular. And wherever possible, I do as much as I can because I love all that stuff. But I think you guys are going to be. It's grounded in gritty reality, but there's the superhero element, and I think you guys are going to be really pleased with what you see.
We have a few minutes, and I promised the cast that I would do this, and so if there are some questions from the audience, I can take a handful of them. There's a microphone over here. The only thing, and I guess over there. The only thing that I do ask is that the questions pertain to Daredevil or to someone that's up here on the stage thing. So why don't we start off with you, sir?
Thanks a lot for being here. This question is for anybody in the cast. Daredevil's been published for the past 50 plus years. There's a lot of stories. When you guys were cast, did you go back and dig into some of the older stories to learn a little bit about your characters and some of the things that they've done over the years? And if so, what really stood out for you?
After I read the first script, and I had conversations with Steven and Jeff about our Daredevil, that's when I started. And the artwork, and as Steven said before, the run of Frank Miller's stuff, especially the artwork in his stuff, influenced me a lot. But I went beyond that as well. The stuff that I read when I was a kid is not really, I don't relate to as much for our Daredevil, but what Steven said about Frank Miller's run and some other runs closer to that time, I definitely dove into that, got them all. I went to Forbidden Planet and just, and they know my son Elias and I and daughter over there very well because we're there. We used to go there like once a week back in the day. And so they walked around with me, and I walked out with a stack, and yeah.
Over here.
Great, thank you.
I have a question for Deborah. What was it like transitioning, like, very quickly from your role on True Blood to your role on Daredevil?
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, this is such a different character, so I had to change gears very quickly. But you know, I was a little sad about leaving that other family, and I think coming here and being welcomed so generously into this new family really helped me through, you know, missing that character and that show. So yeah, it was easy, which was nice.
Thank you.
Over here.
Hi, my name is Michael Wesley, and when I was born, Captain America, Superman, Batman, they were in 2nd grade. So I've been reading them since they only cost a nickel, and I'd be a gazillionaire if I'd have saved them. And this is more a story about Jeff Lowe than it is about this. It's about the Marvel Universe. Does the Marvel Universe really mean anything to do the fans mean anything to the Marvel Universe? 2 years ago at Comic-Con in San Diego, I was trying to get the last Coulson t-shirt, and they gave me one that was so small, it was like trying to stuff a whale in a sardine can. And so I was begging for a different one, and oh no, we don't have anything. So this guy comes out of the back, and he's just got a Marvel shirt on. So I said, you by any chance have a size 9,000 in the back? And nobody would have found anything, and this guy comes out with this shirt for me. You can imagine what I felt when I found out that he was the head of Marvel Television and would do something for an old lady just for a t-shirt.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I do think
Thanks, Mom. I do think that one of the things that is true, particularly when we're in the city of New York, is, you know, the Marvel fans are the best fans that you could possibly hope for, and so Marvel will do anything for you guys because you'll do anything for us, so thank you so much. Over here, this gentleman.
Yes, thanks for coming out, guys. Like, really excited for the show. Vincent, you were my first Thor. I remember that.
You're my first Thor fan.
Deborah and Charlie, question was, how does it feel transitioning from the HBO show to a show like this on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think one of the things that I found most interesting in reading the scripts, that I think when watching the Netflix shows and what we're going to be doing, which is interesting, is that because there isn't a week in between, you have to spend less time reminding audiences of what happened, and also ending an episode with a cliffhanger is kind of fruitless because you just, oh, what happened? And you click a button and you find out. Which is great because it means we get to spend more time on real story, you know, and you know the thing when you sometimes watch a show and if you're real fans, you remember what happened, and so you're like, oh, we know this, why do we have to be told this again? And so it's, I think more than anything else, it's going to feel like a 13-hour movie.
over here. Will Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. have any effect on what's going on in the Netflix world? Like, are you going to run a continuity between the two worlds with Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. running around all over the place?
I have two answers for that. One, that's a level 7 question. And two, I think you know, it's all connected, man. The littlest Two-Face over here.
Hi. First of all, I wanted to say that I always really like Daredevil because he has like a defect where he's blind, and yet he still perseveres and he takes advantage of it. And I got really related to me because I've got like a really bad disease, and I'm even leaving for the Mayo Clinic like tomorrow, like right from the con, and I always related to Daredevil because he had an issue, I have an issue, and I just try to keep on going, And
I see you all the time, and every time I see you, it makes me happier that you're here every year. Tell everybody your name so they can know.
I'm Jonah.
Jonah, welcome, man. Over here?
Oh, hi. I just want to say this is a marvelous cast, pun intended. My question is for Charlie. You mentioned reading some Daredevil stories. I just want to know, is there any particular story or moment that that kind of reached out to you that you kind of connected with, and it's like, this is what Daredevil is?
You mean other than Daredevil Yellow? Yeah, bear in mind that Jeff Loeb is there and Joe Quesada's over there somewhere, yeah. A number actually. Obviously the Miller Man Without Fear has been a great influence, and as you've seen in the footage that we've shown, we've used a lot of the Ramada, that iconic image. I really like the Bendis Malib stuff. That's the stuff I've focused on the most. Yeah. I think tonally it suits our show really, really well. One of the reasons I think that Daredevil will work so well on the Netflix platform is because as a character, he kind of does suit a slightly older audience, and so we're able to do that on Netflix. Is just not without alienating anyone. Is just make it a little bit darker, and really give the fans who love that series, from around the 2000 mark, what they love so much. There's a particular issue that I really like that I think it's in the 30s. It's the Bendis Malib. I think it's 32, and there's a great courtroom scene where he's defending the White Tiger. And it was so great to read a Daredevil novel and see and be so thrilled by a courtroom scene in a graphic novel. I love that, and we got some stuff coming up that you guys might like that's closely related.
Thank you, you guys are great.
Of our top artists. So Carlos Pacheco is drawing the first issue, Humberto Ramos is drawing the second issue, the third issue is by Alan Davis, the fourth by Chris Sprouse. So each one, what we're going to do in the Shield comic is take all of the goodness, all of the essence of the characters that you've come to know and love in the TV series and put them in a place where they can interact with the larger Marvel Universe without needing an enormous budget and without having to get Robert Downey Jr. to come down to the TV set. So we have access to the full Marvel Universe, and we're going to take full advantage of that as we're dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D., the sort of insane and ridiculous Marvel Universe threats and mysteries and problems that they have to solve, being the best trained and the best qualified ordinary people within the superhuman Marvel Universe.
And who did that kick-ass cover, Tom?
That cover and the other covers are by Julian Totino Tedesco.
All right, I'm just going to show this piece, and I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let it sit there for a second and just let it live there.
Okay. All right, we got one more. All right, Tom, go for it. Operation Sin.
Operation Sin.
I just want to chime in here real quick. As many of you may know, me and Joe are pretty involved on the television side, and it is... Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. Well, is someone leaving? Yeah, Brian has to go. Everybody say bye to Brian. Say bye to Brian. Bye, Brian. Bye, Brian. I'm very sorry. I got double booked. If you don't love her. I will be here, in this room. As you can see, to show you the first look at the Powers TV show. That's the Powers. I'm very sorry. I love you guys. I'll be back here at 3:15. Thank you. Take care, Brian. And I just wanted to chime in before, like I was saying, Joe and I are pretty involved in the TV stuff, and just these two comic book releases alone, like a lot of the stuff we've been doing on television, none that lived anywhere else in the pantheon of Marvel Comics, and me and Joe being comic dorks that we are, we wanted to make sure that we got, legitimized and put some comic book stuff out there so we could, inspire some things. And we're very excited about the series. And having our characters from television, from the cinematic view, getting adapted and inserted into the Marvel Comics universe is super cool. We're super excited about it. So I want to thank everyone for that.
Just one announcement, the Miracle Man Annual, be out soon. Grant Morrison, Peter Milligan will be writing stories. I'm going to be illustrating one of them with Grant, and Michael will be illustrating one with Peter Milligan. Here's just a couple of my pages, just for the hell of it. And yeah, I can draw. Okay. Thanks, guys. All right, so we didn't realize, because we had a little bit of an announcement here, a video announcement. From a special guest who couldn't be here, but I'm going to let this thing roll. So if we could dim the lights, here we go. Okay, I was wondering, is Son out here? Son anywhere?
He's here.
Are you here, Son?
Yeah, I'm here.
There he is, Son. Hi. Son is editing the book. Son, you want to talk a little bit about it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm actually so excited about this series. It's so rare that when we get to do young adult content at Marvel, and this is sort of the definition of that. James Patterson is a genius, a little crazy, but he fits right into the Marvel family. And he's so excited about sort of putting the Marvel stamp on this blockbuster hit series that has fans from all over the world. So the series itself is about a group of young kids who sort of are on the run with these really special powers, and they're sort of an adopted family who, become bonded because of the things that they sort of went through together. The book will be adapted by Marguerite Bennett, who's currently writing Angelo, which comes out next week, I think. By the way, yeah, just a big plug. And art by Alex Sanchez, and that beautiful cover art that you see up there is by Stephanie Hahn. It'll be sort of everything from sort of a good mix of fantasy, and it'll be dark and mysterious, but also really funny and heartwarming. So I hope you guys check it out and sort of enjoy the ride. That is Maximum Ride. Thanks.
Son?
It was like, yeah, it was good. Yeah.
If you guys are familiar with the way we adapted Stephen King's Dark Tower series, this is real much in the same vein. So readers who are familiar with the series, I think, will be coming to something that's very familiar, but we will also be telling stories that have little twists and turns that maybe you're not familiar with, but all very, very much sanctioned by Mr. Patterson himself. And for readers who are not familiar with Mass Ride, well, you're going to come into a world and not feel alienated, because you're going to start right from the ground level and get into the world. So it's very, very cool. So we're on our last slide here. I'm just going to talk about a little thing we're doing on the side that, we just talked barely about, and it's Daredevil on Netflix. Just to show you how little juice I have at Marvel, I did some production drawings for the show, and they were using one as a limited edition print that they're going to be giving away to the Marvel booth, and I asked if I could show it, and they said no. So I can't show you the print, but if you go down to the Marvel booth for the Daredevil signing in a little while, which is at 3:45, is it, right? Is that what it is? 2:45. Yeah, 2:40, no, 3:45, Marvel booth, right? You can get a print there and see it. And then there will be a Daredevil panel later today, where I believe we will be maybe showing a thing or two. We'll see. So come on down to that. Really exciting. So that is all we have to show you guys, and now the time is really yours. We can turn the house lights on. That'd be great, so we can see who's out there. And are there any microphones? There you are. You have some microphones? So if you have some microphones, you guys can just storm those, and we'll ask them. Let you guys ask some questions, and. So there's one mic? One mic right there? Other side. Yeah, left and right, I think. House, left, house. Okay. Hey, guys. Big fan of everything you guys are doing. Real quick, Runaways, Darkhawk, The Hood. Where are they, and when are they coming back? Jeremy Kyle? See, you're the Runaways guy.
Well, the Runaways characters are not essentially, they're not together as a team, but the characters are popping up in different places. Nico is just over in Avengers Undercover. The older Molly Hayes is in Brian's Amazing X-Men. And the other characters still out there that are going to be popping up. So as far as Runaways are concerned, while we're not just essentially a team, we still know you guys love the characters. Our writers and our artists still love to write and draw them. So, we're going to be playing with them over the course of the next 12 months. After that, who knows? We'll see. Darkhawk is, I think there are some cosmic plans for Darkhawk. We can't talk too much about that. And the Hood was just in, what did I read the Hood in?
Original Sin.
Original Sin. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. All right, this side.
Hi. Over the last couple of years, I've seen a huge shift in Cyclops, which I've been loving. Open question, whoever wants to field it. Where would you guys like to see him go in the future?
I'll take that one. If you've been enjoying what's going on in Cyclops' life, trust me, the best, or possibly the worst, is yet to come. He's been through the ringer, and he's put a bunch of his teammates and family members through the ringer as well. We are not done with Cyclops' story by a long shot. We've been talking with Brian about a bunch of different things that will be happening to him and other family members of his over the course of the next few months and actually the next year or so.
Thank you.
Great. Yes, sir. You Spidey fans, Dan, I love your work. Thanks. So, question, Scarlet Spider and New Warriors are done. I'm seeing Kane pop up in Spider-Verse. Are we going to be seeing more of him? Kane? Yeah, Kane Parker. Oh, he is all over Spider-Verse. When you see what happens in Amazing Spider-Man #9, you'll see a big Kane moment. And we're not killing him yet. That's ominous, but thank you very much.
Welcome, Jason Waterfalls.
That was perfect.
Yeah, so welcome back. This is the end.
This is the end
Of Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2014, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I am Marvel.com editor Ben Morse, looking over my notes.
And I am Lorraine Sink, host writer of Marvel's The Watcher. Hey, Ben.
Yo.
While you're looking at your notes,
What up?
what kind of cool stuff came out of those panels
Oh my
today?
God, guys, we announced a bunch of stuff today. Over at Axel in Charge, we announced a new Ant-Man series written by Nick Spencer.
This is my Comic-Con moment.
A Marvel Unlimited Plus panel.
But you put a kibosh on that.
I saved the day.
Yeah, Nick Spencer, who we had on earlier this week, he is going to be writing Ant-Man. It's going to be awesome. We'll have more info on that on the site tomorrow. New Hawkeye book. The current Hawkeye is winding down. Luckily, the new Hawkeye has a kick-ass creative team. One, Mr. Jeff Lemire, doing his first Marvel work. You may have heard elsewhere.
Joe Quesada, you're the greatest, you're like God. And
we are going to have two very cool variant schemes coming out soon. Phil Noto, who is another guest on the show, he's going to be doing like 25, possibly 30 covers to different books. It's just Phil Noto drawing your favorite characters, one of the best artists at Marvel.
Which is pretty much the
doing
greatest thing we
yeah,
can do.
Seriously.
The king of the variant now.
And then we're also going to have Women of Marvel variants, which is going to be female creative talent working on covers. You guys have told us a lot about need to find more female creative talent. There's so much good stuff out there, and we've heard you. And they're going to be drawing. I think they're not just going to be drawing female characters. They're going to be drawing female characters, male characters. But this is just a chance to showcase some great new talent who happens to be female. What else do we got? New art coming up on X-Men. That's going to be written by another guest of ours today, G. Willow Wilson. Yeah. Today was pretty poorly planned in the sense that we had everyone on before their announcements. But we had a lot of guests. And two new ongoing series coming out of Spider-Verse. Silk, getting her own ongoing series.
Yeah.
And the big one, Spider-Gwen, will have her own ongoing series by the same team that did Edge of Spider-Verse, Jason Latour, Robbie Rodriguez, the whole crew back together for an ongoing, not limited, ongoing Spider-Gwen series. That is, like, I think the quickest we've had the character just blow up, turn around to get their own ongoing series.
I saw several Spider-Gwens out on the floor. I saw a Spider-Gwen today. It was great. And we talked to Robbie Rodriguez today.
Yeah,
Is the
again,
book
before
called,
the announcement.
Is the book called Spider-Gwen? Do we know?
Currently it is called Spider-Gwen. It has a little ways before it launches, so it could be named something else. But for now, we are referring to it as Spider-Gwen.
Okay. And yes, that was the quickest turnaround it seems like ever. Also, it's almost totally because of you guys, the Marvel
That was
fans.
just a
You're
groundswell
like,
thing.
Whoa, this is great. And then we were like, okay, you want more, we'll give you more.
Yeah, and just to go over quickly the announcements we had yesterday, new Wolverines weekly series spinning out of Death of Wolverine, dealing with the fallout of that. It's going to be weekly by Charles Soule and Ray Fox with art by Nick Bradshaw. Return of the Living Deadpool, Cullen Bunn back to do a sequel to Night of the Living Deadpool. The Juggernaut is coming back in Amazing X-Men. There's going to be a big crossover between X-Men and Guardians of the Galaxy, as well as many other cosmic titles in the Black Vortex. James Patterson's Maximum Ride is coming to Marvel as Max Ride, First Flight. Star Wars is getting another series, Star Wars Canon, spinning out of Star Wars Rebels. And finally, Operation Sin by Catherine Immonen and Rich Ellis is going to star Peggy Carter and Howard Stark in an all-new adventure.
Golly, that's a whole lot of comic books we got going on.
I like the burning on the top of my mouth. What's that? Does anyone know what that is?
Concrete.
Ugh.
Oh no,
Not good.
So much more to talk about, but really, we've got a ton of tweets and comments and questions and stuff already coming in.
Yeah, seriously,
from you
and thanks
guys.
to everyone who has been following us all weekend. We had so many great regulars. I think we're going to acknowledge some of them now. You guys kept us going during our dead segments, particularly when Lorraine and I were on together, and we really thank you.
Yeah.
You're great.
You're
I'm
great.
awful.
I'm awful.
I'm the best.
Yeah.
A person says, if you see this, then thank you, Lorraine, Agent M, and the other guy, parenthetical.
Hey, buddy.
Sorry,
The other guy.
sorry I don't know your name,
That's
but thank
fair.
you for making the weekend fun.
That's
How do
fair.
you not know his name? We've said
I
he says his name
Ben.
100 times.
I pride myself on being the other guy.
Yeah. That said, Sophia jumps
that
in,
movie.
replies to him,
Oh.
says it's Ben J. Morse.
Yeah.
Aw.
Boom. On that. Dead to me, a person. Thank you, Sophia. I just followed you on Twitter a
I
second
feel
ago.
like Sophia was our co-host at home.
Yeah.
She
Our
said,
home correspondent.
she actually says, also, Ben J. Morse is following me. That's
I just did.
overwhelming. So you've maybe done too much. You've done too much.
I am honored to be following Sophia on Twitter.
You guys, we've only got 15 minutes left, and Jason Waterfalls.
Jason
According to
Waterfalls.
Jason
our note.
Waterfalls is a note for us.
Yeah.
You guys got to go to the yubtub.nyc and check out all our panel videos.
NYC.
Not NYC.
Yubtub.com.
AKA
Slash
YouTube-
Narvel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
youtube.com/Marvel.
We got more
Inside
coming in
jokes,
before we
guys.
start bringing in the crew. Ranker Comics says, what's been your favorite moment during this New York Comic Con? I'm going to say, because my memory really is only today, it's a mix between the panel and the reaction that the Avengers Age of Ultron stuff got, and Carrie Elway.
Yeah, man, the back-to-back Jerry Springer and Carrie Elwes interviews that I did with Blake Garris, I had a lot of fun doing those, and he set those up, so thank you, Blake, and those were a lot of fun. He's probably not in the room. He's never in the room when I call him. No, there he is. Go Cox.
I'm going to jump on that Carrie Elway's train and say that he shook every person in this room's hand
Yeah,
and
seriously.
was so incredibly
With no
warm and
Purell
lovely.
or anything.
Yeah, he was not a germaphobe at all, and he should have been. 'Cause
Yeah, that's
we
going to
are
come back to
awful.
bite him.
Disgusting.
Hey, guys, we're sorry for robbing you of Carrie Elwes, because he's probably... Yeah. Whoa.
Whoa, let's
That's
not.
fun. That's not fun.
Too soon.
Nope.
Hillary Qualtek says, y'all are yelling like you don't even care about blowing out our ears.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we apologize,
I'm
but
so
you know what? Whatever.
Yeah.
This is the end of a convention.
If
This is
you've
just
made
what
it
it's
to
like.
the end, your ears are what they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
I don't know,
Cowan
my eyes are
says,
like half closed.
so much comics hype.
Yeah.
Julien is being a jerk, so I'm not going to say what he says.
Thanks, Julien.
Yes. Michael W.S. says, thanks for the coverage this weekend. I enjoyed it very much. Thank you for joining us the entire time.
Thank
and
you,
providing
Michael
tons of
W.S.
great questions for
Yeah,
us. which is
seriously,
really great.
seriously. I think all the guests appreciate the fact that you guys always had great questions
Yes.
for them.
True Ron says, Spider-Gwen will be ongoing. Holy bloop. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we agree.
Yeah.
Talbot's mustache says Spider Stash could catch on next year.
Talbot's mustache has
Spider
been kind of,
stash.
he's been very much a wild card this weekend.
Yeah.
You never know what we're
Spider
going to get
stash.
from him.
Yeah. I don't something about Hulk and Spider-Man.
Yeah, Hulk and Spider-Man, guys.
Cowan thanking us for the coverage. You're very welcome. Julien then asked why the. You know what? I'm not taking any more from Julien.
Can we block him?
Yeah, no. Sophia, she said, as she said before, I'm going to miss all of you. Thank you again for the awesome experience. Wendy Willis says the New York Comic Con Marvel team was amazing this weekend, both on and off the camera. Thank you. Sending you all the cookies and cupcakes. I like chocolate chip cookies. The more chocolate chips, the better. So
Red velvet something.
Red velvet for John Cirilli, please.
And I will take some peanut butter Rice Krispie treats, please.
And
yeah, I don't like cake.
And I'll take dairy-free.
Anything.
Just
He'll
don't
take
Don't
anything.
bother cooking for me.
Peach cobbler.
Talbot's mustache says, "You guys are loopy. I think there's scotch under the Iron Man helmet."
Nice.
No, but there's scotch in my future. You better believe that. What else? Let's see. Michael W.S. saying, thank you. Enjoyed it very much. Stephen Murphy says, "Stephen, the first time I think we've heard from you. Hello, Marvel crew from Ireland. Thanks for all the great coverage. Have a great night." Stephen, you have a great night.
I thought he was going to be like, "Hello, Marvel crew. Excited for some great coverage."
Yeah,
of this
here we
show."
go.
Are you starting yet? No?
Yeah. Talbot's mustache makes a good point. The glass room is basically an incubator for germs.
Yep, that's true.
Yep.
And
Everybody,
we had
let's wash
kids
our
in here
hands.
today. We had a baby in here today, so we're all probably going to be 6 months. And Ryan's mustache, which is
Yep.
also an incubator for germs.
Rahu Sitharaman
And
says,
an incubator for fun.
"Another great round of convention coverage. Only wish I could have been there, but we brought as much
No,
of it
no, you're
to
way
you as we
better
could."
off. Trust us.
You saw so much more than anybody on that floor.
Yeah. What a waste for all these people.
Yeah, no fun
Those
at
tickets
all.
were just money poorly spent.
Hillary says, "Worth
Thanks
losing."
for having us, New York Comic Con.
She says, "Worth losing my hearing for you guys. Thanks for the fun."
Oh, good.
Talbot's
Daredevil's fine
mustache
without his sight.
says, "You guys are cool."
Thanks.
So we won over Talbot's
All
mustache.
right.
And I will see you on Tuesday for Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
What?
Yeah, he's always tweeting with us during the show.
I don't know. I don't tweet during that show.
I know, you're ashamed.
No, I DVR it and I watch it later.
Yeah, Ragu says, "Hope someday I can make it to New York Comic Con." Sophia says, "Now Hulk is in the Titanic pose."
Yeah. This is more of the Raven Tommy Dreamer pose.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
Thank you for understanding.
You're welcome. Thank
Harley
you.
Harley Ross, which is really close to Harley Race, says, "You guys are incredible. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Thank you."
What are you doing?
Some jerk named
gonna
Brian
fall.
Stevie says, "Good job."
Oh, yeah. I know Brian Stevie.
Yeah.
He's Steve Wilco's elderly uncle.
He's a grown man baby.
Rancor Comics says, "Thank you all, hosts and crew, for all the great coverage. Yes, thanks to
doing
the
the
crew who have not been on the show, who have been working behind the scenes, behind the camera, in front of the Twitter machines, in front of the photo booth, the video stuff. With that in mind, let's start bringing them on.
Yeah.
Come on, you fools.
The
Huh? Look at that.
unsung
I'll clean it
heroes
up.
of Marvel Live.
Do that.
Oh, that was beautiful.
We're gonna
let's,
declass
let's
it.
bring
Come
up
on, somebody
Jason
come over
Chung running the live stream. He
Here we
probably
go,
shouldn't
here we
leave
go.
his chair, but we're bringing him out.
When this crashes. Hold on, I got a
Jason.
text.
You each have to say your
Okay.
favorite moment of the con.
What has been your Marvel Contest of Champions moment?
Probably Mike Tyson. He made a interesting joke. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. When you
Take a bow, take a bow.
Thank you. All right, get out. Somebody, come on.
Next up,
Come on,
Brian
come on,
J.
come on,
Stevie,
come on.
Brian J.
adult man
Stevie
baby.
Of Brian J. Stevie Productions.
He made a video.
Yeah, I made lots of videos.
What was your Contest of Champions moment?
Was it meeting your son, Steve?
It was meeting Freddie Wong.
Oh my God.
he loves
It was
Freddie.
all downhill from there.
I geeked out.
Yeah, no kidding.
You were like touching his
that was
feet.
my one geek out moment.
Wait, will you show everyone on the internet what an adult baby man looks like? Okay, go away.
All right.
Terrible.
Next. Somebody.
Next
come
up,
on.
Jason.
You.
Jason, I'm sorry I screamed in your ears,
Jason
internet.
too.
Jason, thank you for
First
joining
time?
us.
First
First
time
time.
on the crew.
First con.
Very valuable.
Yeah,
We will
thank
have you back.
I hope so.
If the
Favorite-
paperwork clears.
Favorite Marvel moment?
It's between Mike Tyson being in the same room as me and Carrie actually coming in and shaking my hand.
Seriously?
Like I didn't
Yeah.
even have to look him in the eye. He was just like, "Hi, I'm Carrie.
Yeah.
Get the f out of here."
Yeah. Nice censorship, by the way.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Did you look him in the eye?
No.
You're like, yeah.
The Dread
Keep going.
Pirate Roberts, you can't look at me. in the eye.
Now get off.
I'm done.
Go away. Love you. Laura, come
Laura,
here.
the reason why we ate this week.
Yay.
Laura, our wonderful intern.
Yeah.
The reason why we got food.
Speak for yourself.
Ben, you don't need it. What was your one-of-a-kind moment?
Meeting Clark Gregg.
Sweet and simple.
Yeah.
Yes, he was the first celebrity I ever got to meet.
Laura
he was fantastic.
Laura just started with us, so she will be lightening our doorstep for many months to come,
Oh,
hopefully.
thanks, guys. I'm very honored.
Yeah. It will never get worse than this.
No, go away. We love you.
Yeah.
Just let her know.
Adri, Miss Social Media Manager.
Oh my God, Avery Cowan.
Well, I really...
No, jeez Louise.
Do it right for once.
What is it? My ultimate
Marvel
champions
Contest
You've
of
been listening
Champions.
to
My
everything.
Marvel's Contest of Champions
It's actually
moment
just Marvel Contest of Champions.
is when we got lunch every day
From Laura.
from Laura. Another round of applause for Laura, please. Thank you.
Get out of here. Who do we miss?
Boy, you're
Blake?
really-
Alex is my personal MVP. He did like the 5 hours of live blogging. He did all the clipping. For you guys who are enjoying the videos on youtube.com/Marvel, Alex put all those together.
Yeah, that's
he
all
went
me.
above and beyond this weekend.
Yeah, I think the live blogging was probably the craziest thing for me. Kind of got pushed into that.
Tell them a little bit about that. Tell them what you did. That was a good story, actually. Seriously.
What did
Tell
I do?
them- Tell them the 5 things that you did.
I did all the 75th anniversary with Guardians of the Galaxy, Now and Then, Diversity, Crafting the Event, the X-Men, Legacy, and...
It's fair. It was like 5 hours. Don't worry about
It was
it.
like
You
5
guys
hours
can-
in a row. It's
you
all a
guys-
blur.
You guys
All
have-
in celebration of Marvel 75th.
Yeah, it's all a celebration.
You
It
guys
was
can
awesome
find-
seeing all the creators.
Yeah, you can find all these live blogs still stored on marvel.com/NYCC 2014.
Yay, Alex.
Thank you,
Go
Alex.
away. We love you.
Rich, come on.
Rich Herrera.
Hello, hello. Hi.
What was your Marvel Contest of Champions moment?
That would be just recently, a little while ago, my daughter was here.
Oh.
She's 3 years old.
I didn't see her.
And as a father of a daughter, actually being at the Women of Marvel's panel, seeing the energy there and the positivity there. And look out, guys, the girls are going to be taking over soon.
And what do you
Drop the
and
mic.
What do you do for us?
Camera and video and fun.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Emphasis on the fun.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Come on.
Judy
Stevens. Get in here.
Hi.
Judy.
Hi.
Hey.
What was your Marvel Contest of Champions moment?
Rich kind of stole it from me, but I was going to say the Women of Marvel panel.
What about all those cosplay interviews you and I did?
Those moments we had together.
This isn't about you, Ben.
The
It's
moments
about
we had
you.
together.
No, it's about us together and me, Carrie, and Judy.
I mean, the fact that I got to interview the creator director of Ka was really
that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
amazing. I was really excited. But it's really just like we've had a great con. Just talking to everyone about Women of Marvel and our podcast and the panel. And there's some cosplay, maybe. I don't know. No, you guys were great.
By the way, this is probably not a good time to tell you I did not make your podcast live this week. So
Wow.
look for that.
Wow.
Thank you so
probably
much,
tonight.
Judy.
Wow, Ben Morris.
Thank you,
All
Judy.
right,
That was
next,
fun.
next.
That was great.
It's okay.
Chloe.
It's okay. The
Chloe,
guest was
Chloe.
Lorraine.
Hello. Chloe, thank you so much for your service.
Yeah.
Can you tell us your Marvel?
What was that? That was
This
so
is
awkward.
like military time.
That's amazing.
Screeching halt.
Chloe was a former intern of ours. She came on. She helped us out this year. But little did we know, she is actually a Marvel employee as well now.
Some of us, yeah, some of us knew less than others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So congratulations on your job.
Yes.
you.
You're welcome.
And what was your favorite con moment?
I just like going to all the panels. I was at the Women in Marvel panel before, and just the energy there was,
Whoa.
So the energy there was really awesome. But I literally also just walked in the door and just got handed this microphone.
Yeah.
So this was pretty
That's
cool
how
too.
it's gonna be. That's how
we
it's gonna
go.
be
All
now.
right, rotate.
Rotate.
3 minutes.
Bring in double IT.
Jesse Lilly, quickly.
Jesse Lilly.
Jesse Lilly.
No.
He's doing this. He's like, no.
Okay, then
No, they won't come on.
if it's not going to be them, then it's got to be Blake Garris.
All right, then get Blake.
Blake Garris.
All right, no
Blake
Blake either.
Garris.
Wow.
Blake.
Wow.
Blake.
Oh yeah, John
Blake.
Cillilly, I guess.
First, go.
Blake first. Come on.
Blake, you're being forced.
So John will go on.
Yeah.
Just so John will go on.
Yeah.
There's a giant gecko.
Gecko.
That didn't wave at me, but it was cool.
Is that your moment of the
That was
weekend?
my moment. John!
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What do you want to know?
What was your favorite moment?
This is the most difficult
My
interview
favorite
you'll
moment. All right, no, I have several, but I'm going to go with one. Tommy Davidson doing Sammy Davis Jr.
Oh,
was
man.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yep.
Am I done?
Is that it?
That's
I
it.
guess.
You said you had several.
A special thanks, though, to Yuke and Jesse from IT. They don't want to come on camera, but we couldn't have done it without them.
And you know
who else? Who we missing?
you know
Where's
who we
Nicole?
Nicole's taking pictures of cosplayers.
Oh,
Her
Nicole.
loss.
Oh, and Eric.
Eric.
Where is he?
Eric's not
There-
here.
Eric and Nicole are
And
wonderful
Matt
freelancers.
Saunders.
Matt
And
Saunders.
Matt Saunders.
We
It's
should also,
very special
we
thanks to
should
Matt
also probably
Saunders.
thank Harry.
Harry.
Harry Go down in New Orleans causing trouble, no doubt. Harry, this one's for you, baby.
I want to dive into the last bunch of tweets
All
because
right,
a bunch
let's
came
do it.
in. Megan Moore said we all did a
Who?
fantastic job.
Who's that?
Congrats. Comic Frontline wants to know,
I love you, Megan.
will the Marvel Live team be at the Boardwalk Con in
We'll have to
Atlantic
see.
City?
We'd like to be.
It's likely.
We'll
The
see.
conversations I've had, but I don't know.
I hope so.
Yeah, we definitely hope so. Edgar DeLuna says, thank you, Marvel crew. You're all awesome.
No, you are, Edgar. You are.
Raghu,
We should have John on all the time.
You're welcome.
Raghu wants to apply for a job. You just go on the website. And
Or you can also, I hear Brian J. Stevie Productions is hiring, so
Yeah.
just reach out to
1
him.
minute, folks. 1 minute.
Sophia wants one word to describe Marvel Live, this whole experience. I like to say fantastic.
Exhausting.
Ridiculous.
Uncanny.
Nice. Let's see what else. Alan Wilkinson wants to know who wins in a fight between Spider-Gwen and Carnage.
Spider-Gwen.
Spider-Gwen.
Carnage.
Spider-Gwen. Calvin says, thank you to the live stream gods for everything staying up. Let's see what else we got. Ginny Balfour says, thanks guys for asking my questions. Till
30
next
seconds,
time,
people.
And happy Thanksgiving for everyone in Canada.
Oh, yeah,
and
happy
to all our
Thanksgiving,
Canadians.
Canada.
Happy Thanksgiving, Canada. That's
Yeah.
right. Columbus Day tomorrow here in the U.S.
Yeah. Some pictures being posted. Jerry
15
says,
seconds. Everybody get in here.
No,
15
no,
seconds.
yeah.
All right,
The
thanks,
rest of
guys.
us,
Come on,
thank
come
you,
on,
thank
come
you,
on,
thank you,
come on.
thank you, thank you.
Everybody
Keep
get a
tweeting
shot.
us.
Everybody get a shot.
Keep tweeting
Everybody
at
in,
Marvel.
everybody
Keep
in,
tweeting all our accounts.
5 seconds.
We're going to do
4
it.
seconds.
guys-
Get in. Get in.
Everybody's
All
saying-
right.
There's,
3. That's
there's
it.
so
It's
much
done. We're
humanity
over.
here.
Thank
We
you
love you.
guys.
We love you. Thank
See you
you
next
so
year.
much.